guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. I have often said that I would not wish jail or prison on my worst enemy. While I see the need for such institutions to exist, I have never met anyone who was a better person after their sentence had been completed.
So, how'd you get here?
That is my secret. What's yours?
I don't have any secrets.
You're here, aren't you? There has to be a reason.
I've never done anything wrong in my entire life. I've always been a good citizen.
Are you so positive about that?
Our mystery drama, A Caged Illusion, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Raven Adams, Peter Lukemeyer, and Gemma Mitchell. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Crime and punishment. Two words that have gone hand in hand since the creation of the human race. There are consequences to actions made by people, a lesson that is usually learned from a very early age. However, there are those who disregard such consequences until it is too late.
Where am I?
Don't get up too quickly. You are safe.
Yes, but where?
You don't remember?
The last thing I remember was going home and then nothing. I wake up to find myself in a small shack in the middle of the woods with you sitting here.
My name is Jenkins. Harry Jenkins.
Okay, Harry. If you don't mind if I call you that.
No problem, Ben.
How do you know my name?
I know all about you. You're Benjamin Walsh, born in Atlanta, a successful advertising agent who is now sitting here with me.
Okay, but where is exactly here?
You really don't know?
Wait a minute. Have I been kidnapped? Are you asking for ransom?
What exactly do you remember, Mr. Walsh?
I told you already. I was going home when I must have passed out.
And that is the only thing you remember?
Yes, damn it. I was supposed to see my children, but something happened and I wasn't allowed to. I remember being quite upset about that. I only get to see them once a week.
Mr. Walsh, Ben, you are in prison.
What? What the hell are you saying? Prison? I can't be in prison. I haven't even had a trial or been charged with anything.
You absolutely sure about that?
Of course I'm sure. I've never broken a law in my life.
Some would say that you just hadn't been caught yet.
Yeah, sure, the cynics might say that. The only thing I've done that was remotely against the law was getting a parking ticket. They don't put you in prison for that.
You would be surprised.
What did you say?
Nothing. So as far as you remember, you were not arrested, tried, nor convicted?
No. And what sort of prison is this?
What do you mean?
This is a 10 by 12 shack with windows, and outside the sun is shining, and I'm surrounded by the woods. This is more of a hunting shack than a prison cell.
In other words, no steel bars, no small cell, no guards. You're precisely right. This is a very different kind of prison.
Well, that's obvious. Just who the hell are you anyway? A guard?
No, I'm your, guide to this place.
Just exactly what is this place?
It was growing ever more evident that the traditional prison wasn't working. It was costing more and more to house, feed, and clothe the prisoners. There were some who felt that a change was needed, and so this place was created.
A shack in the woods?
The so-called rehabilitation of prisoners was simply not working. Violence inside the prisons was at an all-time high. I'm sure that you saw the news reports of the riots and the protests.
I never really kept up with it.
Perhaps you should have. At any rate, this place was created. You have shelter, about 2 acres of land that you can wander around in, with your own kitchen, food, bathroom, even a television and radio for entertainment. You're allowed whatever books that you would like to read. You have everything that you could ever want, except your freedom.
And what's to prevent me from just walking off those 2 acres and disappearing?
Because of where it's located.
Where on earth could you have put such a place? I mean, 2 acres for every prisoner? You'd have to have the landmass of Australia. Now, don't tell me that we're... that we're down under, mate.
No, Mr. Walsh. You're currently in your cell on the moon.
Mr. Jenkins, what is the latest report on prisoner 131138?
Mr. Benjamin Walsh is acclimating to his environment, but still suffering from memory loss.
Keep an eye on him, especially. I'm very interested in that one.
Any particular reason?
You haven't been here very long, have you, Jenkins?
Only 3 weeks. I was transferred from U.S. police force because of my skills.
Yes, a very accomplished psychiatrist. I understand. Why did you join the force?
I wanted to make a difference.
And why did you specifically want to transfer here?
For the same reason.
Very idealistic, I would say.
Warden Evans, do you think that we do any good here?
That is not my job, Mr. Jenkins. I'm only the key holder.
But do you think that this is a better alternative to prison?
Oh, please don't tell me that you're one of those people who think that this is inhumane. Or do you believe in the other theory, that we should just kill everyone who breaks the law?
I'm only thinking.
Well, don't. You will last longer here if you just simply do your job. Are we clear, Mr. Jenkins?
Yes, Warden Evans. Very clear. I apologize for interrupting your dinner, Mr. Walsh.
How the devil... How did you do that?
Do what?
Popping in like that. First you're here and then you just vanish?
Sorry, that's my little secret.
Look, you said that I was on the moon. How is that possible?
Do you remember when the United States started up its moon mission project again?
Oh, sure. Just sent an unmanned rocket to some place that we had supposedly already been to. Yeah, I remember.
After that, not much more was publicized. Did you ever wonder why?
The same reason that the Apollo missions stopped. People got bored with it.
Yes, well, they used that reason. But the current space program is very much alive, only with a different objective.
And what is that?
to build an inescapable prison.
According to a survey of prisons, 25% of the world's total prison population is in the United States. As of 2019, there were 2.19 million prisoners, and the numbers continue to grow. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. How did I escape? With difficulty. How did I plan this moment? With pleasure. A passage from the Count of Monte Cristo by Dumas. And I beg the question, could any prison be called inescapable?
Are you serious, Jenkins? The moon? How is that even possible?
What you are in is a sort of bubble. It's about 4 stories high. Everything that you see here, the trees, the ground, the sun, the stars at night, all of it, is only an illusion.
And what about that bird? Are you telling me...
Simply a sound effect. I mean, you have been outside the shack, haven't you? Did you see any birds in the sky? Or squirrels? Or any sort of insect?
Well, now that you mention it, no. No, I didn't.
There are thousands of bubbles, just like yours, connected underground by rail system. That's how you get your food every week.
But you've been the only other human being that I've seen.
They put something in the air that makes you sleep deeper. That's when they deliver everything.
What if I were to get sick?
You have a monitor, 24 hours every day. I just happen to be yours.
I find this whole idea just incredible. I mean, the people don't even know about it?
Did you ever stop and think about the people in prison when you were free?
No, I suppose I didn't. Like everyone else, I was grateful that the criminals were safely locked away.
Exactly. But the prisons were getting more and more overcrowded. Short of execution, something had to be done.
But that doesn't explain why I am here.
Look, I'm not supposed to even be talking to you. I could be arrested. But after that first day when we talked, I decided to look at your file.
Great! Then you know what I was charged with.
Mr. Walsh, there is no file on you.
And how is prisoner 131138 doing?
He spends most of his time watching television. He does a lot of walking around the wooden area. He exercises a lot.
Very good. I just found out that we will be needing him very soon.
But I thought...
There you go, thinking again. I told you how dangerous that could be.
Yes, Orton. I understand.
You could go far with this project, Mr. Jenkins. Just keep doing your job.
Mr. Walsh, come on, wake up.
What? What's going on?
Something is very wrong, Ben.
Oh, you're damn right. I'm not supposed to be here.
Which is why I'm going to try and help you. I'm not sure how, but I can try.
We are on the moon, Jenkins. How the hell are we supposed to get back to Earth?
We're working on it. Right now, you need to be ready to go.
What's the hurry? It's not like the Earth is going anywhere.
No, but you might be. It's a lot worse than where you are right now.
I can only think of one thing worse than prison, and that would be death. For some people, the cold grave is more appealing than a life behind bars, or in this case, on the moon. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Abraham Lincoln once said, "I have always found that mercy bears richer fruits than strict justice."
What did you find out?
I only started with the project a few weeks ago. I didn't know what they were really doing.
Who are you talking about?
You said yourself. How could something like this be funded without the people knowing about it? Simple. The billionaires, the 1%, the elites of the world are funding this place. You're not the only innocent here.
How many are here, Jenkins?
Thousands. Maybe millions. I'm only in charge of a few dozen. I'm supposed to be preparing you.
Preparing me for what?
I'll tell you everything as soon as we are safe.
Oh, that hurt. Ugh.
Come on, damn it!
Ow! Will you quit doing that?
We don't have much time. Wake up!
What the hell?
Can you move?
Barely. What's going on?
Come on, Jenkins. We got to get you dressed and out of here. I've set up a safe house until...
Bodies. Nothing but bodies as far as I can see. Where are we?
Warehouse 5. Some of us call it Slaughterhouse 5. It's an underground bunker.
Jenkins, what is going on?
They are all prisoners. You have been in a drug-induced coma. We found a way to feed your mind to make it seem like you were somewhere else. Your mind was all real. In actuality, you have been here, waiting.
Waiting? For what?
The auction. You and all your organs are priceless. I was told to prepare you for the highest bidder. Now come on, we have to go!
Why are you helping me?
Because my own brother was put into this situation. I couldn't help him. But maybe I could get you out and tell people what's going on. Now move!
And just where are you going?
Warden Evans, I thought you went home.
Of course you did. It is in your memory program.
Jenkins, what's going on?
Mr. Walsh. So glad that you are awake. Any ill effects?
Nothing that a good meal won't cure.
What's going on?
Oh, Mr. Jenkins, you tried so hard. Your good intentions, however, will be the end of you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We knew that there was someone here who was trying to sabotage the entire project, but had no idea who that person was. So, we set up a little trap.
Unfortunately, I was the bait.
And what a handsome bait you were.
You won't get away with this. People will find out.
Oh, Mr. Jenkins, think about it. Will they care? Do they care what happens to prisoners? No, they simply want them out of the way, never to be heard from again. And of course, there are always our sponsors who need organs. I mean, products to continue their decadent lifestyle.
Good night, Mr. Jenkins, and goodbye.
Next on the auction block, number 131138, male, 33, perfectly healthy. All organs intact. Tested for all diseases. Unit will be auctioned as a whole. The bidding will start now at 500 million. Do I have a first bid?
As the bidding continues to grow, Warden Evans looks over the warehouse of comatose prisoners and smiles. She thinks to herself that this will be the best auction yet. I'll return shortly with a final word. Our story tonight offers no moral judgment on anyone. We simply give you a play to listen to. If for some reason it brings about a dialogue between you, your friends, or even strangers, then we have received a bonus. And you can be sure that we will be here next time, firing up the neurons to your imagination. Our cast included Raven Adams, Peter Luckmeyer, and Gemma Mitchell. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
No, she cannot come to the phone right now. She's very busy. No, I don't know when she'll be available. She will never be available.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. We all make plans throughout our lifetime. We make arrangements when going on vacation. We have plans that will either come to fruition or completely fall apart.
No, she cannot come to the phone right now. She's very busy. No, I don't know when she'll be available. She will never be available.
Our mystery drama, Caught Dead-Handed, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our cast includes Winslow Swan, Dave Arkhipov, Crimson McKenzie, Gemma Mitchell, and Jonathan Rosignol. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Permit me now to introduce you to Daniel Kramer, a successful program director at a small but lucrative radio network. He is currently sitting in his living room, drinking a glass of wine, relaxing in front of a fire on a cold winter's evening, and looking at the body of his wife, who he has just murdered.
See? And you said that I could never follow through on anything. Now look at you. Ah, little Mozart to soothe the savage beast. Too bad you couldn't be soothed. Now that you are dead, the question is what to do with your body. Now, we don't want to rush into anything. I've been in radio long enough to hear the news reports of shallow graves and crawl spaces. So let's talk it over and actually plan something. You know, if you had just gone to your meeting and quit badgering me, this might not have happened. I really wanted you to stay tonight.
I don't know how many times that I've told you. I have a meeting tonight.
Oh, right. Well, what is it this time? Book club? UFOs? Ghost hunters? The PTA? We don't even have any children.
All of those do great work. I'm just happy to be a part of each and every one.
Can't you just cancel one night to stay here?
What is so important about tonight that just cannot wait?
I just thought that perhaps we could spend one night together. I could open a bottle of wine, turn the radio on.
I knew it! You and that broken down radio station. Big program director. Big shot in the industry.
It isn't what you think. There's just something very special about tonight, and I just thought...
That's your problem. You think. You haven't had a good idea since our wedding night, and that was even laughable.
Please don't say that.
Name one thing, just one thing that you have actually followed through on.
Well, I married you, didn't I?
Ooh, and I've been regretting it ever since.
Bet you're regretting it more now. Huh? Hello? Yes, Maggie, how are you? Oh, I'm afraid that Kim can't come to the phone right now. No, she's resting. Well, she had a bit of a sore throat. Oh, no, I'm sure she'll be fine. Oh, yes, I'll have her call you. Goodbye. Resting? Sore throat? Oh, I am a little morbid this evening. However, I have to do something with you, don't I? And I have to come up with an excuse for your sudden absence. I don't even remember why I wanted you to cancel your meeting tonight to stay here. Well, doesn't matter. And let's see what's on the radio.
This is a special bulletin from the KAB newsroom. At 9 this evening, William Gacy, also known as the Butcher of Grant Park, escaped the maximum security wing of the state sanitarium. Gacy was sentenced to life without parole in the sanitarium after being convicted of a brutal murder.
Well, now, isn't that a bit of interesting news? You found her. Where, officer? Oh, if only she had stayed home tonight. I think I have an idea.
Now, I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I'm going out to my meeting, and I don't know when I'll be home.
Meetings every single night.
Well, I'm very busy. Besides, you're not doing anything important to make me stay.
Well, now, how do you know?
Because you never do anything important. You only program a radio station?
Look, now, there's a lot more to it than that.
Oh, you just sit around listening to songs that you might put on a playlist.
No, Kim, look, this is something, well, it's something that I'm very proud of, and I want you to hear it.
I don't have the time. Besides, what could you possibly be proud of?
Kim, I have just about had enough of your snide remarks and the way that you treat me.
The way I treat you? Please, you are the most inept husband that anyone could marry. You never follow through on anything.
Oh, yeah, like what?
You promised to take me to Europe, for one thing. Have we gone? No. And what about that weekend getaway to the Hamptons?
You know why we couldn't go.
Oh, yes. Work. It's always work for you. Some excuse.
Kim, please, just stay this one night.
Oh, so that I can watch you drink and fall asleep again?
Oh, you're never going to let me live that down, are you?
Why should I? It was our wedding night.
Kim? Why don't you just shut up?
What are you gonna do? Kill me? You'd probably screw that up too.
What an excellent idea. My hands around your throat, the surprised look in your eyes, your tongue swelling out, and you trying to catch a quick breath, and then the life leaving you. I certainly followed through on that, didn't I?
The act of murder can be planned, accidental, or in this case, spur of the moment. Whatever the cause, there is always the aftermath of the crime that plagues the killer. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Daniel has murdered his wife, Kim, in a crime of passion. He now sits, looking at the body lying on the floor, wondering what to do next.
Very nice wine. I must remember to get another bottle. Now, Kim, what are we going to do with you? I suppose that I could dig a hole somewhere around the house and bury you. It would have to be deep, and to be honest, I really do not relish the thought of your decaying corpse so near the house. Now, we must plan this very carefully. Oh. Hello? I'm afraid that she is out at the moment. No, I don't know when she will return. Ah, yes, Liza, how are you? Well, I believe that she went over to Carol's house. Yes, I think that Carol wasn't feeling well, and, well, Kim went to see what she could do. No, I don't think that it is a good idea to call Carol. I'm sure that Kim is taking care of her. Well, no, I don't know what the exact problem is. All right. I'll let her know that you called. Good night. We have to come up with something. I just wish that I could remember why I wanted you to stay tonight. I mean, it's driving me up the wall.
Daniel, we really have to talk about this thing.
I'm telling you, Ben, this will be really special. Look, if we use our own newsmen to give it that authenticity...
It's not that, Dan. I'm worried about the same thing happening here that happened over...
Oh, come on, Ben. People aren't like that anymore.
Look, I know you wrote it, but I'm just not sure that it'll play. Do you understand?
So in other words, you're not going to do it.
I tell you what. You produce it, talk to the news department, so if they will go along with it, I'll take a listen, and we can go from there.
Oh man, thank you, Ben. I can't tell you how much this means to me.
Say, how is Kim? I haven't seen her since the Christmas party.
Well, she's doing...
You're a lucky man to have her, Dan.
Yes, so lucky. Ben just doesn't know how lucky I really am. Gosh, I need to clear my head.
The body was found near Baker Street in a back alley. Repeating our news break, escaped killer Gacy has been seen in the vicinity of Broad Creek Estates. If you see this man, take no action. Call the police immediately. He is considered dangerous.
Broad Creek Estates. That's only a half a mile from here. I wonder. Well, Kim, perhaps I could cut up your corpse and burn the pieces in the fireplace. Well, what do you think? No, you're right. The smell would be horrendous. I don't understand why this should be so hard. Now, let me see. This escaped killer, Gacy. And now, wait a minute. Why couldn't you be a victim? Yes, it's perfect. I simply have to break open the kitchen door and then call the police. What could be easier? Now, who could that be?
Oh, Mr. Moore, I'm so glad that you're home.
Oh, hello, Miss Stewart. How are you doing?
Oh, honestly, not too well. I was wondering if I could have a moment with your wife.
Oh, I'm sure that she would love to see you, but unfortunately, well, she's not here right now.
Really? But her car is still here.
Oh, well, yes it is. Her friend came by earlier and picked her up.
Funny. I don't remember seeing anyone stopping by.
Miss Stewart, do you make it a habit to watch our home?
Oh, no, Mr. Moore. I just happened to be working on my flower bed and just don't remember seeing anyone.
She was picked up some time ago, Miss Stewart. Now, I will let her know that you stopped by.
Couldn't I just come in for a minute? Perhaps you could help.
I'm sorry, Miss Stewart, but I happen to be extremely busy at the moment. Maybe some other time.
Oh, well. If you ever need anything.
Thank you, Miss Stewart. Busybody. Your friend, Janet Stewart, stopped by. I really don't know why you insisted that we become friends with that nosy neighbor. She's always looking over here. I bet she even has a notebook that lists when we go out and come in. I wonder if there are any other news reports.
Found horribly butchered. Police say that there was only one survivor of the attack who is recovering at Mercy General and is being guarded. Repeating our story, the escaped killer, William Gacy, broke into a house on Ross Street and killed 4 residents. The only survivor of the attack is being guarded at the hospital.
Butchered? Well, that puts an entirely different spin on things. Right, Kim? I mean, if my story to the police is that this killer broke into our home and killed you, well, it can't be from strangulation. Oh, well. I suppose it's time to get a little dirty.
Planning a crime, especially murder, can be tedious. You have to have the ability to look at all the possibilities of things that could go terribly wrong. You look with me into Act 3 shortly. Daniel is facing a rather difficult problem. He has come up with a plan to make the murder of his wife appear to be the crime of an escaped lunatic.
I suppose any old butcher knife will do the trick. Look at you. Oh, Kim. Even in death, you look beautiful. I so wish your heart had been just as gorgeous.
Why do you insist on dressing like that? Your taste in music is horrid. Must you order the cheapest wine? Really, Daniel? Do you think that growing a beard makes you more of a man?
Dirty little... There. I think that should do it. Now, should I stab myself to make it more authentic? No, I don't think so. Hey, maybe I drove to the store for something. Oh, officer, I never should have gone. We heard the reports, but she insisted that she needed... Oh, yes. That should do it. So, Kim, do you think I don't know how to follow through now? Ben, what are you doing here?
I just came by to congratulate you. What did Kim think?
Congratulate me?
Of course. Show was a smash. We're still getting phone calls. That ending, where the killer breaks into the studio and kills the newscaster, really went over big.
Ben, what are you talking about?
Now, don't be so coy. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You're the one who wrote it, remember?
Ben, look, I'm really busy right now, and...
Hey, is that blood on your hand? What's going on?
Ben, I don't have time.
Let me come in for a minute.
No!
Oh, come on. At least a celebratory drink is in order.
Ben, please! I need...
Kim! Oh my God. Daniel, what happened?
I went to the store, to pick something up that Kim wanted. When I came back, I found her there on the floor, covered in blood. The kitchen door had been smashed open. I think... Oh, God. I think she's dead.
Yeah, she's dead, all right.
I've been listening to the news reports about William Gacy. I think he's somewhere in the neighborhood.
Did you say William Gacy?
Yes, William Gacy. I think he may have broken in and killed her.
Daniel, what really happened?
What? I just told you. Well, use your eyes, man. That maniac Gacy must have broken in and killed her.
It's almost over.
Oh, what's almost over?
The broadcast. the special broadcast that you wrote.
And we had so much fun doing this. But let me introduce the writer and producer of this play, Daniel Moore.
Ladies and gentlemen, I had an idea for a different kind of radio program on this cold winter's evening. While the War of the Worlds has been done several times, we simply took that particular style of storytelling and created a play about an escaped lunatic. I'm pleased to let you know that no such person as William Gacy exists. At least, I hope not. So, sleep peacefully tonight.
Don't you remember? You wanted to do something like the old broadcast. You said that you wanted to spend the evening with Kim and make her think it was real, remember?
Oh, yes. Yes, now I remember. I remember now. That's why I wanted her to stay home.
Yes, Daniel. Don't you remember? I swear. You're completely worthless.
See? Didn't you hear her? Look at the smile on her face. She's laughing. Laughing. At me. At me.
Daniel watches as Ben picks up the phone to call the police. Through his laughter, he looks over at the body of his wife and swears that she is smiling. I'll be back with a final word shortly. Daniel was convicted of the murder of his wife, but he did not go to prison. He is currently a patient at the county mental ward. Sort of ironic, don't you think? Our cast included Winslow Swan, Dave Archipov, Crimson McKenzie, Gemma Mitchell, and Jonathan Rossignol. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the music was produced by Kevin MacLeod. The production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
It was just a mistake. A bloody mistake.
You can't honestly stand there and tell me that you're the cause of Mr. Hoskins' death.
No, not directly.
You just made a mistake. You stuck the wrong color pin into the map.
And Mr. Hoskins died.
It's only a coincidence.
Is it? I mean, what if by some strange power I killed Mr. Hoskins?
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Let's talk of graves, of worms, of epitaphs. Make dust our paper, and with rainy eyes write sorrow on the bosom of the earth.
It was just a mistake. A bloody mistake.
You can't honestly stand there and tell me that you're the cause of Mr. Hoskins' death.
No, not directly.
You just made a mistake. You stuck the wrong color pin into the map.
And Mr. Hoskins died.
It's only a coincidence.
Is it? I mean, what if by some strange power I killed Mr. Hoskins?
Our mystery drama, I Bury the Living, was suggested from the short story and adapted for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Jonathan Rossignol, Gemma Mitchell, and Dave Arkhipov. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. We all have some sort of occupation in this life. Me, I am an actor who dons a different personality with each character. Some are doctors, lawyers, or work with the public. However, there are those who have what many would call a morbid profession.
Mr. Parker?
You must be Mr. Cullen.
Yes, sir. That I am. So happy to finally meet you.
They told me that you were going to show me to my, office.
Oh, yes, sir. Just up this way.
So you're the caretaker here?
Yes, sir. Been making sure our guests have a beautiful place to rest in for almost 30 years now.
Long time. What does your family think about it?
Oh, sir, I don't really have a family. My wife passed away 5 years ago. We never had any children, so it's only me.
Well, you could always meet someone else.
There was never a better woman than my Polly.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry.
No apology necessary, sir. Well, here we are.
Larger than I imagined.
Now, over there is your desk. You'll find the schedule of upcoming funerals for this week. Filing cabinet over there, and then, of course, there is the map.
Map?
Yes, the map. It shows all of the plots in the cemetery.
What are these pins for?
Well, sir, the white ones designate empty and unsold plots. The black ones mean that a guest is currently occupying that one.
Guests?
Oh, yes, sir. I call our residents guests. Eventually, depending on your religious beliefs, we may just come back someday.
I see. What about these green pins?
Oh, those tell us which plots have been sold in advance. You'll find the owner's information in the filing cabinet.
It's not all on a computer?
Well, our previous manager was beginning to do just that, but I suppose you know what happened to Mr. Evans.
No, I haven't heard.
Oh, well, he was the last cemetery manager. He lost his wife and son in a car accident last year, and he sort of, well, I guess you'd say lost it.
What did he do?
Now, I don't like to speak ill of the dead, but he was getting more melancholy lately. He even started living here.
Here? At the cemetery?
Yes, sir. Through that door was a storeroom. He put in a bed, a hot plate, small TV, and started staying in there. You're more than welcome to it. He had no other family, and I didn't get around to getting rid of this stuff.
Oh, I think I'll be quite happy living with my wife in our apartment.
Yes, sir. Well, if you need anything else...
What happened to Mr. Evans?
Oh, that. Well, he committed suicide. I found him that morning. Hung himself. Right there in that beam.
Sorry I asked. Did he leave a note or something?
Well, yes, there was a note, but I hesitate to tell you what it said.
Come on, how bad could it be?
Oh, not bad, sir, just curious. It only had one line that he'd written.
Which was?
I bury the living.
You're home late. I left dinner in the oven for you.
I'm not feeling very hungry.
Hard first day?
Not so much hard, just tedious.
How much do you have to do at that job?
Miriam, you know it was the only job I could get. After what happened in New York.
Which wasn't your fault, and you know that. Besides, you will get your law license back eventually. Daddy assured me.
I know. I made a stupid mistake. Now I'm a secretary for a graveyard.
Cemetery, dear. And one of the largest in the state. So, what do you do there?
Stick pins in a map.
Sounds very... taxing, love.
Oh, ha ha. Seriously, that is my job. I see what graves have been filled and replace a white or green pin with a black one.
David, are you kidding? And that took you this long?
Apparently the previous manager fell behind before he committed suicide.
Now, that's a little raw.
Seriously. Poor fellow just couldn't take the job anymore, I guess.
Well, don't worry, my love. I'm sure that Daddy will have the whole mess straightened out, and we can move back to New York.
One can only hope. I hate these little towns. Hello?
Mr. Parker? It's Cullen.
Yes, Mr. Cullen. What can I do for you?
Well, sir, it's kind of strange. It's about the map.
What about the map?
I know that you were trying to catch up on the pins, but I think you made a mistake. You took out a green pin and put in a black one.
So what? Just change it out.
Well, sir, you see, that's the strange part. See, the pin was on a Mr. Ralph Buckley. He paid for the plot about a year ago.
And this couldn't wait till tomorrow?
He's dead, sir. Just got the call from the morgue.
What? What happened to him?
All I know is that he's dead. He'll be arriving tomorrow afternoon. Just seemed kind of funny, you know, to put that black pin in his plot. And then he died.
Coincidence? Probably. Or could it be something more sinister? After all, we deal in the more frightening aspects of life and death. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Euripides once said, "No one can confidently say they will be alive tomorrow."
David, I don't know why you insisted on coming to the funeral.
I'm hoping to find out how the man died.
People die. That's it.
He was in the peak of health, Miriam. There was no reason for him to die.
Why does there have to be a reason? Oh, oh, now wait a minute. You are not going to say that just because you put the wrong colored pin on his burial plot? But that is ludicrous.
Whether it's ludicrous or not, you have to admit that it is a rather funny coincidence.
Yes, and that's all that it is. A coincidence.
You're right. I'm sorry that I dragged you out here. Why don't you just go on home and I'll see you tonight, okay?
Honey, it's going to be all right. Just don't think about it. I'll see you tonight.
Working kind of late, aren't you, Mr. Parker?
Not really working, I guess. Just studying the map.
Well, if you're worried about sticking the wrong pin into...
No, it's not that. Just a mistake at the wrong time.
You know, that's what Mr. Evans said when it happened to him.
You mean he did the same thing?
Yes, sir. He sure did. Got the idea that he was a god or something.
You mean it happened more than once?
Not too sure about that. All I know is what he told me, and then there was that note he left.
I bury the living. All right. There's one sure way to find out.
What are you looking for?
Okay, let's see. Right here. Plot number 487. Mr. Harold Crossman.
What are you about to do, Mr. Parker?
And there we go.
But you just put a black pin in his plot. Why would you...
I happen to know Harry. He was on the board of directors that put me in this position. He's as healthy as a horse.
Oh, David, I was worried. Where have you been?
I've been driving around.
But it's after midnight.
I'm sorry, Miriam. I really am. Harold Crossman is dead.
Who is Harold Crossman?
You remember. The one who hired me for this job.
What do you mean he's dead?
I just wanted to be sure.
Oh, David, darling. What is going on?
I took out a green pin on Harry's plot and put in a black one. And now he's dead.
Just another coincidence. That's all.
2 within 2 days? I don't think so.
David, you're in a state.
You don't know the half of it.
You mean there is more?
Mr. Cullen told me that as part of my job, both you and I have plots in the cemetery.
Now, that's just morbid.
Miriam, I put a black pin in my plot.
Good morning, Mr. Parker.
Good morning, Mr. Cullen. And how are you on this wonderful day?
You're in a cheery mood, considering.
Well, yes, I am. It's a beautiful day. Great to be alive.
Wait a minute. You don't know, do you?
Know what?
Where's your wife, Mr. Parker?
She went up to see her sister in Scarsdale last night. Why do you ask?
I just got a phone call. Mrs. Parker was killed in an auto accident late last night.
What? That's impossible. I mean, the highway patrol would have called me.
They tried, but they said there was no answer at your house, and you weren't home.
Oh, my God. The map.
That's what I've been trying to tell you. You put a black pin in Mrs. Parker's plot last night, not yours.
No, that's impossible.
Exactly where were you last night, Mr. Parker?
Why is that any of your business?
You sure you didn't maybe follow your wife and then kill her?
A rather interesting supposition on the part of Mr. Cullen. Could David had murdered his wife? And for what reason? Or is something more sinister going on? Perhaps we shall learn the answer when I return with Act 3. Francis Bacon once said, "Men fear death as children fear the dark, and as that natural fear in children is increased by tales, so is the other.
Nice music, Mr. Parker.
It was Miriam's favorite. Brahms, I think.
Mr. Parker, I want to apologize for what I said yesterday.
It's okay. Forget it. I shouldn't have been so short with you.
None of my business, Mr. Parker.
I spent the night with a friend of mine who was passing through, that's all.
Like I said, none of my business. And I'm truly sorry about your wife.
That damn map.
Now, come on, Mr. Parker. You don't really believe...
Wait a minute. No. It's too crazy.
What are you talking about?
Listen, let us assume, for the moment, that by replacing a green or white pin with a black one will kill that person.
Mr. Parker, I don't think...
So, what would happen if I took a white pin, like this, and replaced the black one?
But that's your wife's plot, sir.
Exactly. So now, let's see what happens.
What are we doing out here in the cemetery at night?
I want an independent witness.
You don't really think that your wife is going to come back to you?
That map, that cursed map, it kills people, so why shouldn't it bring Miriam back?
Mr. Parker, I don't like this. I think we should get out of here.
Listen, did you hear that?
I only hear the wind, Mr. Parker.
Over here.
Who are you talking to?
Don't you hear her? She's coming.
Mr. Parker, your wife was killed in an auto accident. I talked with the sheriff. Mr. Parker, she was burned to death.
Don't you hear her? She's coming. I'm over here, by the shack.
Oh, God, what is that? Coming out of the darkness.
Miriam, I'm over here. Miriam!
Mr. Parker, she was burned beyond recognition. I gotta stop this.
Cullen! Cullen! Where are you going?
I'm going back. Put that black pin back where it belongs.
No! Don't do it! No! Your face! Flesh!
It's all right now, Mr. Parker. I put the black pin back. Everything's all right now.
David Parker falls to the ground in tears as the image of his dead wife takes hold in his mind. I'll be back with a final word shortly. I sum up our little drama with the words of Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. It is not the end of the physical body that should worry us. Our concern must be to live while we are alive, to release our inner selves from the spiritual death that comes with living behind a facade designed to conform to external definitions of who and what we are. Our cast included Jonathan Rossignol, Gemma Mitchell, and Dave Arkhipov. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
This is Alan Pruitt in the KRB newsroom with more breaking news. We have confirmed that the tanker truck that overturned on I-75 this morning was indeed hauling hazardous waste material. By law, such material is not supposed to be transported through a major city. Let's go back to Captain Mike Emery in the traffic chopper. Mike?
Yeah, Alan, this is going to be a long day for the cleanup crews. I can see people getting out of their cars, and police are trying to make a lane for emergency vehicles. If you are heading into the downtown area, we have been informed by police to stay away from the downtown connector. Captain Mike Emery, the KRB traffic chopper. Back to you, Alan.
Thank you, Mike. According to our sources, the tanker truck was owned by Cross Country Van Lines. Exactly what the chemical was is still unknown. Stay tuned to KRB for more information. Now back to the Morning Zoo Review with Skinny Bobby Wilson.
Oh, boys, and their latest hit on the Morning Zoo Review. Skinny Bobby Wilson with you. And really, I mean, why am I not surprised that hazardous materials are being driven right through downtown? Doesn't surprise me in the least bit, but then you know what's going on, because you, my friends, are probably stuck in it.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to Nightmare.
Minutes past the hour on your #1 radio station morning show. This is Skinny Bobby Wilson, and we have a beautiful day today. Highs in the 70s, low tonight in the 60s, with clear skies for that full moon tonight. If you were not lucky enough to get the tickets to see the moon in the Skyline Bar, I've got you covered. We are giving away 10 pairs this morning, so keep listening.
So unfair the way I feel about you as you're walking out the door. Watch your body as it moves away, and my heart is lying on the floor.
This is Alan Pruitt in the KRB newsroom with a special report. Approximately 5 minutes ago, a tanker truck overturned on I-75, blocking all lanes on the northbound side. Police and fire personnel have been dispatched. Let's go to Captain Mike Embry in the KRB traffic chopper. Mike?
Yeah, this is going to cause absolute havoc with the morning commute. Traffic is already backing up to the interchange. I'm just above the accident scene, and wait a second. I'm looking at the tanker, and it appears to say hazardous chemicals. This creates a whole new complication. Police are arriving now, and both sides of the highway have been cordoned off. Your best bet is to take the Lawrenceville Highway to the 120 loop. This is going to be a mess. Captain Mike Embry in the KRB traffic chopper.
We have just had a report that the hazmat unit has been dispatched to the scene. Stay tuned to KRB for more updates.
So I'm there.
Skinny Bobby Wilson on the KRB Morning Zoo Review, and wow, what a morning! This has got to be the biggest traffic jam that I've seen, and well, it's been a long time. But hey, if you're the one of those unlucky ones who are stuck in that mess, I've got all the hits stacked up and waiting.
This is Alan Pruitt in the KRB newsroom with more breaking news. We have confirmed that the tanker truck that overturned on I-75 this morning was indeed hauling hazardous waste material. By law, such material is not supposed to be transported through a major city. Let's go back to Captain Mike Emery in the traffic chopper. Mike?
Yeah, Alan, this is going to be a long day for the cleanup crews. I can see people getting out of their cars, and police are trying to make a lane for emergency vehicles. If you are heading into the downtown area, we have been informed by police to stay away from the downtown connector. Captain Mike Emery, the KRB traffic chopper. Back to you, Alan.
Thank you, Mike. According to our sources, the tanker truck was owned by Cross Country Van Lines. Exactly what the chemical was is still unknown. Stay tuned to KRB for more information. Now back to the Morning Zoo Review with Skinny Bobby Wilson.
Po' Boys and their latest hit on the Morning Zoo Review. Skinny Bobby Wilson with you. And really, why am I not surprised that hazardous materials are being driven right through downtown? Doesn't surprise me in the least bit, but then you know what's going on, because you, my friends, are probably stuck in it. So here is one from Smash Time on KRB Morning Zoo Review.
This is Alan Pruitt in the KRB newsroom with breaking news. Let's go to Captain Embry in the KRB traffic chopper.
Alan, we are directly over the crash site. My pilot, Danny Carter, is doing a great job. I can see hazmat personnel surrounding the trailer. The fire department is getting ready to douse the entire scene with foam in case... Wait a second. I see sparks coming off the truck. Emergency personnel do not seem overly concerned at the moment, but hold on. Danny, get us out of here!
We're not sure what happened to our signal in the KRB traffic copter. We're currently trying to... Okay. I've just been informed that Captain Embry is back.
There was an explosion at the crash site. A huge pillar of black smoke came rushing at us. Dave's having problems controlling the chopper. He's going to try an emergency landing at the hospital. I'll try to give you an update.
Yes, Mike. Get checked out as soon as you can. As for the driver of the truck, apparently he walked away from the accident. His name has not been released, and from what we understand, he has not been found. KRB News will be keeping up with this breaking story all morning long. Now back to the Morning Zoo Review with Skinny Bobby Wilson.
Whilst the others are talking, we're already playing out the hits.
You ready?
Let's go!
I've just been looking out the window, and you can see this huge black cloud rising up and beginning to drift towards the south side of the city. Now, no one has officially said anything, but if it were me, and this is just my opinion, if you are outside, it might be a good idea to get indoors. If you're in your car, make sure you keep your windows closed.
Sorry to break in again, but we have our reporter, Judy Kaufman, live on the scene. Judy, what can you tell us?
Thanks, Alan. We are about 5 blocks away from the scene. Traffic is at a complete standstill. I can see this massive black cloud billowing up into the sky. I was able to talk with one of those firefighters who was close to the explosion. He managed to get far enough away, but he told me that first wave of the cloud hit him full force. He began complaining of itchy skin and a racking cough. He is on his way to the hospital now. The truck, it's still burning, and there is more and more smoke rising up above the city.
Judy, has there been any more word about the driver of the truck?
Not yet, Alan. Police are checking local emergency rooms and doctors' offices to see if they have had anyone come in with possible injuries. So far, His identity and whereabouts are unknown.
What are the police telling people to do now?
According to eyewitnesses, when the truck exploded, many people left their cars and began running up the highway. Police are asking people to please stay in their vehicles and make sure that the windows are shut.
Any idea what chemical was being transported?
I'm still waiting for word from the transport company. This is Judy Kaufman, KRB News.
Thank you, Judy. We have yet another breaking story just coming into the newsroom. Police are dealing with multiple suspects in the downtown area who are committing murder, seemingly without cause. So far, 20 victims have been identified, but no suspects are in custody. I'm getting word that Captain Embry is now at Mercy Hospital, about a mile from the accident scene. Mike, what's the news?
Well, Alan, Dave and I have both been checked out. We took a huge amount of smoke when the explosion happened. We were directly above the accident scene.
You just take care of yourselves. I understand that Skinny Bobby Wilson has been getting a lot of phone calls about the situation. Bobby, what are you hearing from callers?
Alan, it's very strange. Naturally, most people are calling in to find out where they need to drive to get around this mess. But I've had some rather bizarre calls.
In what way?
I just got off the phone with a woman who said that she saw her husband. Now, that doesn't seem so strange until you take in the fact that her husband died just this morning in Mercy Hospital.
Do you think this just might be a form of hysteria or folie à deux?
No, Alan, I don't think so. I've been getting several other calls about what I can only describe as insane people who are attacking whoever they can get to.
Yes, Bobby, we had a report on that a little while ago. I hate to interrupt, but we are going back to Judy Kaufman, who has more information about the driver of the truck. Judy?
Thank you, Alan. We just found out from city police that the driver of the overturned truck has been found dead, about 2 miles away from the accident. George Matthews was an independent contractor who was hauling a hazardous material throughout the downtown area. Cause of death, according to first reports, is suicide. Mr. Matthews was found with a gun in his hand and a fatal bullet wound in his temple. I'll be following this story closely as we get more information. Judy Kaufman, KRB News.
We are going back to Captain Embry at Mercy Hospital. Mike, what can you tell us?
This is one of the weirdest stories that I've ever covered. I've spoken to doctors and nurses here who are telling me that several bodies from the morgue are missing. Also, several personnel from the hospital have been attacked in the hallways. The suspects have been described as, quote, "It appears that they're on some kind of drug," end quote. Wait a minute. Something's going on at the far end of the hallway where I'm at.
Mike, are you in any danger?
No, I don't think so.
What are you seeing?
It appears that there are several patients slowly walking this way. They seem to be almost sleepwalking. A couple of the nurses and interns are going to see if they can be of any help. Holy The nurses and doctors are being attacked by the patients. Oh my God! The patients are biting them, tearing the flesh off, and eating them. People are starting to run away, but these cannibals are chasing them.
Mike, get out of there.
No! Get away from... No! Stop! No.
We seem to have lost contact with Captain Emery at Mercy Hospital. We'll try to find out what happened as soon as we can. In the meantime, I've been handed a statement from the Department of Transportation that assures us, and I'm quoting, "No hazardous material was present in samples taken before the explosion. The black cloud should dissipate within a few hours," end quote. We are getting more and more reports of people randomly killing. Just a moment. We are in contact with Judy Kaufman, who is outside the hospital. Judy, what can you tell us?
It is complete chaos here, Alan. A few moments ago, police entered the hospital on reports that patients were attacking. I can see several people running out of the hospital. Oh my God. One man fell and and several patients have ripped him apart. They are eating his flesh. I'm getting out of here.
Judy, are you okay?
I'm good. One of those things was coming at me when a police officer shot it directly in the head.
Judy, are you safe now?
Yes, I think so. I was able to talk to one of the officers that made it out of the hospital. He said that the killers are zombies.
Judy, I'm not sure that I heard...
Zombies! The dead coming back to life, feeding on the living.
Judy, are you there?
Alan, I'm down in the lobby where several people have told me they were attacked by these things. Some of them were bitten and are requiring medical attention. Did I hear Judy correctly? Did she really say zombies?
Yes, Bobby, you did. I've been handed a report from the city police department saying that everyone should seek shelter immediately and stay off the streets.
Alan, some of the injured are getting up. They're moving towards me. No! Get away! Ah!
Bobby? Bobby! Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on? Reports are coming in from the other countries where this black cloud has passed. They're reporting that the recently deceased are coming back to life as, well, zombies. They're reporting that if you have a gun to shoot the zombies in the head, it is the only way to stop them.
Alan, can you hear me?
Judy, oh thank heavens. Yes, we can hear you. Where are you?
I made it up to the 13th Street Bridge where a command center has been set up, as well as an evacuation point. If you are still in the city, the National Guard is on the way and will be escorting survivors out of the city.
Judy, are they saying what could have caused this?
No one is talking right now. I'm heading west. Alan, you should try to get out of the building as soon as you can.
Well, I don't think that it will be possible.
Alan, what's going on?
I'm looking down the street. The building is surrounded by these things. Our sound engineer has blocked the door as best as he could, but...
Alan, get out of there!
I can see through the broadcast booth window several of these things breaking down the door.
Alan, for God's sake, run!
See, they're coming up towards the door.
Alan, are you there?
Our mystery drama, Incident on I-75, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Featured in the cast tonight, Mick Davis, Jonathan Rosignol, Dave Arkhipov, and Crimson McKenzie. Music was provided by Kevin MacLeod and Triple X 2000.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
I'm sure that you will find everything to your liking, Excellency.
I will be the judge of that. I'm sure that I will find it most amusing.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Why is it so far out in the country? I detest the country.
We had to build it far enough away from the known targets.
And you guarantee its safety?
It will be the only safe place in the country, Your Excellency.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. There are two kinds of people in the world, leaders and those that follow. But how are the leaders created? In some cases, they are simply born. Others work very hard to achieve leadership. And then there are the few who simply take it.
I'm sure that you will find everything to your liking, Excellency.
I will be the judge of that. I'm sure that I will find it most amusing.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Why is it so far out in the country? I detest the country.
We had to build it far enough away from the known targets.
And you guarantee its safety?
It will be the only safe place in the country, Your Excellency.
Our mystery drama, The Bunker, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, and William Stafford. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Our story tonight takes place in, well, let's just call it a country. Not any particular country, but a sovereign nation nevertheless. It is, should I say, ruled by a rather not so pleasant dictator.
How much farther?
We should be arriving in about 10 minutes, Your Excellency.
Oh! You stupid driver! Didn't you see that hole? I should have had you shot! It would be most amusing.
Oh, it's not much further, Your Excellency.
Why must it be so far away from the palace? Couldn't you have built it in the city?
We wanted to maximize your protection, Your Excellency. This location is not only the safest, but the most secure that we could find.
I abhor the country. The people that live here are so inferior. But I suppose they do provide a necessary working class. Pity that I could not outlaw poverty. It would be most amusing.
Yes, Your Excellency.
And you, Faisal, you were a part of that working class, were you not?
My parents lived in the country, and that was where I grew up.
And yet you rose above all of that and became quite an architect. I have high hopes for this place that you have designed.
I'm sure that it will live up to your expectations, Your Excellency.
Driver! Are we almost there?
Oh, it is just up ahead, Your Excellency. Look, right there. You can see the guardhouse just ahead.
Shabby little building, don't you think?
Well, it is only temporary, Your Excellency.
Such a desolate location. No trees, an empty meadow, and only one road.
Well, it was to maximize your...
Yes, I know. Now, where is this place? I see no entrance.
It is just past the guard station, Your Excellency. The entrance is hidden under the sod. Guard, open the entrance.
Impressive, Faisal. I may have underestimated you. Where to?
Oh, just inside. There is an elevator that will go down to the bunker.
Well then, let's get going. How far down are we going?
The equivalent of a 20-story building, a little over 200 feet down, Your Excellency.
And that will be enough protection.
Oh, more than enough, Your Excellency. Ah, here we are.
It seems to be smaller than I imagined.
This will serve as your living quarters as well as a command post. Over here is the radio equipment. Up on the walls are video receivers that will allow you to see what is going on.
And where are the portraits?
The portraits, Your Excellency?
Yes, my portrait. Where are they?
They have not arrived yet, Your Excellency.
I had them commissioned over 6 months ago. Stupid artists. I shall have them shot. It will be most amusing.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Not as large as I was hoping, but I suppose it will have to do. Where are the royal chambers?
There is a bedroom this way. Through that door is the bathroom, Your Excellency.
This is the bathroom?
Is something wrong, Your Excellency?
I should say so. The tub is too small. The taps are not made of gold. There is no ornate mirror.
Well, certain concessions had to be made, Your Excellency. We had to account for the others that would be with you.
Others? What others?
Well, your cabinet, for one, your advisors and their families.
Let them get their own bunker. This is the presidential bunker.
I beg your forgiveness, Your Excellency. I only assumed that you would want to be in contact with your advisors in the event of a war.
Isn't that what the radio is for?
1,000 pardons, Your Excellency.
Besides, they should have the foresight to prepare their own places. What with things that are happening right now in the world.
Oh, I understand, Your Excellency.
What was that?
I'm not sure, Your Excellency.
Well, let's go topside and find out. Where is that stupid elevator?
I don't know, Your Excellency.
Well, find out before I have you shot.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Don't tell me that the radio doesn't work. What sort of bunker is this?
Wait, I'll turn on the video screen. Oh, my God.
What is that? Well, tell me, you stupid little man.
It's happened. It's really happened.
What has? What are you going on about?
I regret to inform you, Your Excellency, that the war has started. Nuclear war!
On a memorial wall at Hiroshima, Japan, someone inscribed, "Rest in peace. The mistake will not be repeated." However, the threat of nuclear annihilation has been looming over the human race ever since. I'll return shortly with Act 2. Jimmy Carter once said in a speech, "Since Hiroshima, humanity has by no means been free from armed conflict, yet at least we have avoided a world war. We continue to carry the ever-present danger of a catastrophic nuclear conflict. We must prevent such a war."
How did such a thing happen?
Look at the monitors. Everything is burning.
How? What? Who started it?
Does it matter? It's happening now.
I never gave the order to launch. That authority was mine and mine alone. I shall have whoever did this shot.
And it will be most amusing.
How dare you?
Oh, I dare. But don't you remember? You made our entire defense system automatic. If someone launched a missile at our country, the computer would take over. You took the control away from yourself.
No. No, this is not happening.
Oh, you poor fool. For all of your posturing and parades and speeches, you were down here, watching your country being wiped off the face of the earth.
Now you listen to me, you pathetic little man. I am the leader. I decide what happens to this country. Get me someone on that infernal radio. I want answers. Now!
I will try. 2X2L calling CQ. 2X2L calling CQ. Is there anyone on the air?
There has to be someone on the air. Get out of the way, fool! Let me have the mic.
If you look at the monitors, you will see...
Hello? Hello! This is your Supreme Commander speaking. Answer me! Do you understand? This is your Supreme Commander.
I tried to tell you...
Where are my generals? Where is my army? Hello? Hello?
It is no use, Your Excellency.
You mean... there really isn't anyone left?
No one... alive?
How long has it been? I mean, since we have been down here.
Almost 2 hours?
Don't you mean almost 2 hours, Your Excellency?
Oh, forgive me, Your Most Supreme, Honored Excellency. What exactly are you the Excellency of?
I am the sovereign ruler of...
a wasteland! Look at the monitors! There is nothing left to rule. Oh, you were so terrifying to your own people. You controlled the country. You never governed it.
Keep this talk up and I shall have you...
Shot? Oh, why don't you do it now? I'm sure that it will be most amusing. And then what will you do? Watch as my corpse rots away while you are down here alone?
Stop it, fool! Just shut up!
You could have avoided all of this. You could have sat down and talked to the other leaders. Oh, but no. I was one of the lucky ones, the ones who were able to crawl away from the poverty that you created.
Are you finished, fool?
What are you laughing about?
Yes, and I call you fool again. Why do you think that I am in power?
Because you probably killed your way to the top, to the presidency.
Again, I say, fool. I'm in power because the people wanted me there.
Well, that was no election.
No. You still don't understand. The people who have the money. The people that spend millions to put me in control so that they can keep their billions. The industry. The businesses that keep people like you in your own poverty. Look at me, fool!
What do you mean?
I'm no more intelligent than the next person. I have no special skills. I'm no braver than anyone else. No, fool. I was put into power so that the ones with the money can keep their money.
But we tried to change that. We tried.
Not hard enough. Oh, of course I saw the protests, something that we allowed for the world's media. Most of those that spoke out against me were executed. You see, it's all a front. I am merely a puppet, controlled by the industry.
Please, we need help. Fire out of...
Let
please.
me at that radio.
Then-
Hello? Who is this? Answer me. I am your supreme commander.
Bombs continuing to kill everyone. No warning. War, no warning.
What about our own strike? Did we strike back?
Missiles lifted off. Early warning. No good. Can't breathe. Oxygen almost.
Hello? Hello?
I think that he is gone, Your Excellency.
In 1962, Fidel Castro, the leader of Cuba, said during the Cuban Missile Crisis, "I propose the immediate launching of a nuclear strike on the United States. The Cuban people are prepared to sacrifice themselves for the cause of the destruction of imperialism and the victory of world revolution." You prepare for Act 3 shortly. J. William Fulbright once said, "What a curious picture it is to find man, Homo sapiens, of divine origin, we are told, seriously considering going underground to escape the consequences of his own folly."
How long have we been here?
6 hours now.
I'm getting hungry. Bring me some food.
There is no food.
What sort of bunker is this?
An incomplete one.
But how are we supposed to survive?
We don't. I told you that the bunker was completed. I didn't tell you that it was completely ready. I think that we have just enough oxygen to last another hour or so. Nothing was brought here. No food. No filtration system installed. This will become our tomb.
I wonder if we won.
Won? You wonder if we won? Won what? Oh, yes, Your Most Infernal Excellency. Congratulations. You have won. They launched their missiles. You launched your missiles. Billions of people dead. Cities laid waste. Oh, but let us all praise His Excellency because he won.
You will not! speak to me in such a manner.
What did you win?
What do you mean?
I am asking, on behalf of your people, what did you win?
The war, of course.
But what have you gained? Another country? More land? Industry? No. You have gained a nuclear wasteland that will be useless for the next 5,000 years. So I ask again, what did you win?
All right, fool. If you were in my position, what would you have done?
I would have talked. I would have sat down and tried to work out our differences calmly and with reason. Look at those monitors. The devastation. That is the work of madmen. And for what? So that you can get a mark in the win column? Who cares?
My name will live in history.
You mean infamy? What history? There is no more history. Everyone is dead or dying. Just as we are dying. What are you doing?
Find me something. Anything. I'll slit my throat and bleed out. I won't die trying to get oxygen. Make it quick, fool. Bash me in the head. Anything. Then facing the horrors. The darkness when the air runs out and we gasp for another breath. Just another. The elevator? It's back.
It's time, Faisal.
Thank you. We will be up shortly. You can turn off the videos now.
What's going on?
An exercise in futility, Your Excellency. A fantasy created for your benefit.
I don't understand.
You never answered my question.
What question?
If this had been a real war, what would you have won?
A rather stupid question, fool. Yes, it will be most amusing when I have you executed.
In 1973, Air Force Major Harold Herring, while training to be a Minuteman missile crewman, asked what the Air Force did not want to answer. His question? Quote, "How can I know that an order I received to launch the missiles came from a sane president?" End quote. Their answer was that it was strictly need to know. I'll be back with a final word. If you are old enough to remember living through the Cold War, you can probably relate to our tale. If you are younger, perhaps you can learn something from it. One can only hope. One day, we can all survive together. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, and William Stafford. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
What the hell?
No, Miss Smith. Please don't move. I don't want to shoot you. That would defeat my purpose.
And just what is your reason for breaking into my home?
Oh, believe me, I didn't want to do this. I tried every legal means I could to acquire this house. Tell me, why is it so important that you remain here?
If you must know, I happen to like it here.
Oh, come now, Miss Smith. That can't be the only reason.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Joan of Arc once said that one life is all we have, and we live it as we believe in living it. But to sacrifice what you are and to live without belief, that is a fate more terrible than dying.
What the hell?
No, Miss Smith. Please don't move. I don't want to shoot you. That would defeat my purpose.
And just what is your reason for breaking into my home?
Oh, believe me, I didn't want to do this. I tried every legal means I could to acquire this house. Tell me, why is it so important that you remain here?
If you must know, I happen to like it here.
Oh, come now, Miss Smith. That can't be the only reason.
Our mystery drama, Sacrifice, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Winslow Swan, Jenna Mitchell, Mick Davis, and Jonathan Rosignol. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Perhaps you remember Darius Morgan. No? You don't recall the rather colorful adventures of a multi-millionaire who traveled the world and found great treasures? The name doesn't ring a bell with you? Well, no matter. Our story doesn't concern him, but rather begins at his funeral.
It was a lovely funeral, Miss Smith.
Please, Mr. Harper, call me Joan. Yes, the director did a remarkable job.
I'm surprised that there were not more people here.
Darius wanted something simple. Not a lot of fanfare. He had no other family, and except for me, no true friends.
You would think that with all of his contributions around the world, the museums would have sent some sort of representative.
But that was Darius. He never made a lot of noise when it came to those contributions. He preferred to stay in the shadows.
The world has lost a great humanitarian. Now, about the will.
I'm sure that you have everything in order, Mr. Harper. After all, Darius trusted you as his attorney and executor.
I'm simply confused about the deposition of his fortune, which was quite vast.
What is so confusing?
You see, last year, he consolidated all of his holdings in business into cash. He left quite specific instructions on what to do.
Are you sure this is the time to be going over that?
I don't see why not. It will save you a trip to my office and to court. Probate should not take very long. It just puzzles me why he would dispose of his fortune this way.
What are you talking about?
Well, most of his money has been donated to various museums, schools for the arts, and certain social programs. The house and everything in it he left to you.
To me? But why?
I suppose that he felt you deserved it. Oh, and there is your salary.
What about it? I assumed after his death I would be unemployed.
On the contrary, he opened a special account where you would continue to receive your weekly salary for the next 20 years. That includes annual raises to keep up with the cost of living.
He was a great man and a good friend.
Of course, you can always sell the house and start a new life somewhere. You would still receive your salary regardless.
No, I would very much like to stay. It's been my home for over 15 years.
You won't have to worry about taxes or upkeep. A separate fund has been created for any repairs and improvements that you may want to make.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. I just don't know what to say.
I believe that Darius wanted you to have a happy life. You are still young enough to have one. He just wanted to make it easier for you to have. After all, you did sacrifice your youth to be his companion.
What the hell? Who are you?
No, Miss Smith, please don't make any sudden movements. I don't want to shoot you.
Is that why you have a gun?
Think of it as an insurance policy. It protects both myself and you. No, if I kill you, it would defeat my purpose.
Would you mind if I fixed me a drink?
Oh, by all means. And then we can have a nice little chat.
Would you like one?
Oh, I never drink alcohol. It dulls the senses.
So who are you?
You may call me Mr. Sharpton.
I guess you'll have to shoot me now. I know your name, and I've seen your face.
I have many names and many faces. No, killing is just not in my nature.
So why have you decided to break into my home?
I tried the legal ways to acquire this house. I'm curious, Miss Smith. Why do you wish to stay in such a large home?
It's been my home for years. Why would I want to leave?
And there was nothing between you and Darius Morgan?
I resent that. I came to work for Mr. Morgan as a caregiver and companion, and nothing more.
And he paid you quite well for your sacrifice?
I never considered it a sacrifice. It is true, we became very close, but only as friends.
Oh, I believe you. I'm simply wondering why. Why you didn't just sell the house and move on with your life.
Why should I? And what business is it of yours anyway?
Oh, I offered 5 times what this place is worth, and yet you still wouldn't sell. So, logically, there must be a reason.
I like it.
Oh, no. I believe there is another, a far more important reason for you to remain here.
Oh, please, Mr. Sharpton, why don't you enlighten me? And we'll both know.
You know about the Aztec gold that is somewhere within these walls.
Joan Smith's eyes grow wide with shock. She looks at the man who calls himself Mr. Sharpton with disdain and wonders what asylum he has escaped from. Escape with me shortly when I return with Act 2. The actor William Shatner once said that success is different for everyone. Everybody defines it in their own way. We find what each person wanted to achieve and what their willingness to sacrifice for that was.
Are you completely mental?
How about a little music, Miss Smith? I believe you have a fondness for Beethoven.
Music doth soothe the savage beast. Hey, Mr. Sharpton.
Ah, much better. Now, shall we talk about the gold?
You honestly believe in that story?
Oh, it is much more than just a story.
It's a fantasy. An adventure of Darius Morgan that never happened.
I believe that it did happen. I have it on very good authority. The story is completely true.
You need to stay off the internet.
Well, surely Darius told you all about it.
Of course he did. Many times.
Why don't you enlighten me?
If it will get you out of my home any faster. Supposedly, Darius was on a dig in Mexico when he came across an ancient city that had not been discovered. While exploring, he found some sort of vault.
Where he found a rather large quantity of gold. Yes, Miss Smith, that is rather common knowledge.
Am I telling the story, or are you? Seems you know as much about it as I do.
The gold disappeared and has never been seen since.
Let me guess. You are one of those conspiracy nuts who believes Darius smuggled the gold into this country and then hid it away somewhere. Right?
Oh, not only did Darius hide the gold, but he hid it right in this very house.
You really are mental. I've been living here for over 15 years. Not once have I found a hidden treasure.
Ah, so you did look for it.
There was nothing to look for. Look, Mr. Sharpton, Darius was an old man when I came to help him after his stroke. He donated everything that he found on his archaeological digs to museums all over the world. Why would he hide a bunch of gold here?
Because of the curse?
I was wondering when you get to that. Yes, Darius told me all about how his team died, one by one. You do know that it's simply poisonous spores which make a person sick and eventually kills them, right?
I told you that I have a very good source of information. I was able to track down the only surviving member of the team. He explained to me the reason the others died was because they had become greedy.
Greedy? In what way?
Or they decided to help themselves to some of the gold. As soon as they filled their pockets, they died. Almost instantly.
Darius left that part out in his story to me.
Oh, I'm not surprised. According to my contact, Darius was able to smuggle the gold to this house, which he had just finished building. Somewhere in here is the Aztec gold. I think you know exactly where it is. and how to get it.
I really hate to disappoint you. You're partially right. When Darius first told me about it, I did start looking around. I never found any secret room with a fortune hidden away. Eventually, I lost interest.
Or you simply just gave up?
Darius was a good man. He never did anything for me to think otherwise. He paid me well, let me live here, and even after his death, continues to take care of me.
And you have no regrets for your sacrifice?
Mr. Sharpton, I'm only 37 years old, still quite attractive, and now I no longer have to worry about a place to live or money to live on.
Aren't you the least bit curious about the gold?
An internet conspiracy theory that has never been proven? I could care less.
Perhaps this will change your mind.
These look like floor plans.
Exactly. They are the original blueprints for the house.
Planning on building one yourself?
Oh no. I believe that they will show the exact location of the Aztec gold.
Joan looks at the floor plans spread out on the desk. She takes another drink and realizes that her interest has indeed been stirred. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Le Corbusier once said, "The home should be the treasure chest of living." In the home of Darius Moreland, the current resident could find more than just a shelter.
A rather splendid library, I must say. Did Darius read all of these?
Yes, and wrote quite a few himself.
Now, what are you staring at, Miss Smith?
I'm not sure. There's something off about this room.
Oh, wait, have you discovered...
Now, don't get ahead of me. I was just looking at the floor plans, and, well...
You must tell me!
The dimensions are all wrong. Look, here. This room should be about 15 feet wide, according to the plans. But when I walk off the length... 1, 2, 3, 4... You see? About 12 feet.
So, what does that tell you, Miss Smith?
You just might be right about there being a secret room.
Oh, I knew it! Darius brought the gold here and hid it. Oh, Miss Smith, you have made me so...
But why would he do that? Darius always donated everything to the museums. Why would he feel the need to hide such a treasure from the world?
Oh, who cares? We need to find out how to get into that room. There must be some secret panel somewhere.
A room full of books on shelves and his desk. I can't find any secret button of any.
Did he happen to have a favorite book that he liked above all others?
As a matter of fact, he did. Let me see. I think it's over... Yes, here it is.
Treasure Island. Robert Louis Stevenson. How appropriate.
Oh my God. When you pulled on the book, the wall opened. Look, a metal door.
Why don't you sit over there, Miss Smith?
Oh, I see. Now you're going to kill me.
Oh, perish the thought. No, I'm simply going to tie you up, incapacitate you, retrieve my treasure, and when I am far enough away, I shall call someone to come and find you. Oh, I will take a few trinkets to keep the story of a burglar going for you.
Don't do me any favors.
It's a pretty solid door.
I wouldn't touch that gold if I were you.
Are you speaking of the curse? Please, Miss Smith, neither one of us believes in such fairy tales. I have sacrificed quite a lot to find this treasure, and I intend to have it.
I'm only warning you. Darius had a reason for hiding it in there. Maybe you should just leave now.
When I am this close?
What do you see?
It's more than I ever imagined. The Aztec gold.
Mr. Sharpton, are you okay?
It's beautiful. Now it's going to take quite a bit of time to get this out of here. So make yourself comfortable.
Mr. Sharpton, why did you close the door?
I didn't. It closed just as I touched the gold. Let me out.
I can't let you out. Remember? You tied me up. And quite well, I might say.
What's going on?
I warned you, Mr. Sharpton. Darius told me about the gold and the safeguard that he put into place to keep it safe.
What do you mean?
Don't you hear that motor? It's pumping out all of the air. You are going to suffocate, Mr. Sharpton.
No! Let me out!
I would, but you tied me up. You tied me up. You are going to die, a very rich man.
No, can't die. That pipe, pumping out the air. Can't reach it. No, I won't die. Let me out. Eardrums. Bursting. Mouth filled with blood. Brother Bear must have air. Brother Bear. Brother Bear. Just a Brother Bear. Brother Bear. Brother Bear.
Are you okay, Miss Smith?
Yes. What are you doing here?
Oh, well, that was just a happy accident. I'm grateful I found you tied up in the library. What happened?
When I came home, some man was here. He tied me up and then, well, I don't know what happened.
There doesn't appear to be anything missing. I searched the whole house, and there is no one here now.
So, why did you come?
I found this among the legal papers, addressed to you personally. I thought it might be important. As long as you are all right, I'll see myself out.
My dearest Joan, you have been not only my companion, but my dearest friend. If I had been 30 years younger or even
30 years
20, I
younger,
would have asked you.
or even 20, I would have asked you to be my wife. Alas, we've lived in two different worlds. I have taken care of you financially, just as you have taken care of my needs. This letter is a confession. The Aztec gold is real. You will find it in a secret room in the library. However, be forewarned, the curse is just as real. You must find someone who will willingly make their own sacrifice to get the gold. It is a human sacrifice that will satisfy the curse and allow you to take the gold to do as you will. I have already taken care of the method of killing. I would not want blood on your hands. I love you, Joan Smith. Please, for my memory, have the life that you sacrificed for me.
Joan folds the letter and throws it into the fireplace. She pours herself a glass of wine and makes a silent toast to her benefactor as the tears fall down her cheeks. I'll return shortly with a final word. Follow your passion. Be prepared to work hard and sacrifice. And above all, don't let anyone limit your dreams, wrote Donovan Bailey. Joan Smith did just that. As for Mr. Sharpton, as far as I know, he is still entombed in a secret, airtight room. Our cast included Gemma Mitchell, Jonathan Rossignol, Nick Davis, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
And you haven't seen any signs of the animal.
Sheriff, I've been all over this valley. None of the traps have been disturbed. Not one camera has picked up any trace of it.
And so where does that leave us?
2 dead bodies, mutilated beyond recognition in the morgue. And I'm scared. I'm really scared.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. Even a man who is pure of heart and says his prayers by night may become a wolf when the wolfsbane blooms and the moon is full and bright. An ancient poem that describes becoming a werewolf.
And you haven't seen any signs of the animal.
Sheriff, I've been all over this valley. None of the traps have been disturbed. Not one camera has picked up any trace of it.
And so where does that leave us?
2 dead bodies, mutilated beyond recognition in the morgue. And I'm scared. I'm really scared.
Our mystery drama, Silent Howls, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Mark Wheeler, and Gemma Mitchell. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The author Glenn Duncan once said that werewolves were more terrifying than vampires. The idea of seeing the human within the beast and knowing that you can't reach them is the real horror.
Hey, Sandra, over here.
Sorry I'm late, Sheriff. I was up all night with Baldy.
You and that eagle. Now, how's he doing anyway?
The wing's almost healed. He should be able to go back to the wild in about 2 weeks.
It's always amazed me how well you do with that animal shelter of yours.
I've always had a sort of kindred spirit with him. I can't explain it.
Well, whatever it is, it's a good thing. I've already ordered your usual breakfast, if you could call it that.
Wheat toast, maple and brown sugar oatmeal, orange juice, black coffee. You can't beat it.
Old bacon and eggs beat that slop any day of the week.
You eat whatever clogs your arteries, and I'll eat healthy. So, what's going on with the sheriff's department?
Are you kidding? In this town? The closest thing we got to a crime here is when those two old guys get into an argument over their checkers game at the courthouse.
That's why I moved here. So quiet and peaceful.
Well, there was that one time about 7 years ago.
Oh, really? I don't think you ever told me about it.
Are you sure? Well, then I'll tell you now. Happened out there at Talking Rock.
Your favorite fishing spot?
Exactly. It seems there was a group of tourists who decided to do some camping out there. And it fouled up my whole weekend fishing trip.
Oh, poor baby.
Hey, I take my fishing very seriously.
I'm sorry. Go on.
Well, there were 6 of them in the group. Young, full of life, excited to be there. However, what I found the next morning was nothing short of a nightmare.
What did you find?
They had all been mutilated by something. Wasn't hardly anything left of them.
Nice breakfast conversation. But I do have a strong stomach.
Hey, Maggie, more coffee over here. I'm the one who had to contact family members. It's not one of my favorite jobs.
Did you ever find out who or what did it?
Well, the doc put it down to some animal, wolf or bear or something.
Now that's kind of weird.
Why do you say that?
Because there hasn't been a bear or wolf sighting around here for years, according to my records.
Now you see, that's what I said, which only leaves one other theory.
Which is?
Someone in this quaint, quiet little town is a homicidal maniac. Yeah, one good thing did come out of it.
Out of a slaughter? What could possibly be good?
People stayed away from my fishing hole.
Well. Our great Sheriff Carter finally decided to come to breakfast.
Please tell me you ordered already.
Geez, Sheriff. You You look terrible.
I'm just now getting back from Talking Rock.
So, can I expect a fish fry tonight?
There was a murder out there last night.
What? You've got to be kidding.
Young girl, about 20, decided to go out and take a walk along the water's edge. A group of Boy Scouts found her last night.
God, how terrible.
Yeah, that's not the worst part. She was mutilated beyond recognition.
Just like those tourists from long ago?
Yes, just like that.
All right now, settle down. I'm getting you dinner. And how are you doing, little one? Now, who on earth? Wildlife Sanctuary. Sandra Ross speaking.
Man, glad I caught you. Think you could meet me at Talking Rock?
Now, you know I don't like to fish.
We've had another attack. A male, we think. Not much left of it.
What? So why do I need to see it?
This time, we have a witness. They claim it was a large, wolf.
Are you sure that it wasn't just a very big dog?
Well, that's why I want you to come out here. We found some prints in the dirt, but they sure don't look like any animal prints I've ever seen.
In what way?
Well, I've never seen an animal with 5 toes before.
Being a nocturnal creature by nature, I often find myself in dark alleys, forests, and even cemeteries. I have never run into a werewolf, but I'm always hopeful. I'll be back with Act 2 shortly. Andrew Paul Williams once wrote, "But when the moon is waxing and all the world's asleep, through woods and fields the werewolf will creep."
So, Sandra, what'd you find out?
I checked all the cameras and got, well, nothing.
Not even one picture of this thing?
Not one. Look, I showed the pictures of those paw prints to a friend of mine in Newport. He was completely stumped. There was one thing, though.
Oh, at this point, anything will be helpful.
One of those traps I have set was sprung last night. Whatever got caught managed to get away.
Damn. Hey, Maggie, how about some more coffee over here?
By the way, Sheriff, what happened to your hand?
Huh? Oh, that. Would you believe I caught it in the door this morning? It hurt like hell.
I bet it did. Hopefully it doesn't affect your fishing.
Nah, nothing can stop me from fishing. Not even some marauding animal.
I'm not sure that it is an animal.
Well, you got any ideas?
I did a little research, Sheriff. Seems that those killings, to use your words, a long time ago, weren't the only one.
So you found out the town's little secret. Okay, you're right. There have been others. But look, my hands have been tied by the city council and the mayor. Well, this town thrives on tourists, and if something like a bunch of killings ever got out...
Oh, I get it. I completely understand. What seems strange to me is that after those tourists were killed, there wasn't another one until...
Until... what?
Where have you been all this time, Sheriff? You just got back last month. They gave you your badge back. No election, no questions, nothing. Now, why is that?
I had a brain tumor, all right?
What?
And I was diagnosed with it right after all that took place. Inoperable. So I did some checking, and I found another doctor who said that he could cure me.
Which he obviously did.
So does that answer your question?
Just curious.
Yeah, speaking of being curious, what happened to your hand?
Accidents do happen. Animal bite. You know, I do run a wildlife sanctuary.
Of which you took over only recently.
What is that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing. Just an observation. Kind of strange we both hurt our hands.
My left paw? You're right. Well, I thought it was funny. What are you looking at?
Hey, give me just a minute. Howdy. How you doing?
Oh, well, hello, Sheriff. I'm doing all right.
Just passing through?
Sort of. I'm an artist and thought I just might do some painting around here.
Well, I'm Sheriff Carter. I'd like to welcome you to our little hamlet.
It is rather nice. Quaint, actually.
Yeah, that's what most people say. I would like to keep it that way.
Look, Sheriff, do you greet all the tourists, or am I just special?
What's your name?
Well, I really don't have to tell you that, but since you asked me in such a friendly manner, I'm Victor Duncan.
Well, nice to meet you. You staying at the King's Arms?
Well, it's the only place in town to stay. I mean, unless, of course, you have something else in mind.
No, not at the moment. Cut yourself shaving this morning?
Why do you ask?
Oh, that little bit of blood there, on your collar.
Yes, shaving. Is that all, Sheriff?
For now.
What was that all about?
Oh, shaving my eye.
Come on, Sheriff. He's just a tourist.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. Anyway, it seems like you were wanting to say something to me, and now you're just not quite sure how to say it.
Can't hide anything from you, Columbo. Okay, I checked. The killings, or at least the new ones we know about, all happened at the same time and in the same place.
I do my fair share of detective work. That is what they pay me for. Yes, they all happened out there at Talking Rock.
Your favorite fishing spot.
And something else. They all happened during the full moon phase. The night before, the night of, and the night after.
Do you want to say it, or should I?
Oh, Sandra, now, you don't really think that this is a werewolf, do you?
If the paw print fits.
Okay, you got any suspects?
Mulling it over. Do you? Ta-da. Nice night for a walk.
Hey there. Need a lift?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, come on. It's about to pour down rain. You want to get wet?
Yeah, okay.
So, where were you heading?
Place called Talking Rock. Turnoff is just up ahead.
Why do you want to go there?
Let's just say that I'm hunting.
The werewolf legend has evolved over time. Long gone are the full moon wolves who were tortured creatures of the night. But like all legends, they do return, and sometimes with a vengeance. You return with me for Act 3. Tommy Cusella once wrote that the notions of the werewolf, both in folklore and popular culture, have one thing in common. It is fear of the unknown and suspicion against strange and unfamiliar people.
So, is this the place?
This is it.
Very quiet. Lonely.
Say, is that a cassette player?
Yes, it is.
Haven't discovered the digital world yet?
Tape is more pure.
Are all of these your tapes?
Yes, they are. Recording them myself. Would you like to hear one?
Sure. Hope you got some good tunes.
Oh, I'm sure that you will find this quite interesting.
You can sit over there.
So, what do you want to do, honey?
Please, just sit there, quietly.
You want to watch? Well, let me just take this off.
Please, don't do that.
And I can take these off, too.
I did ask you, nicely.
Do it! Please, no, please.
Shut up!
Oh, no,
Shut
no, no,
up!
no, no, no. Oh, oh, oh.
I did ask you nicely, Kristen, not to do that. You just wouldn't listen. But I showed you. Oh, I showed you.
Are you not frightened?
Why? Should I be?
After hearing what I did to her? That does not scare you?
Like I said, why should it?
What do you keep looking at?
The moon. Starting to rise just over that hill.
What's so special about that? Hey, where do you think you're going?
I told you. I came up here to hunt.
Hey, Maggie, a little more coffee over here, please. Thank you, sweetheart.
Any idea who he was?
Well, it wasn't Victor Duncan, that's for sure. Ran his name, but nothing came back. Luckily, the doc was able to get one usable fingerprint from, well, what was left of the body.
So? Who is? Or rather, was he?
Well, his real name turned out to be Albert Black, and he was wanted for questioning in New York. There's something about a series of murders that he was a person of interest.
So, the serial killer turns into the victim. Any suspects?
Not a clue. We did find those same strange tracks by the body.
Really? Sheriff, can I ask you something?
Well, sure, Sandra. You can ask me anything.
Where were you last night?
Yeah. And I could ask you the same thing.
Hey, I have nothing to hide. I was checking the cameras around Talking Rock.
Well, now that's funny. I was fishing up there last night.
Kind of a curious coincidence, don't you think?
So, who could be the werewolf? Was there even such a creature? Or was it just a series of unexplained murders in a small town? As is often the case, we leave that up to you. I'll be back with a final word. I believe that singer Warren Zevon had the right idea. You hear him howling around your kitchen door. Better not let him in. A little old lady got mutilated late last night. Werewolves of London again. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Mark Wheeler, and Gemma Mitchell. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
I vote that we leave as quickly as possible. Like, right now.
We can't. The storm blew the trees down, and the road is blocked.
Can't we walk out?
7 miles through the woods, in this storm?
Then we are trapped here. And if the legend holds true, we are all going to die here.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Of ghoulies and ghosties and long-legged beasties and things that go bump in the night, good Lord, deliver us. Well, so goes the prayer. It is the monsters that dwell in each of us that we should pray for deliverance.
I vote that we leave as quickly as possible. Like, right now.
We can't. The storm blew the trees down, and the road is blocked.
Can't we walk out?
7 miles through the woods, in this storm?
Then we are trapped here. And if the legend holds true, we are all going to die here.
Our mystery drama, The Curse of Mayfield Manor, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our cast includes Mick Davis, Jonathan Rosignol, Peter Lugmeyer, Crimson McKenzie, Gemma Mitchell, William Stafford, and Winslow Swan. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. One of our strongest emotions is fear. Science has even come up with names for different kinds of fears. From the fear of closed spaces to even the fear of the number 13. The emotion has made heroes out of few and cowards out of many.
Gerald, over here.
It's a great place you picked out for our meeting.
You're late.
If I didn't have to fight my way through a crowd at the bar, I might have been here on time. So, what's going on that we couldn't do this at the studio?
You want something to drink?
No thanks.
Okay, here it is. Have you ever heard of the Mayfield house down in North Carolina?
Should I have?
The network thinks it'll be a perfect place to do one of our horror specials.
Come on, Hank. I'm sick to death of doing those things.
I know. That's what I told them.
Spend a night at some abandoned house and see what happens. Well, I've done 7 specials, and every time, absolutely nothing happens. Oh, I catch a cold, but I never catch anything on tape.
Yeah, well, this time, I think we got something. Take a look at these.
Okay. So what am I looking at?
These were taken by a hiker who came across the house.
Yeah, so?
Don't you see it? Up in the window?
Oh, come on. A grainy photo of a shadow on a window, and you want to do an entire special on it? It's ridiculous.
Well, I admit that the photo is a little grainy, but the network is adamant. Now, if you don't want to do it...
I didn't say that. Hank, I like working for the network, and I'll do your little ghost show one more time. Who else is going?
You, me, Sherry Abrams will be working the cameras, Pamela Walker's doing the sound, and...
Wait, don't tell me. Let me guess.
He's been on every special that we've had.
Ricardo Amherst. How appropriate.
Is there going to be a problem with you two?
From me? No. From him?
I know. It's a little awkward.
Sherry and I were only married for 2 months. If she decided to hook up with that fake medium, that's her business.
I think everybody knows everybody. I'll just start the production meeting right now.
So where are we off to this time, Hank?
North Carolina, to an old mansion that was owned by one Terrence Mayfield.
How large of an old mansion are we talking about, Hank?
Don't worry, Pam. We're going to be filming this using handhelds. There are plenty of places to put your mics.
Handhelds? Really, Hank? Is this going to be one of your shaky found footage, oh, let's make the audience motion sick films?
Hardly. This place is very large rooms, so your camera equipment will fit nicely.
And what am I doing here?
That's what I want to know.
Now, don't be rude, Gerald.
I'm getting to that. As our resident spiritualist, you'll be free to roam the house, with a camera, of course, to pick up any vibrations.
The only vibrations he's going to pick up are the ones Sherry makes.
Can we discuss this later?
All right, children. Now, do you want to hear about the house or not?
Go ahead, Hank. We are all ears.
Thank you. The place was built sometime in the early 1800s. It was supposed to be some sort of plantation, but it never got off the ground. Terrence Mayfield did not believe in the use of slaves. He thought that a man that worked should be paid, which did not sit too well with the general consensus of the times. But there was another reason why the place never became a working plantation.
And here it comes.
Terrence Mayfield, according to local reports, was a practitioner in the dark arts. There was talk of blood sacrifices and Sabbats being performed.
Oh, this just gets better and better. I can see why the network was so interested.
Dusty old house, rumors, and I can feel a cold coming on even now.
Wouldn't be the first time.
It was August 13th when the locals had had enough. 12 young girls had disappeared. The townspeople marched up to the doors, grabbed Mayfield, and burned him alive in the front yard. Since then, no one has ventured near the place.
Over 100 years ago? The place must be falling down by now.
You would think so. Believe it or not, the house looks brand new.
Now how can that be?
Perhaps it has to do with the curse that Mayfield screamed out from the flames.
Isn't there always a curse?
Well, come on. What was it?
According to local legend, the first person to enter the house would be possessed and kill all the others who entered after. They would be cut in half, and their entrails would be eaten.
Oh, that's just sick.
And the network approved this?
Anything for ratings.
Well, that's the story. We leave tomorrow, just in time for the anniversary of Mayfield's curse. What do you think?
I have spent a fair amount of time in the study of curses and witchcraft. I find the subject rather fascinating. practicing that ancient religion is something that has, well, never crossed my mind. It can be quite dangerous. I'll be back with Act 2 shortly. A film crew has arrived at an old mansion to investigate and document the anniversary of a curse. We find them now standing at the door to the Mayfield mansion.
Be careful with the equipment.
I'm not a god.
Hey, Hank, what about the crew?
You are looking at it, old buddy.
That's our illustrious producer. Always trying to save a penny when he can.
Well, Gerald, don't just stand at the door. Open it. Come on. It's just a house. Wood, brick, mortar, nothing more.
Sure. Wood, brick, and mortar. Okay, here goes nothing.
Aren't you going to go in, or are you afraid of the curse?
Pam, why don't you and Sherry start setting things up? Give Ricky a handheld and let him start doing a basic walkthrough.
I do wish that you would not call me that. After all, I have one of the highest rated shows on the network.
Which only proves that the public will watch anything.
Enough, children. Go on, Ricardo. Make your walkthrough.
Gloomy old place. Dust everywhere. Not picking up anything yet. Feeling a slight sense of dread. Maybe. Something just doesn't feel right about the place. You're going to have to do better than that!
It's really blowing out there.
Storms get pretty bad up here. Sherry, did you get the cameras in place?
Ready when you are, CB.
How about the mics, Pamela?
Just getting ready to go upstairs.
Take one of the lanterns. Even in the daytime, it's dark up there.
Don't worry. Back in a minute.
Maybe I should go help her.
I'm sure she can manage.
That was close.
Okay, that was weird.
I've never seen a storm just stop like that.
What is that?
Sounds like something knocking against the wall.
It's coming from upstairs.
Pam's up there.
Sounds like it's coming from in here.
Pam?
What the hell happened?
She's hanging from the rafter. A rope tied under her arms.
Oh God. Her lower half is gone. Like it's cut away.
But what if it were? It would be on the floor. Where is it?
We need to get out of here.
I'm going to start the van.
We'll come back for the equipment.
Richard? Richard!
What the hell?
He's been cut in half!
Come on! Get in the van! Now!
Look at the van! That tree!
Storm must have blown it down.
Maybe we can walk out.
We are 15 miles out in the middle of nowhere. Cell phones aren't working, so we can't call anyone.
What the hell is going on, Hank?
I don't know. Oh, I admit we had some surprises cooked up.
What sort of surprises?
Just some sound effects that Pam cooked up to give the place a little atmosphere.
But Pam is dead. Richard is dead.
15 miles or not, I'm getting the hell out of here.
Better go after her.
Sherry, hang on. Sherry.
Harold, help me.
Sherry? Oh, God, no.
Me.
Your lower body. It's gone. Oh, God. What the hell?
Gerald runs back towards the house, the maniac with the chainsaw close behind. You don't run away, as I will return with Act 3. Three human beings have been killed, and Gerald is running away from a what? A ghost? An apparition that is capable of wielding a chainsaw? Or could it be death itself?
What the hell are you? What is going on?
Best work I've ever done.
Just who the hell are you?
I didn't think the chainsaw would ever start.
Hank?
Gerald, you were marvelous. Meet Dale Winfield, best special effects artist in Hollywood.
How you doing, Gerald?
Hank, you had better start explaining.
Just go to the living room.
And the look on his face. Oh, hiya, Gerald. Seen any half corpses lately?
Sharon? Pamela? Richard? What's going on?
Just a bit of fun, old buddy.
Fun? Fun?
Now, calm down, Gerald. It was all the network's idea. A brand new show. Maybe not as extreme as this one.
I would hope not. Having a cast of your body and face made by Dale was no picnic.
Yeah, a brand new show.
Try being buried in the ground.
I still don't understand. What about the so-called curse?
Oh, that was real. I didn't have to make that up. Okay, let's get the equipment and get ready for the real group that's coming here next week.
Haven't you forgotten the curse?
Oh, come off it, Dale. It's over. Pack up your gear.
The first one who goes inside kills all who enter, cuts them in half, eats their entrails.
Dale? What's wrong?
Yeah, come on, Dale. I was the first one inside, remember?
Really? No! I was here first. I had to set up before you got here, which means I was the first one inside. And that means... Hey! Anybody here? Miss? Are you all right?
I don't know. Who are you?
I'm Mitchell Stanfield from the network. You guys were supposed to check in with us every day, and we haven't heard from you.
No, that can't be. He's eaten everyone from the network.
What? Miss, are you okay?
He even gave me a taste. Said it was better when they were fresh. Won't you come inside?
When someone finally came to investigate, they found Dale and Sherry surrounded by corpses, covered in blood, licking their fingers with every bite they take, eating, sucking the meat off the bones. I'll be back with a final word. There have been cases reported of so-called curses against people. Scientists claim that it is more of a psychological occurrence than a supernatural one. But then, I wonder, can everything be explained with science? Our cast included Mick Davis, Jonathan Rossignol, Crimson McKenzie, Peter Lugmeyer, Gemma Mitchell, William Stafford, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. The Ghost Story. A tale that could be handed down from generation to generation, told around campfires, or sometimes as a bedtime story.
Now look, Mr. Trent, you had me shanghaied all the way here, and you've yet to tell me why.
You didn't have to come if you didn't want to. I'm sure that the promise of $500,000 piqued your interest.
Let's just say that it was a contributing factor. What I don't understand is what exactly you want me to do.
Why, it's very simple. I want you to eliminate my wife.
But didn't you tell me that your wife was already dead?
Very true. But now I need her completely gone.
Our mystery drama, Contract on a Ghost, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Annie Mick, Mick Davis, Peter Lugmeyer, and Winslow Swan. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The ghost story has been around for, well, before print was set to paper. You probably remember some spooky story told to you by a friend or perhaps a relative. They are quite popular, and the best ones send chills down your spine.
Come in, Mr. Morland. Good of you to stop by.
Is that what you call it?
I don't know what you mean.
Then let me make it very plain. I'm sitting quite comfortably in my apartment when two apes burst in, grab me, and haul me here. That is called kidnapping, and it carries very serious prison time.
I apologize for the rather brusque way that you were brought here.
Apology not accepted. Now if you'll excuse me.
So you have no need for $500,000?
What did you say?
I'm sure that you heard me correctly, Mr. Morland.
And that's another thing. How do you even know my name?
Oh, I know a great deal about you, Mr. Morland, or would you rather I call you Barry?
You must be some kind of nut.
When it comes to money, I suppose that I am rather maniacal.
Well, you just go right on being a maniac, and I'll bid you farewell.
I know, for instance, that your profession is that of a hired contract killer.
We prefer the term eliminator.
Oh, I just love what has become of the English language. Very well, eliminator. I wish to engage your services.
Look, Mr. Trent, I only conduct my business without ever meeting the client or the contracted. I don't know how you know about me, but I can assure you that it puts you in a very precarious position.
Oh, I'm not worried. Money has many privileges. One of them is that I can not only find out about anyone I choose, but that I am very well protected.
All right, Mr. Trent. At least we understand each other.
And we both want that, don't we, Mr. Morland?
Whatever you say, Mr. Trent.
Quite a portrait on the wall, don't you think?
She's quite beautiful. Who is she?
That is a portrait of my wife, Judith. She died a few months ago.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, I'm not. She was... well, let's just say that she was not exactly the perfect wife.
Is there such a thing?
Oh, I still have hope.
Don't we all? Okay, so who would you like eliminated?
You and your euphemistic phrases. Years ago, you would have asked me whom did I want killed.
Times change, Mr. Trent.
So not always for the better. Fine. Let's use your form of the English language. I do indeed have someone that I want eliminated, or should I now say unalived.
Cut the comedy, Mr. Trent. You said something about $500,000. So?
So, that is what I am willing to pay you for the contract.
I always get some of it up front. You understand?
Here, $25,000 for expenses.
Very nice. Okay, let's get down to the specifics.
I'm going to be out of town for the weekend.
Set up your alibi. Very smart. Now, where shall the contract take place?
Oh, right here, in this very apartment.
No, that's no good. I never come into contact with the mark.
Well, I'm afraid in this case you will have no choice.
Look, this is getting more complicated than I like. Who is this person?
I want you to kill my wife.
What? But Mr. Trent, you just told me that your wife died.
Yes, she did.
and I suggest you hire someone much better suited.
Now, don't you think that I have tried? Mediums, spiritualists, experts in the field of the paranormal, and all of them have been completely useless. You, Mr. Morland, are my last hope.
Mr. Morland, come have a drink.
I'll have several, Matrix.
You don't look so well.
I tell you something. I'm getting really sick of this whole business.
But business is great. I've been sending you enough clients, haven't I?
It's not that. I just took on the screwiest contract of all time.
You mean outside the company?
Don't worry, your name was never mentioned.
You do understand the penalty of...
You don't have to remind me of the consequences. Besides, this is going to be more of a vacation than a contract.
I don't understand.
I get to spend the weekend at the apartment of a Mr. Alfred Trent.
The Alfred Trent? The one who lives on the 140th floor of that apartment building downtown.
That's the one. Plenty of food, drink, pay-per-view, and you can bet I'm going to order every event I can find. And on top of that, the fool's paying me $500,000.
So who does he want you to eliminate?
Yeah, that's the funny part. The target is his wife.
That should be easy for you. It's not like you haven't.
She's already dead.
Holy. Well now, I can see what you mean by being a vacation. So you are a Ghostbuster now?
It's not funny. This guy is really scared of his dead wife.
In what way?
Okay. For example, he claims that she has tried to kill him several times. The latest when he called up his private elevator, and when the door opened, he almost stepped into the shaft, falling 140 stories.
Malfunction in the system.
That's what I said too. But then he told me about knives flying through the air and bookcases falling. One time, he was standing in front of his fireplace when the flames shot out at him. He jumped just in time.
You don't think. I'm only speculating. Someone might have put money towards a contract on you. Do you?
Not unless you know something that I don't know.
No. Just worried about you. You said that it was the easiest job, and you are going to be there alone.
Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Now, if you hear anything, let me know.
Of course. You are our top employee. So what are you going to do? You don't really believe.
Of course not. I'm going to take it easy for the weekend and collect $500,000. Then, I'm quitting.
Quitting?
Finished. Kaput. Over and out. I'm tired, Matrix. Very tired. And I want out.
Hugh Hefner once remarked that he thought retirement was the first step towards the grave. For Barry Moreland, he considers it a way out of a rather morbid profession. You find your way back here shortly with Act 2. It is now Saturday morning in the apartment of Mr. Trent. Barry Moreland has had a comfortable night's sleep and is now making himself a hearty breakfast.
Easiest $500,000 I've ever made.
If you don't turn that bacon over, you're gonna burn it.
What? Who said that?
If I had any substance to me, I'd help you out.
Who the hell is that?
Do you always overcook your bacon?
Now look, I'm not in the mood for any games.
You're going to ruin your breakfast. Here, give me that.
What the? Something just jerked the spatula out of my hand. And it's just floating over the bacon.
You really should have timed these. This takes a lot of energy, but I think I can do it.
What is going on? Something is turning the bacon.
Would you be a dear and turn the stove off? I don't think I can.
What? Oh, sure.
You will have to serve yourself. It's going to take a while before my energy is replenished.
Okay, Mr. Trent. You can come out now. Great joke.
It's no joke, Mr. Moreland.
Come on. Where are you hiding? I really want to know how you managed to do that. Great trick.
I take it you don't believe in ghosts?
No, Mr. Trent, I don't. Now, where are you?
Would you believe your own eyes?
I've seen projections, thank you very much.
Have you ever seen this?
You look just like the girl in the portrait. Nice picture, or should I say 3D image.
Not much energy left, but I think I can manage this.
Yeah, hey, you touched me.
And that's all I have in me for today. I'm going to have to get some rest. Too bad I can't. Rest in peace.
Miss Trent? Is that really you?
It's really me. In the spirit, anyway.
Well then, you just stand right there. I got a few things for you.
And just what do you plan to do?
Well, now, let's just see what I have.
Is that holy water?
Picked it up last night.
I don't really need a bath.
Okay, let me see. Aha! Spirit, I order you to leave this place.
I don't feel like it.
Okay, then I'll just ignore you.
I can keep it up all night.
I was really hoping this would be easy. I mean, you look, well, beautiful for a ghost.
Really? You think I'm beautiful?
Hasn't anyone ever told you before?
No, not ever.
What about your husband?
Him? He only married me for my fortune.
Oh, well, a contract is a contract. Omar Zulu Mastiva Omatep Zitag Odin Hexpalupit Zandor. What's happening to you?
I don't know. Please, you must stop. Mr. Moreland, Beery, please.
I can't do it.
What was that?
A banishment spell I got from a friend of mine.
Why didn't you finish it? You would have been rich.
I can't believe I'm saying this to you. I think that I feel something for you.
Barry? But I'm a ghost. A spirit.
I know it's crazy. I saw how much pain you were in and how beautiful you look, and I just couldn't do it. I'm just so tired of all of this.
Why don't you do something about it?
I don't know. Say, how did you die anyway?
Haven't you guessed? My husband killed me. He rigged the elevator, and I fell 140 floors.
Horrible way to go.
Actually, it's not that bad. I was dead before I even hit, so no pain.
Didn't you scream?
For about the first 50 floors. Then I think my heart gave out. Because the next thing I know, I was here. Took me 3 months to realize that I was dead.
Why would Mr. Trent want to kill you?
Does he need a reason? He killed me. Isn't that enough?
I wish that we could have met first. I mean, while you were alive.
You've met me now, and I think I actually feel something for you.
So, what are we going to do about it?
I have one solution, and then you could help me take care of Mr. Trent.
What do you mean?
I'm offering you an alternate contract.
What do I have to do?
Don't worry, darling. I will take care of everything.
There have been stories of assassins who try to help their intended victims. There are tales of ghosts who fall in love. But the two together? I'll be back with Act 3. Monday morning, and Mr. Trent, relaxed and happy from his weekend getaway, is entering his apartment.
Hello? Anyone here? Hello? Absolute silence. Haven't heard that in quite a long time. Here is to you, my dear Judith. I am finally rid of you. For good.
Mr. Trent?
Oh, Mr. Morland. I didn't hear you come in. Please, sit down. Would you like a drink?
No, sir.
And there you are. $500,000. Please, feel free to count it.
I don't think it will be necessary. I'm sure that it's all there, Mr. Trent.
Oh, must we be so formal, Barry? I see no signs of my wife, so please sit down, have a drink, relax.
Why did you murder your wife, Mr. Trent?
I don't really see why that should be a concern of yours.
From one killer to another. Why did you do it?
Very well, Mr. Morland. I was tired of her.
Tired of her? What does that mean?
Oh, you didn't know her. She was a shrew. Well, she only married me for my money.
Don't you have that backwards? Wasn't she the one with the fortune?
Oh, semantics. Regardless, I am a free and a very rich man. Yes, I am very comfortable now, and she is, well, she is wherever she is supposed to be.
At least you have that right, Arnold.
Judith! What's going on?
Look at him, Barry. Doesn't he look surprised?
Mr. Morland, I demand an explanation. Why haven't you fulfilled your part of our bargain?
You're right, Judith, my love. He definitely looks surprised.
Your love? What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, Arnold, you are so blind. You always told me how you were the best thing that I could ever find, how ugly I was, how no man would ever want me. You were so wrong.
You mean you and Morland? Oh, but that's impossible.
Not as you may think. You know, I think I might actually like it here.
Oh, Morland, what are you babbling about?
Revenge, my dear husband. My revenge over you.
No, wait a minute. No. You can't kill me.
Kill you? Do you really think that we're gonna kill you?
Oh, no, Arnold. We have no intentions of killing you.
Oh, Oh, I see now. Well, you plan to haunt me. Then all I have to do is move out. I have plenty of places to go.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that.
What? What do you mean?
You see, Arnold, you murdered me. Therefore, I am attached to you. No matter where you go, I will always be there.
What about Moreland?
Oh, well, Judith very obligingly pushed me down the elevator shaft. I didn't even scream.
Which means that Barry is attached to me. Just think, Arnold Trent, this is the first day of the rest of your miserable life.
No. No, 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 no.
Arnold Trent sinks into his leather chair, his drink falling to the floor. He seems to age as the dawning terror of realization overcomes him. I'll be back shortly with a final word. The actress Julianne Moore once said that falling in love and being in love with someone was a rarity. But when it does happen, it is very special and important. Our cast included Mick Davis, Winslow Swan, Peter Lugmeyer, and Annie Mick. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Come on, Fred. It can't be that bad. Just tell me what happened. How did the date go with Peggy?
Oh, Dorothy, I'm not sure exactly what happened. Everything was going great until...
Until what, Fred?
Until I met Butch.
Now you have lost me. Who is Butch?
A menace. An 8-foot colossal beast. Peggy Ann Snow's boyfriend.
Wait, I thought that you and her were...
Oh, Dorothy, what am I going to do?
I'm your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your own terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. The author Brenna Yovanov wrote, "In every century, in every country, they'll call us something different. They will say we are ghosts, angels, demons, elemental spirits, and giving us a name doesn't help anybody. When did a name change what someone is?
Come on, Fred. It can't be that bad. Just tell me what happened. How did the date go with Peggy?
Oh, Dorothy, I'm not sure exactly what happened. Everything was going great until... Well, until...
Until what, Fred?
Until I met Butch.
Now you have lost me. Who is Butch?
A menace. An 8-foot colossal beast. Peggy Ann Snow's boyfriend.
Wait, I thought that you and her were...
Oh, Dorothy, what am I going to do?
Our mystery drama, Hauntings Rival, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Crimson McKenzie, William Stafford, Dave Arkhipov, Annie Mick, Jonathan Rosignol, and Winslow Swan. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. One need not be a chamber to be haunted. One need not be a house, wrote Emily Dickinson. While movies and TV shows have shown us the more horrific side of the supernatural, I always tend to think of the adventures, or should I say, misadventures, of Frederick Washington Davis.
I'm so glad that you and Stan could come over today. Sugar or milk?
Oh, no. No, thank you. This is really good tea, Millie.
Thank you, dear. By the way, where is Fred? He's usually right here when you come over.
Would you believe he is on a date?
Our Fred? On a date?
Oh, since they moved the graveyard closer to you, Fred has been the happiest we have ever seen him. Stan said that he could see Peggy almost anytime you wanted.
That's wonderful. I wonder how the boys are doing with their barbecue.
I don't hear any fire engines in the neighborhood, so I guess they're okay.
Jack has always prided himself on his steaks. So naturally, they usually come out, well, halfway decent.
Oh, let the boys have their fun. So how are things going with you and Jack?
All is well so far. Even in this economy, things have been looking up.
Steaks will be ready in a few minutes, and I must say, I think these are the best ones yet.
Look delicious to me. What have you girls been up to?
Just a little girl talk.
I haven't seen any sign of Fred. Everything okay with him?
Oh, yes. He's on a date with Peggy at the graveyard.
I gotta say, things have been pretty good at the house since he met her.
I'm so happy that he met someone. He really needed a woman in his life. Afterlife?
Hi, everybody.
Fred? Date over already?
It never really got started.
Jack, I think I hear steaks calling our name.
I've got to get some things in the kitchen to go with our steak.
Well, that was a little awkward.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt your party.
Never mind that. Now that we're alone, what is going on? Did you see Peggy?
Well, there I was, standing next to her grave with that urn of flowers you gave me. You know, the ones you picked last night from Nosy Nellie's garden.
Fred, I told you not to mention... Never mind. Just tell me what happened.
Well, I was standing there, you know, waiting for Peggy to come. I waited And I waited, and I waited, and I...
Typical girl. Always keeps the man waiting.
Well, anyway, I was just about ready to give up and come back here when she finally showed up. And, hiya, Peggy.
Hi, Fred. So glad that you could come.
Oh, I wouldn't have missed it for the world. Oh, and I brought these flowers.
They're very nice.
And Dorothy made us a wonderful lunch. Here, I'll get it prepared. And maybe we can, Peggy, why are you getting closer to me?
Don't you like me close to you?
Oh, yes, very much so.
You're very handsome, Fred.
Thank you.
Let me put my arms around you.
Oh, Peggy, this is our first date, you know.
Fred, you're so old-fashioned.
Oh, Peggy, you kissed me.
You're the most beautiful spirit that I've ever seen.
Peggy?
Oh, hi, Butch.
Butch?
Would you mind telling me who this gentleman is?
Fred, this is Butch. Butch Hogan.
Oh, well, very nice to meet you.
And would you mind explaining what you are doing in the arms of this pipsqueak?
Oh, well, let's not get personal.
I told you, Butch. We are done.
Maybe I should let you two talk things over.
Oh no, please, stay. I was wondering who Peggy would latch on to this time.
Don't be such a bore, Butch. Fred is so refined.
Fred, is it?
Oh, yes, sir.
Why don't you run along and let me speak with Peggy?
Peggy, who is Butch?
He was my boyfriend.
Boyfriend? She already has a boyfriend?
Yes. So you see, I just decided that...
To just skulk away? Oh, Fred, I'm sorry.
The sad thing, I really do love her.
Steaks are ready. Oh, hi, Fred. Join us for some juicy steaks?
It seems that Peggy already has a boyfriend.
What? So what you're saying is that Peggy is cheating?
I kind of got the impression that they were not on the best of terms.
So, are they together or not?
Well, I'm hoping not.
Well, then the problem solves itself. You got to go back and fight for her.
Stan's right. Stand up to whoever this guy is. I mean, you ran that one ghost off for us, remember?
Oh, but that was different.
How different could it be?
Well, Butch is not going to fall for any tricks.
Fred, do you really love Peggy?
With all my ectoplasm.
Then whoosh yourself right back to the cemetery and punch him in the nose.
Stan, do you think that is the best course of action?
Millie, this is man talk. Fred has got to stand up for himself. I agree with Stan.
I don't know. What do you think, Dorothy?
I'm going to have to agree with Stan. You should stand up to this Butch character.
You know what? You're right. I love that girl. I'll be right back.
As Fred vanishes, the four friends sit down for a nice steak dinner. The conversation is light and the food is delicious, but all of them have a growing concern for their friend. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Our friendly ghost Fred has made his way back to the cemetery to confront his rival for the affections of Peggy and Snow. This is the topic of conversation for his friends as they sit with coffee and drinks, discussing their advice for Fred.
I'm wondering what is keeping Fred.
Do you remember our first date?
How could I forget?
What were you two lovebirds doing?
I had a wonderful evening planned. Light supper in the park, a serenade on my guitar, watching the stars and the moon come up.
Oh, that sounds so romantic.
Why do I hear a butt coming?
Just as he got everything set up in the park, a rainstorm popped up. You should have seen him trying to pick everything up and get it back to the car.
Oh, well, that could happen to anybody.
What made it worse was that after I did get to the car, I forgot one little thing.
Oh, no, Jack, you didn't.
He left me standing in the downpour.
It was an accident.
He did come back and used his guitar as an umbrella.
Oh, how chivalrous.
Remember the time I took you out for dinner, Dot?
How could I forget?
Oh, please, do tell.
It was a wonderful night. Stan had saved up all month to take me to this fancy restaurant. We had such a great meal.
Let me guess. You forgot your wallet.
Worse than that, I dragged Dorothy through the kitchen and out the back way trying to duck the check.
So what happened?
After dashing through this filthy alley, ruining my dress, I finally had the chance to tell him that I had already paid for the meal.
It wasn't that funny.
Oh, Stan, what would we do without him?
Fred? Fred! What's going on?
Is there any way to turn him off?
Fred, that's enough.
Hello, everybody.
Fred, what happened? You're leaking ectoplasm out of your nose. It's getting all over everything.
Is that what that stuff is? Does it come out?
Fred, what happened?
Remember you told me to go and punch that 8-foot ape in the nose?
Yes.
He punches harder.
Fred, maybe you need to lay down for a bit.
I really don't feel so. Is this like when the lights went out in Georgia?
I didn't know ghosts could paint.
Is there anything we can do for him?
I don't know. I've never seen him like this.
Here, put this pillow under his head.
Any more ideas, Dot?
Oh, shut up, Stan. Are you feeling any better?
Where am I?
Jack and Stan managed to get you up to the guest bedroom.
Oh, I'm sorry to be such a bother.
Millie's making you some fresh tea. Now, tell me what happened.
Well, I went back, determined to win the heart of my love away from this brute. I marched right up to the graveyard and...
Well now, look at what the cat dragged in. How you doing, Pipsqueak?
Do you have to be so crude?
Now listen here, Butch, if that is really your name. Peggy and I are seeing each other, and that is final.
Oh, Fred, be careful.
And just what are you gonna do about it?
This.
Is that all you got?
Yes?
Why don't you try one of mine on for size?
I don't even know how I got here.
What has gotten into that girl? What a rotten little ghost. I thought she really liked you.
I don't think it's her. It's Butch.
Maybe Peggy and I need to have a little talk. Woman to ghost kind.
Dorothy Peters is not one to be trifled with. She has taken on her share of spirits and other supernatural entities. Let's see how she handles Peggy Ann Snow when I return with Act 3. Dorothy has made her way to the cemetery and is currently looking for the spirit of Peggy Ann Snow. Fred is waiting in the car with Stan, hoping that all will go well.
Peggy? Peggy Ann Snow, where are you?
Oh, you're Dorothy Peters.
Darn right I am. What's been going on here?
How is Fred? Is he okay?
Millie and I have a large cleaning job that you should be helping with on her living room floor. Ectoplasm's all over the place.
I didn't mean for it to go so far.
Didn't mean for what to go so far?
Look, I like Fred. I really do.
Then who exactly is Butch?
He's my boyfriend. He has been for a long time. I met him shortly after he passed. Oh, I know he's big and brutish, but there was something about him.
Apparently a good right cross.
Are you sure Fred is okay?
Never mind that.
Well, you see, Butch was sort of neglecting me.
And you thought that you could make him jealous? With my Fred?
I didn't mean for anyone to get hurt. Least of all Fred. Will you tell him that I'm sorry?
I think you should do that.
I couldn't face him. Anyway, Butch is expecting me. Sorry.
Peggy? Peggy! Get back here! Peggy Ann Snow, get back here right this minute!
Well, how did it go?
Does she want to see me?
Fred, I've got some bad news.
Oh, I knew it. I just knew it.
Peggy wasn't right for you anyway. I could just... Well, I'm sorry, Fred. Even girl ghosts can be cruel.
Sounds like Peggy can be a complete
Stan, we don't use that language.
I was just saying that...
Stan, I know, and you're right.
Oh, it's okay, Dorothy. How dare she just throw me over for some stupid 8-foot giant? Who needs her anyway?
That's the spirit.
Besides, with the luck that I have had with women, I'm going to swear them off completely. That's it. No more women for this little ghost. I have had...
Fred? What are you looking at?
Don't you see her?
See who?
Why, over there. Isn't she the most beautiful?
Where are you looking?
Gorgeous woman that you have ever laid your eyes on? And she's waving at me.
Oh,
Not again.
As someone once said, and I really don't know who, that love does not begin and end the way we think it does. Love is a battle. Love is a war. Love is a growing up. And we never know when love will strike next. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Henry Van Dyke once wrote, "Time is too slow for those who wait, too swift for those who fear, too long for those who grieve, too short for those who rejoice, but for those who love, time is an eternity." Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, William Stafford, Winslow Swan, Dave Arkhipov, Annie Mick, and Jonathan Rossignol. The story was written by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Hello?
Mr. Jones, it's Marcy.
Thank goodness it's you. Listen, I should be home by about 7. I hope that doesn't make it too late for your dinner.
7 is fine. However, it would be nice if you had told me that we were to have company.
As far as I know, there isn't any.
Well, sir, I received a rather strange phone call. The lady told me that you should come home and wait for her.
Did she say who she was?
She claimed to be your wife, sir. I'm not one to pry into my employer's affairs, but I thought that you said that you were a widower and your wife was dead.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. A normal human being does not want the kingdom of heaven. He wants life on earth to continue, or so said author George Orwell. And yet, everyone eventually dies. Or do they?
Hello?
Mr. Jones, it's Marcy.
Thank goodness it's you. Listen, I should be home by about 7. I hope that doesn't make it too late for your dinner.
7 is fine. However, it would be nice if you had told me that we were to have company.
As far as I know, there isn't any.
Well, sir, I received a rather strange phone call. The lady told me that you should come home and wait for her.
Did she say who she was?
She claimed to be your wife, sir. I'm not one to pry into my employer's affairs, but I thought that you said that you were a widower and your wife was dead.
Our mystery drama, Behind the Door, was especially written for Doorway to Nightmare and adapted from the short story by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Mark Wheeler, Annie Mick, Crimson McKenzie. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The 13th century Persian poet Rumi wrote, "Goodbyes are only for those who love with their eyes." Because for those who love with heart and soul, there is no such thing as separation.
There, Richard, over here.
Daniel, great to see you again.
Sit down. So tell me, what have you been doing with yourself since you left?
Marriage.
You married? Who's the lucky girl?
Her name is Charlotte, and she's the loveliest creature on the planet.
Yeah, but for how long?
Now that's not very fair. Brenda died of natural causes.
A heart attack. Yes, I know. Well, she did leave you quite well off.
Yes, but it took almost a year for the insurance company to pay the policy.
So what made you decide to get married again?
Oh, Daniel, it was like magic. Charlotte is the best thing that has ever happened to me. And she was. She was gorgeous, intelligent, and had come into my life at just the right time.
Oh, ooh! I'm so sorry. Please forgive me.
No harm done. Are you injured?
No, only my pride. Foolish of me for not looking where I was going.
Well, then, you must let me take you out for dinner.
How very bold you are, sir. I don't even know your name.
Richard Jones, and who I have the pleasure of dining with this evening.
Charlotte Croft. And I must unfortunately decline the invitation.
Oh, now my pride is hurt.
Oh, don't let it. I have an engagement at the museum this evening that I must attend.
Then the problem solves itself. I shall accompany you.
Bolder and bolder. I will meet you there at 8 p.m.
And that's how it began. We went to the movies, the park, all the things that people who date begin to do. I even explained about my first wife and how she had died.
You poor, dear, sweet man. However, life must continue. I'm so glad that you decided to continue it with me.
Less than 6 months later, we were married. I moved into her penthouse and we began to set up housekeeping. I worked as best as I could, but Charlotte took care of all the expenses.
I believe that a man should keep all his money. What he's worked for so hard. Don't worry about the general bills. I can take care of them.
In a year, I had grown to hate her. I understand that hate is a very strong word, but it's the only one that I can come up with. To me, she seemed to lord over the fact that she was taking care of me. I offered many times to pay the bills, do the shopping, but every time I brought the subject up, she would tilt her head and laugh and say,
Richard, darling, don't give it another thought. Let me worry about those trivial matters.
Yes, I hated her for that, until one day when I regretted hating her. Hello?
I'm coming home, Richard. Wait for me.
The phone went dead. I tried calling her back, but it simply kept going to her voicemail. I must have left 20 messages, but none were returned. It wasn't until the doorbell rang, and I found the police on my doorstep.
Mr. Jones?
Yes?
I'm afraid that I have some rather disturbing news. Your wife, Charlotte Jones, has been killed in a car accident.
Charlotte? Are you sure? Could it be somebody else?
This was the address on her license. I'm sorry, sir.
It just can't be. I talked to her on the phone. She said that she was on her way home and that I should wait for her.
We may need you to come down to the morgue for a positive identification.
I felt like it was a dream. I barely remember seeing her body lying on the slab at the morgue. Her face was mangled, and while they had tried to get most of the blood off of it, she was still a grisly sight to see.
Is that your wife, sir?
Yes. God, yes. What happened?
We're not sure, but we know that it was just an accident. We're still investigating, but I'm quite positive that it will be ruled as such. I'm sorry for your loss.
My loss? Oh no. It's my gain.
According to Edgar Allan Poe, the boundaries which divide life from death are at best shadowy and vague. Who shall say where the one ends and where the other begins? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Richard Jones, a widower, met the love of his life, or so he had thought. Even though he was working, his new wife, Charlotte, seemed to be carrying the weight of the everyday bills that tended to occur. While the marriage seemed to be perfect at first, Richard began to loathe her. Until...
Charlotte had died. The police had determined that it was simply an accident, caused by a faulty brake system. She had called me to let me know that she was on her way home, and according to the report, slammed into a tree 5 minutes later. I had looked at the clock when she had called, 11:13. It had been 10 years since the accident, almost to the day when the phone rang at exactly that time. Hello?
I'm coming home, Richard. Wait for me.
Wonder who the devil that was.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Marcy. Just coffee, please.
Now, sir, if you don't mind me saying so, you really should go off with a good hearty breakfast. My Joseph, God rest him, always had a good breakfast to start the day.
Really, Marcy, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind. If coffee is all you want, then that is all I will serve. Would you like me to answer, sir?
No, I'll pick it up. Hello?
I'm coming home, Richard. Wait for me.
Sir, will you be home for dinner? Oh, my. You look white as a ghost. Everything all right?
What? Oh, yes, everything's fine. Just a wrong number.
It seemed to upset you, sir.
I'm fine, Marcy.
Very well, sir. Will you be coming home for dinner?
Yes, I should be. If I do run late, I will give you a call. Twice the phone had rang, and both times it sounded just like Charlotte. I knew it was impossible. Charlotte had been dead for 10 years. I met up with my friend Daniel at lunch and told him what had happened.
Most remarkable. That's quite a tale.
I can assure you, Daniel, this is no tale. Last night, and then again this morning.
No, but you yourself said that it only sounded like Charlotte.
I know.
Perhaps it really was just a wrong number. You know, you're not the only Richard that lives in the city with a telephone.
It was just a little bit unnerving. What this woman said was the very last thing that I heard Charlotte say.
Nah, Richard, it's just best to forget it. I know that I've accidentally dialed the same wrong number and had to apologize not just once, but twice.
Oh, I suppose you're right.
And if it happens again, well, maybe you need to call the police.
And tell them what? That a wrong number has been calling me?
You're right. Best just to forget it.
I poured myself into work at the office. By the time the afternoon had come around, I had forgotten the phone calls. When I returned home, Marcy had made a wonderful dinner, and my spirits had been lifted. She retired to her room around 10:30, and I stayed up to watch the late news. I must have drifted off to sleep. I woke with a start to the ringing of the phone. Hello?
I'm coming home, Richard.
I'm afraid that you have the wrong number.
Wait for me.
I stood there, staring at the receiver in my hand. I looked over at the clock and a cold chill went up my spine. 11:13. Sleep was fitful that night. However, for 2 days there was no strange calls. I would let Marcy answer the phone every time that it would ring, but it was usually something that either her or I was expecting. That was until Thursday night.
Now your dinner is in the oven, sir. I made you a nice pot roast and veggies.
Thank you, Marcy.
Oh, sir, you're too kind. I should be the one thanking you for giving me this job.
Well, I wish the pay was a little better.
Pay with room and board? I couldn't ask for a better job. Now I will only be away tonight. I should be back by 10 in the morning.
I'm sure that I will survive.
Oh, you men. My dear Joseph, God rest him, couldn't even boil water.
The apartment was silent. I had some peace and quiet. And without thinking about it, I answered the phone.
I'm coming home, Richard. Wait for me.
Charlotte?
Richard. Why? Richard, why?
There was no mistaking it for a wrong number now. It was Charlotte. I knew that voice. Even after 10 years, I knew that it was her. She had asked me why. Why what? Why was I still alive? Why had I not died of a broken heart? Or was she asking why it was me that had killed her?
Someone once told me that there can be nothing against you unless the dead could come to life. I can assure you that what awaits Richard is nothing short of pure terror. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Richard Jones has been receiving some rather strange phone calls at the exact time that his wife Charlotte made her last call to him before losing her life in an auto accident.
Yes. You have guessed correctly. I had tampered with the brakes of the car, and 5 minutes after she had called me, I was very, very wealthy. The money was practically gone within a year, and there was just enough to afford the apartment and the services of a lonely widow named Marcy, who has, I believe, grown quite fond of me. Talking to her, I have found that she is in no desperate need of money, as she had redeemed a large settlement from her husband's estate. But I don't want to progress plans too far ahead of myself.
Oh, sir, you startled me. I didn't expect you to be home.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you.
Oh, it's all right. My Joseph, God rest him, used to sneak up on me all the time. Gave me such terrible jumps, he did. When I backhanded him one time, on accident, of course, he stopped that foolishness. Now then, since you are home, How about a nice cup of tea?
I just made some coffee.
Oh, well, suit yourself.
Did you enjoy your visit?
Oh, yes, sir, very much. My friend Evelyn and I always have a nice visit, both of us losing our husbands and all. Yes, it was quite relaxing. However, there was one strange thing that happened.
Really?
Yes, we was watching the telly, but Evelyn likes to go to bed around 9, and I just can't bring myself to sleep that early, so I stayed up a while longer. Well, anyway, the phone rang, and I thought that it was perhaps you calling, so I answered. Turned out to be one of those prank phone calls. I didn't think that anyone did those anymore.
Don't tell me. Is your refrigerator running? Well, you best go out and catch it.
Oh, you. No, it wasn't anything like that. No, it was a woman who told me to let Richard know that she was coming home and he should wait for her. Then she hung up.
What did you say?
Oh, my. Are you all right, sir? Maybe you should go and have a lie down.
No, I just remembered. I have some important work to catch up on. I'll see you tonight. Home was the last place that I wanted to be. I watched the clock all day, willing it to slow down. Eventually, I knew that I would have to go home. I nearly jumped out of my skin when the phone on my desk rang. Hello?
Is that you, sir?
Yes, Marcy, it's me. Look, I should be home around 7.
Well, sir, there seems to be some company coming over tonight.
I'm not aware of anyone coming.
I took another call a few minutes before I called you. The woman on the other end said that she would be home tonight and that you should wait for her. She said that she was your wife. I thought you told me that your wife had died.
I must have broken at least 20 traffic laws racing home. I kept looking into the rearview mirror for the flashing lights and the siren. When I arrived, the apartment was silent. Marcy! There was no answer. I looked at the phone. I honestly didn't even want to touch it. Hello?
I'm coming home, Richard. Wait for me.
Just... who the hell is this?
You should know who this is, Richard. After all, I am your wife.
My wife died 10 years ago. This is not a very good joke.
If you really needed the money, you could have just asked. Such a shame. But that is all over now. After 10 years, we will finally be together. I really don't like the new body. I think that you could have done a lot better.
So now I'm sitting here in the living room, which seems to be a very archaic name. I'm watching the clock as I write all of this down, hoping that by my confession and the events that have happened, my soul will not be damned. Marcy?
Get me home, Richard.
Wait for me.
Charlotte! I'm going to leave these notes on the table. Frozen. All I can do is sit here and wait for I'm not even sure what. Marcy or Charlotte? Whatever is waiting for me in that room. I can't move. And I don't want to go down the hallway and find out what's behind the door. I'm afraid to.
I'm home, Richard. I'm really home.
The police were called to the apartment of Richard Jones, who lived with his housekeeper, Marcy. They found Richard halfway in the bedroom, lying on the floor and covered in blood. No trace of anyone named Marcy has ever been found, but they are still looking. I'll be back shortly. I began our little tale with a quote from George Orwell. I will end it with one from Ralph Waldo Emerson. It is the secret of the world that all things subsist and do not die, but retire a little from sight, and afterwards return again. Our cast included Mark Wheeler, Annie Mick, Crimson McKenzie, Carter Sheriff, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
The rules are quite simple, Miss Markheim. You simply sit here and smoke cigarettes.
Doesn't seem to be too stressful. And for that, you will give me $5 million?
Tax-free. Of course, there is a catch.
It wouldn't be much of a gamble if there wasn't one, now would it?
And you are free to leave at any time. At least, until we begin our little game.
What do you mean by that?
Once you begin your game, you must complete it until the end.
And if I don't?
Oh, well, then Jansen here will take his gun and put a bullet in your head.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us to the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Have you ever gambled? A lottery ticket bought with $1? Or perhaps a trip to a casino? Gambling dates back as far as the Paleolithic period, when even cavemen liked the occasional game of chance after a hard day of hunting.
The rules are quite simple, Miss Markheim. You simply sit here and smoke cigarettes.
Doesn't seem to be too stressful. And for that, you will give me $5 million?
Tax-free. Of course, there is a catch.
It wouldn't be much of a gamble if there wasn't one, now would it?
And you are free to leave at any time. At least, until we begin our little game.
What do you mean by that?
Once you begin your game, you must complete it until the end.
And if I don't?
Oh, well, then Jansen here will take his gun and put a bullet in your head.
Our mystery drama, Danny's Game, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Gemma Mitchell, Raven Adams, Jonathan Rosignol, Mick Davis, and William Stafford. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Gambling has been traced throughout the ages in different parts of the world, from Egyptians to Romans and the Greeks. If we think that we have a chance, whether it be from a scratch card, the big 6-number draw each week, or rolling the dice, we are all drawn to the possibility of winning life-changing money.
It's all come down to this. A 50-50 shot at winning. I've always played the odds, but I never expected to be here. It wasn't how it was supposed to go. I was the winner. So how do I find myself here? It all started last week. I had heard about the high-stakes poker game on the Scenic Railway. It's an old-style steam engine train that caters to tourists through the mountains. However, there is one club car where a man named Danny Pierce ran a poker game. Getting into the game was luck in itself. Excuse me, are you the conductor?
Yes, ma'am. Timmons is the name. Are you on the train today?
I was wondering about a card game that is played on here.
You must be talking about Danny's Game. Yes, ma'am, but it's usually booked up.
Would a C-note help me up the list?
Well, ma'am, I could get you first alternate.
How about 3 C-notes?
I'll see what I can do.
After about 10 minutes of riding, the conductor finally ushered me to the club car, where I met Danny Pierce for the first time.
Welcome to the game, Ms.
Markham. Sherry Markham.
Not the Sherry Markine.
Guilty, Mr.
Let's just say it's Smith and leave it at that.
Oh, come on, Roland. We're all friends here. Ms. Markheim, this is Roland Archer.
Pleased to meet you, Senator.
And before our host rats me out, I'm Ace McIntyre.
Surprised that you recovered from your accident.
Well, seems that our beautiful Miss Markheim knows you too, Ace.
Not much of an accident. Just a stunt on the film that went wrong. Still, kept me off the set for 3 weeks.
Come on, can we get on with this?
Of course, Roland. I'm sure that Congress will survive without you this week. Timmons, I'll take 5,000 in chips to start. You do understand, Miss Markheim, that there is a $25,000 minimum?
Oh, I think I'm covered. And call me Sherry.
Should I have heard of you?
International poker player? You're kidding me, right, Danny?
No. Well then, this should be a most interesting game.
I'm gonna raise 1,000.
Too rich for my blood.
I'll see your raise and raise 1,000 more.
Call.
Full house. Kings over tens.
Damn.
Very nice, Mr. Pierce. Beats my full house, 10s over 3s.
That's a rather dangerous game you're playing there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does the smoke bother you?
There is no smoking on this train.
Yeah, but we can make an exception.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce.
Well, that last hand nearly wiped me out, so I'm gonna spend the last of my cash at the bar. Roland, care to join me?
In a minute, Ace.
I'll see you there.
Well now, Miss Markheim, it seems that it will just be the two of us.
Doesn't seem like much of a challenge.
Oh, you don't think so? You seem to like to gamble. For instance, that little habit of yours.
What? The cigarette? Been smoking for over 20 years.
Quite bad for your health, you know.
Oh, I'm sure that there are worse things. Besides, it relaxes me.
Well, if you will excuse me, I think that I will go get a drink from the bar before we continue. That is, if you would like to continue the game.
Sounds fine. Perhaps bring me back a whiskey. Neat?
Oh, it would be my pleasure.
Hang on. I'll come with you. Can't neglect my duties either.
Sure that you won't sit in for at least one more hand?
Be careful, Miss Markheim.
Oh, it's just a friendly little game.
That's not what I'm talking about. I've known Danny for a long time. He helped me get into Congress back in my campaign. He's very shrewd, you might say.
Seems to be a perfect gentleman.
How strong of a gambler are you?
I make my living at it. Why do you ask?
Even a bad gambler knows when to quit.
Are you suggesting that I quit this game now?
Not this game. I know Danny. I know how he works. And I know that he never loses. Just be careful.
Well, Roland, still here.
Just leaving, Danny.
Quite an interesting man.
Oh, did he warn you away from me?
Not in so many words. I get the feeling that you are not just friends with the senator.
He's done the odd favor for me. Nothing illegal, though.
Oh, I would hope not. So, shall we continue?
A very bad habit, Miss Markheim.
Oh, I've tried to quit several times, but I enjoy it too much.
Would you be willing to take a gamble with those things?
What sort of gamble?
How long are you going to be in town?
Depends. I haven't made any definite plans.
Why don't you come to my home in the canyon tomorrow night?
Wow, that's a little forward.
I'll be even more forward with you. If you do come, you could possibly walk out of my house with $5 million in cash.
And just who do I have to kill?
Nothing as sinister as that. You only have to play a game of chance. If you win, you will be $5 million richer.
And if I lose?
Come to my home and find out.
There is always some risk when it comes to gambling. Sometimes the odds can very much be in your favor, but there is always the chance that you could lose. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. The first casino was opened in Venice, Italy in 1638. It provided a controlled environment for gaming. Even in the refined period of Georgian England, there was a fast-paced game called, appropriately, Hazard, where entire fortunes could be lost in a single night.
Nice place you have here. Cozy.
No, it suits me when I'm here. I'm so glad that you decided to take me up on my offer.
Let's just say that I was intrigued.
Curious enough to at least pay me a visit. Did you have any problems finding the house?
Not at all.
In here, the library. Please, make yourself at home.
So, what is this game that you spoke of?
Wouldn't you like something to drink? Whiskey? Neat?
That would be lovely.
Jensen, whiskey for the lady. And I'll have some of the cognac.
Doesn't Jensen ever speak?
Unfortunately, he was in an accident some years ago. His vocal cords were severed.
Seems to be very devoted to you.
He always has my interests at heart. Now, Sherry, if I may so call you that.
Why not? We're all friends here.
Good. On to my little game.
Which is?
Well, first, you have to decide if you want to play. Once you agree, I'll give you all the details.
So I must go into this game blind?
It's a gamble in and of itself. Yes, as you say, you must go in blind. You know the outcome if you win, which is quite an incentive to continue.
What if I say no?
Well, then I will drink to your good health and escort you to the door. Perhaps we shall see each other on the train again.
And if I win, you will give me $5 million in cash.
Those are the terms.
All right, let's do this.
Excellent. The rules are very simple. Now, I'm all about rules. You understand?
Of course. What would a game be without them?
All right, well, here you are.
A pack of cigarettes?
Yes, your brand, I believe. As you can see, they have been opened, but I can assure you that all 20 cigarettes are in there.
So, you want me to smoke? That's the bet?
Yes, I want you to smoke. At least 19 of them. You see, earlier, I removed one cigarette, and I laced it with cyanide. One puff, and you'll die.
Wait, what?
You must choose 19 correctly.
Well, screw that.
Oh, no. I'm afraid there is no backing out now. You see, if you try to leave now, Jensen will put a bullet through your head.
You are insane.
A bullet through the head, slow death over the years through smoking, or cyanide poisoning. The choice is yours. Or a suitcase with $5 million.
I guess you thought I wouldn't have made it halfway through the pack.
No, on the contrary. I'm really hoping that you get to the last one.
How many others have you made this bet with?
Oh, only 2.
How did they do?
Not so well. They're buried on the grounds here somewhere. Jensen took care of all that.
Eight to go. Well, technically 7.
Wow, you really are a gambler. I'm most impressed. Jensen, please, stand behind our guest.
You think that's necessary?
Oh, if it's one thing that I have learned, it's to cover all bases. Oh, most impressive. Only 2 cigarettes left, which means that, well, one of them...
I know. One left.
Are you still willing to gamble your life? Or would you like Jensen to put you out of your misery?
Well, I may be a gambler, but I also cover my bases.
Jensen! You killed him!
Just like I will kill you.
No. Wait!
Screw you and your bet. I think I've earned my $5 million.
Sherry Markheim picks up the suitcase and leaves the two bodies on the floor. She is sure that she has gotten away with murder. But as the old saying goes, the house always wins. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The 37th U.S. Secretary of State once said, "True luck consists not in holding the best of the cards at the table. Luckiest is he who knows just when to rise and go home."
What's going on? Where am I?
She's coming around.
Good. Everything ready?
Of course it is.
Where am I?
I warned you. Danny is not the kind of person that takes gambling lightly.
What are you talking about? Where am I?
You're on the train, of course. As are guests. Poker's just not going to be the same without Danny.
At least we won't lose as often.
I'm getting out of here.
Oh, I think this gun says otherwise. Sit down, Miss Markham. You have a game to finish.
Just take it easy.
You really should have finished the game. You were only the third person to try it, and you got further than anyone. We were quite surprised.
I had 100,000 that you wouldn't make it past 10 cigs.
And then you killed Danny.
I haven't the slightest idea what you are talking about.
She really hasn't figured it out yet.
Figured what out?
We were watching the whole time.
It's a little game that the three of us played. Believe me, you were never in any danger.
You sadistic little... But one of the cigs was laced with cyanide.
Are you kidding?
That was what Danny told you. If you had only smoked one more, you would have won. Danny would have picked up the other one and showed you that there was absolutely no danger.
But why?
Just a little bet between three very bored millionaires.
Imagine our shock when you pulled out that gun and killed Jensen and Danny.
So why am I here now?
Because you didn't finish the game.
You want me to smoke a cigarette. Fine!
It isn't that simple. Here, the same 2 cigarettes that you were left with.
But this time, one of them is laced with cyanide.
You're both insane. As crazy as Danny was.
Oh no, the first time was simply a test to see how much of a gambler you really were.
You almost made it. Now you have no choice.
The gun that Jensen had was filled with blanks. This one, I can assure you, is fully loaded. I have no problem in putting a bullet through your skull.
What do you want?
It's simple. Pick a cigarette and smoke it.
The one on the right or the one on the left? Which one is it gonna be? Freedom or death?
Sherry looks at the gun, then at the 2 cigarettes sitting on the table in front of her. Faced with 2 forms of dying, she chooses one. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Leo Tolstoy once said, "A gentleman is a man who will pay his gambling debts, even when he knows he has been cheated." Our cast included Raven Adams, Gemma Mitchell, Jonathan Rosignol, Mick Davis, and William Stafford. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Hey, did you hear that?
It's only the wind.
No, there's something else. I can't describe it. Just a sound underneath the wind.
I think you've been hitting that bottle a little too much tonight.
There. Didn't you hear that?
Brad, I only hear the wind. Believe me, working out in the cemetery, you think you hear all kinds of strange noises.
Tom, that wasn't just a strange noise. That sounded like something trying to get out of its premature grave. And I don't want to be here when it does.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. Our world consists of what we perceive to be reality. We see, feel, hear, taste, and touch. But do you ever wonder what could be lying underneath?
Hey, did you hear that?
It's only the wind.
No, there's something else. I can't describe it. Just a sound underneath the wind.
I think you've been hitting that bottle a little too much tonight.
There. Didn't you hear that?
Brad, I only hear the wind. Believe me, working out in the cemetery, you think you hear all kinds of strange noises.
Tom, that wasn't just a strange noise. That sounded like something trying to get out of its premature grave. And I don't want to be here when it does.
Our mystery drama, 6 Feet, was adapted from the short story and written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Mick Davis, William Stafford, and Crimson McKenzie. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The wealthiest place on earth is not a gold mine, oil field, or even a bank, but a cemetery. In there are companies that were never started, masterpieces that were never painted, and the greatest treasure of untapped potential, wrote Miles Monroe. For some, the cemetery can be a peaceful place for reflection, or it can easily be a place of pure evil.
Tom? Tom Watson?
Who might you be, miss?
I'm Emily Maynard from the Herald.
One of those reporters who've been all over town asking questions.
That's what we do.
What brought you all the way out here?
Well, You have to admit, it is a little strange that all the people who disappeared were last seen heading this way.
You must have been listening to the stories about old Tom Watson.
Your name has came up quite a bit.
I'm sure that it has, since I'm probably the oldest living resident of Cassius Valley.
I'd like to ask...
My folks were born here, as well as my grandparents. For all I know, my great-grandfather founded this little town. I'm not sure why the city council would have sent you to me.
Oh, no. They had nothing to do.
Want to put me in a home, tear down this little shack, and make room for more graves, is it? I've been the caretaker here for 40 years. 40 years, do you hear me? And I'm not going anywhere.
Believe me, Mr. Watson, that is not the reason for my visit. Why don't you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Me? Not much to tell. My parents died when I was 15. Car accident. I left school, joined the army. Caught a piece of shrapnel in my head and got a high school diploma and a hefty check, courtesy of our government. When I moved back here, the only job available was this one, and I've been here ever since. Not bad for a 72-year-old.
Wow, well, why do you stay?
I like it. It's peaceful out here. The cemetery has been here since the 1700s. I wouldn't be surprised if George Washington slept in a tent over one of those graves. I mean, before it was a grave.
What do you do here?
I keep the grounds clean, grass mowed, weeds pulled up. I dig graves when needed.
A man of your age?
I beg your pardon. I'll have you know that I'm the best gravedigger in 3 states. Oh, that stupid council always wanted to bring a backhoe in to do it. That's sacrilegious to me. A grave is a sacred, hallowed thing. It should be another human being to dig it, not some cold machine. That's just respect.
That is amazing. You've been doing this for 40 years?
Oh, I can tell you who is where without even looking at the records or the map.
You have a map?
Sure. Look, this place is over 15 acres. Thousands of souls are resting here. The map just tells me where they are and what plots are still available.
Sounds like a rather large job.
Sure it is.
And you don't mind living out here all alone?
What do you mean?
Well, I don't think that I would be able to sleep in the middle of a cemetery, especially at night.
It's not as bad as you might think. Although, there was something that happened out here you might call strange.
What happened?
It was July, I think, about 10 years ago. I was digging a grave for the deceased mayor of our little town, rest his soul.
What better time? I'm sorry. Please continue.
I wanted to make it special for a special client. My friend, Brad Wilkins, decided to pay me a visit, and I was just finishing up.
Hello? You around?
Right here, Brad.
Gee, you scared the life out of me.
I've been telling you to turn up your hearing aid. I suppose crawling out of a grave would be a little scary.
Every horror movie I've ever seen came flooding back. Don't do that. You almost gave me a heart attack.
Now don't go making me dig 2 holes tonight.
How much longer are you gonna be?
Just finished up. Let's go up to the shack. I got some stew simmering on the stove.
Now you're talking.
Oh, come on. You really came for my stew?
Of course not. That's just an added bonus. I'm here for the $1.50 I'm going to take from you when you play gin rummy.
He sounds like a nice gentleman.
Oh, he was the town character. Always rode this old bike. Clothes that had more patches than material, but was one of the smartest men you would ever meet. And one of the richest.
Really? How so?
He once told me that he had 4 patents that were snatched up by whatever industry they affected. Of course, he was always telling wild stories.
You did call him the town character.
He took me to his house once and let me see his safe. I swear, if I were a violent man, I would have killed him and been in South America living the good life. Good thing I didn't do that.
Why is that?
He gave me the combination to the safe and told me it was all mine if anything ever happened to him.
Now that's a motive if ever I've heard one.
No, I made him put it in writing. You should have seen the look on the clerk of the court's face when she filed it. Oh, she thought we were just two old guys having a bit of fun.
But why wouldn't he have kept it in a bank?
Didn't trust them. Never did. Anyway, I'm getting away from my story. We were headed back to my shack when... Sure is a quiet night.
I have never understood why you live way out here. It's also creepy.
You get used to it.
Hey, you hear that?
That's just the wind blowing.
No, it sounded like...
Like what? That stew's been simmering for almost an hour, and my stomach's telling me it's time to eat.
Just give it a minute, will you? Maybe it'll happen again.
Come on, Brad. I'm hungry. Besides, I think you've turned your hearing aid up a bit too much.
Give it a few more. There, do you hear it?
The author Kurt Vonnegut once said that it's a small world, especially when you put it in a cemetery. But what things lurk in the dark after the sun goes down? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Norman Vincent Peale once said that the only people who don't have problems are in the cemetery. Unless you just happen to be walking through one.
Don't you hear that?
I'm telling you, it's just the wind. Now come on. Soup is gonna simmer away if we don't... Now where are you going?
Sounds like it's coming from over here.
That's just the grave I dug. Nothing in there but dirt.
How deep did you go?
6 feet, like always.
You ever wonder why it's 6 feet?
I've often wondered about that.
Would you like some tea? I just made a fresh pot.
Thank you. That would be nice.
Sugar, lemon, milk.
Oh, no thank you.
6 feet deep. During the Black Plague in 1665, the mayor of London declared that to keep bodies from spreading disease.
I wondered where it came from. You are quite knowledgeable for
An old fart. I know a little about a lot of things. How's your tea?
Quite good. Thank you. So, what happened with your friend?
He started to walk up to that hole in the ground. There was a full moon, and the gravestone seemed to glow in the light. I watched him as he got closer to the open grave, and... Hey, Brad, watch where you are standing. Wouldn't want you to fall in.
You ever wonder what might be deeper than 6 feet?
More dirt. Never really gave it much thought.
I mean, this place has been here for a long time. Maybe even millions of years.
The cemetery is old, but I don't think it's that old.
No, Tom. I mean the ground itself. We just dig down 6 feet, plant the body, and never wonder what might be further down.
Do you stay up at nights thinking about this stuff?
They found fossils in less ground, you know?
I think I hear that stew calling us.
I swear that sounds like it's coming from...
Now, Brad, I told you don't get too close to that. Brad! Brad!
Help me!
What happened?
I was looking at Brad, just standing next to that open hole. He just disappeared.
Did he trip and fall in?
No, he didn't just fall in. It was like something had pulled him in, like it had yanked him and grabbed him from behind and pulled him down.
What did you do?
I ran up to the grave, turned on the flashlight I always carried, and looked down. He wasn't there.
What do you mean, he wasn't there?
I should have seen a body at the bottom, but Brad wasn't there. I grabbed the shovel and I jumped down, thinking that maybe the wall had collapsed and buried him. It's okay, buddy. I'm coming. Jesus, what the hell was that? What the hell? Looks like a tentacle. Like an octopus tentacle. Holy, it's disappearing.
You say that you saw this thing, and then you, what, dropped it?
No, it was there. I felt it. I picked it up and started rubbing the dirt off of it. The more dirt fell away, the more transparent it became until it was invisible. I could still feel it in my hands, but it wasn't there.
What did you do?
Climbed out that hole, went back to my shack, and finished off a bottle of whiskey.
But what happened to the tentacle?
I dropped it. Couldn't find it again. That sound, that little girl sighing just below the wind, sent a chill down my spine. The mayor's funeral was the next day. I spent most of it laying in my bed trying to drink away the horror of Brad, the tentacle, and that sigh, that little girl's sigh. It sounded sad, more like someone crying softly. And the nightmares, they were bad. Really bad. That damn tone could have stayed with me for days. I could hear it every time the wind blew. I tried to find it, but couldn't, so I just kept drinking. Would you like another cup?
Yes. So what happened?
Well, there was another funeral the next day, which meant I had to dig another hole. It was the other side of the cemetery. You kind of get a feel for how deep you've gone after you've been doing it for so long. I made sure the walls were perfect as usual, but then I heard it again. I started digging deeper. I didn't care if the walls caved in. I just wanted to know what was making that sound. I started digging. I watched the ground move. I saw a tentacle raising up out of the ground. I thought I was about to be dragged wherever Brad had gone. I watched it, almost mesmerized, as it started to gently caress my cheek.
Having a fence around the cemetery, I believe, is rather foolish. The ones inside cannot come out, and the ones outside don't want to go in. Unless there is another reason, which I don't like to think about. You think about returning with me with Act 3 shortly. There is a quiet place in any town you may visit. Lots want in, few are selected for the right price. No worries or cares, not a moment of stress, or even thinking about tomorrow. We call these little neighborhoods cemeteries.
How's your tea?
Very good. So what happened?
I felt that tentacle near my face. It seemed to lick my cheek like a small puppy might do. I felt it wrap itself around me, like giving me a hug before sliding back into the ground.
If you want my opinion, I think your tentacle came straight out of one of those bottles of whiskey you have.
I don't expect you to believe me. I'm just telling you what happened.
So what did happen?
I wondered why. Why Brad and not me? And then it hit me. What if this thing was something older than our world itself? An alien who had crashed on our planet and simply gone to sleep. Perhaps something that science had not discovered yet. But I had an idea. I started digging up graves all over the cemetery. I started with one of the newer ones, specifically the mayor's.
What?
I reached the coffin. I carefully opened it. The body was gone. The base of the coffin was also gone. Only the ground underneath was visible. I scrambled out of that hole, and I picked another one. On the other side of the cemetery, it was the same. The bottom of the coffin had been ripped away, and the body was missing. I spent the rest of the day digging up graves, finding the same thing. Didn't matter how old or new they were. Bottom of the coffin gone, along with the body.
I'm sorry. Well, that was a fascinating story, Mr. Watson.
Believe it or not, that's what happened.
Would you like to know what I think?
Yes, I really would.
I believe that you murdered Brad and buried him in that grave that was eventually going to house the mayor.
Really?
I also believe that you've been killing people that come out here for some reason or another.
And what brought you to that conclusion?
I checked on a few things. Whenever there is another funeral, there is another disappearance. You see, you dig the graves, you murder your victim, and then just dig a little deeper for the body.
An interesting theory, but completely wrong. How is your tea?
It is rather good. I'm sorry, I don't know what is making me so tired.
Could possibly be the pills I put into the tea.
Wait, what?
You see, whatever is under the ground around the cemetery has been there for a long time. When this place was made into a cemetery, it woke up. It found a very fertile supply of food.
What's happening to me?
I think whatever it is didn't take me because it knows I'm its caretaker.
What did you do to me?
I'm saving you from the horror of being eaten alive. It doesn't mind the bodies from the mortuary, but like all of us, it does prefer fresh meat.
As Emily slips into that dark whirlpool of unconsciousness, her mind screams out for help. Tom, taking her limp body, carries her to a recently dug grave. I'll be back with a final word. The cemetery is a place of peaceful rest. No one there has cares or worries. If now you have something to worry about the next time you see one, perhaps we have done our job to bring your nightmares to a frightening reality. Our cast included Mick Davis, Crimson McKenzie, and William Stafford. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
A Doorway to Nightmare special presentation. Written and produced by Winslow Swan and Crimson McKenzie. Featuring William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Carter Sheriff, and Mark Wheeler.
Happy birthday, dear Mrs. Peters. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, you too? Stan, I almost thought you forgot.
How could I forget? Fred kept reminding me for the last month.
Oh, I was just trying to help.
It's okay, Fred.
Oh, thank you, Fred. And thank you to my most wonderful man.
If I get that for singing, wonder what I get for this.
Stan? What is it? What is it?
Well, open it and find out.
No. No way. Oh my.
What is it?
Stan! How did you find this?
But what is it?
I just did a web search and found a place that still carried it. Surprised?
I've been searching for this for 10 years, since the Halloween anniversary of All Hallows Eve 13. Oh, thank you so much.
Yes, but what is it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Fred. It's a perfume I used to wear when Stan and I were dating. They made a special at Halloween called All Hallows Eve 13.
It rhymed. That's how I remembered the name. Always drove me wild. Row, row.
Why do you think I wore it?
Well, don't you use it anymore? I mean, I like the way you smell.
The company that made it went out of business. It's quite a rare find.
Want me to try it out now?
Why don't you go upstairs and get ready?
Ready? Are you two going somewhere?
I have reservations at that new place on Main Street.
Oh, Stan. This is the happiest. I mean, what can I do? I mean...
Just get yourself beautiful and we can leave.
Well, she doesn't have to work too hard to do that.
Don't I know it?
Oh, Fred. Thank you.
Now, Fred...
I know. No parties, no gas. Try not to disturb the neighbors.
That's right. I'm not sure when Dot and I will get back.
Fred, are you sure that you will be okay?
Oh, don't worry about me. Since they changed the rules, I don't have to hang around you guys anymore.
Thank goodness for that.
I've got just the dress to wear tonight. Be right back.
Now, let's go over this one more time, Fred.
Stan, please, don't worry.
I just want the house to still be standing when we get back.
Nothing is going to happen. I promise.
That's what worries me.
Besides, I'm going to fade and get some shut-eye. See you in the morning, you sly old fox.
Come here, you handsome man. Oh,
Easy, Dot. You okay?
I think I may have had one too many martinis.
Have you had a good birthday?
I had an amazing birthday. Does my perfume still drive you wild with passion?
I forgot how good it really was on you. Come here.
Oh, pardon me. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Fred.
At least the house is still in one piece.
I just wanted to make sure that it was you two and not some.
Not some what, Fred?
Oh, you know, somebody trying to break.
Fred, spit it out already. Trying to break what?
Well, I always try to keep an ear out for.
Fred, what was that?
I'm sorry about that. Excuse me. Just a little.
Fred, what's going on?
I'm not sure. I'm really sorry. Sorry.
Maybe you're catching a cold.
And what's with all the sounds?
I'm afraid that whenever I sneeze, I sort of lose control. Control.
My table! Fred!
I'm sorry. Really, I am.
Great. Not only sounds, but now you're destroying the house?
Maybe I better disappear before. I'm really sorry.
What do you suppose brought that on?
I'm not sure, but I do know that we can't live with that.
Maybe I should call control.
God, not him again.
Do you have any other suggestions?
Yes. Let's take a shower and go to bed.
But I'm not tired.
Neither am I.
Oh, you beast, you! Oh.
Good morning.
Good morning, Fred. Any more of the sneezies?
Not a one. I can't understand it. I was fine until you two got home.
Maybe it was one of those 24-hour colds.
Dorothy, ghosts usually don't get colds.
First time for everything. Want some breakfast?
Not very hungry all of a sudden.
Fred? Are you okay? You look a little... Well, you always look pale, but a little more pale than usual.
Well, I was fine a moment ago. I don't know what... Sorry.
That's it. I'm calling control.
What has Fred done now?
Now, how do you know that is what I'm calling about?
Isn't it always?
Maybe I just wanted to see how things were going with you.
Oh, come now, Mrs. Peters. You really are not interested in my well-being.
Okay, you're right. It is about Fred.
Again, what has he done this time?
Well, it's not really anything that he has done, but what is happening to him.
Would you please just get to the point?
Okay, he started sneezing last night, and it's making a mess of the house. Not to mention that I'm running out of excuses to tell the neighbors.
That is unusual.
I thought that maybe he had just caught a cold.
That would be a germ, something that he cannot catch since he's dead. There must be another reason.
So, what can we do?
I will send Digger to see if he can help in some way.
Does Digger have a license to practice medicine?
Well, he has worked on a lot of bodies during his time.
Very funny.
Was that...
Yes, and if Digger doesn't come soon, we may not have a house left.
Well, Digger, what's the verdict?
I'm not sure, Mr. Peters. You see, ghosts cannot get codes, so we can rule that out.
But Fred seems to be getting worse.
How could it get any worse?
My kitchen!
Fred, what did you just sneeze out at me?
That appears to be ectoplasm.
Ghost snot? Fred!
I'm really sorry, Stan.
Oh, don't worry, Stan. It does come out.
But it's my new suit.
Digger, do you have any ideas?
Well, has anything changed in the household?
Other than whenever Fred sneezes, something else breaks? No, nothing.
Let's try something. Mrs. Peters, would you mind leaving the room?
Okay, anything to help.
Now, Fred, take a deep breath.
How do you feel?
Wow, a little better. No, a whole lot better.
Now, Mr. Peters, if you could leave and tell your wife to come back.
I didn't hear anything. You okay, Fred?
Why, I've never felt better in all of my...
Just as I suspected. Haven't seen a case like this in over 100 years.
What is it?
I'm afraid that Fred is allergic.
A ghost with an allergy?
It does happen sometimes.
So what can I possibly be allergic to?
Unfortunately, Fred, you are allergic to Dorothy Peters.
How long is he going to do that?
Oh, Stan, I feel like crying too.
It's okay, we'll figure something out.
I've got it all figured out.
Fred? What is that on your nose?
A clothespin. I just won't breathe.
Fred, that is the silliest thing I have ever seen.
But look, Stan, see? I can plant right here next to you.
That does it.
Now, Stan.
Why does he have to blow his ghost snot on me?
I'm sorry. I don't mean to. Okay, so let's think about this logically.
Anything to cure the floating disaster.
Fred has never, ever had this problem before, right?
Not that I recall.
Will you take that stupid clothespin off?
Okay, so something changed here that has made Fred allergic.
But nothing changed.
Oh, yes, it did. Don't you remember? You gave me something on my birthday.
You have got to be kidding.
Your new perfume? The one that Stan looked for over a month?
That can't be it.
Tell you what, let me take a shower and I'll be right back. Fred, you stay here. Fred, are you here?
He was afraid to face you, so he whooshed off.
Fred, get back here.
I'm afraid to. What if I sneeze again? What if it's not the perfume?
Then we will just keep trying until we do find out what is making you sneeze. So come on, don't be afraid.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
I'm going to stand behind you in case he sneezes. 2 suits with ghost snot is plenty.
I'm sure I'm right. Maybe. Now come on, Fred.
Dorothy? Stan?
How do you feel?
I feel...
Oh no, not again.
I was only kidding. I feel great.
Good one, Fred.
It's not funny.
At least we know what caused it, and I don't have to explain anything to the neighbors, especially nosy Nellie.
I can actually breathe again. Well, so to speak.
It's okay, Fred. We understand. Now, Stan, we have to get rid of that perfume.
Are you insane? That bottle cost me over $300 for just 1 ounce.
And your suits cost close to $400 to get dry cleaned. Now, here's the bottle. Take it as far away from here as possible. I'm sorry.
Oh, come on, Dot. His sneezing wasn't that bad. We can get used to it.
Stan, don't open the bottle.
Come on, Fred. It was her birthday present after all. You can hold your breath or do something.
Sorry, Stan.
I'll be back in a little bit.
Where are you going?
First, I'm going to change clothes. Then I'm taking this little bottle and throwing it in the river.
You have been listening to A Doorway to Nightmare special presentation, written and produced by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. Music by Kevin MacLeod. Featured in the cast, William Stafford as Stan, Crimson McKenzie as Dot, Mark Wheeler as Control, Carter Sheriff as Digger, and Winslow Swan as Fred. Join us next time for the further adventures of Fred, Dot, and Stan in Haunting. This is your announcer, Mick Davis. Epilogue: The Butler Did It.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. We all have them. Some are closer than others. Some are nice. And others? Well, whatever each of us has, we all call them by the same name. Family.
I think he's getting closer.
Come on, we have to keep moving. Come on.
I hate this. What does he want?
Well, what do you think he wants? He just killed his mother. What would you want to do?
Our mystery drama, Sonny Came Home, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Mick Davis, and Jonathan Rosignol. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Our tale tonight deals with family. We beg the question, what would you do for yours? Most families are very close, keeping in touch with each other and always watching out for enemies that would wish them harm.
Hey, Al. What's taking my corned beef on rye so long? Hurry up, will ya?
So, come on, Ella. What do you say?
I can't tonight, Larry. Audrey didn't come in, so I won't get off till midnight.
Well, what was her excuse this time?
Oh, the usual. I have a headache. Which, of course, is code for I have a date. Ooh, she makes me so mad.
Well, why don't you just quit?
Ha ha. And do what? Move in with you?
Hey, what's so strange about that?
Larry, you work in the only gas station in town. I work at a rundown diner. How are we ever gonna make it?
Yeah, and who says we have to stay in this town?
Oh, you are going to take me away from all of this, right?
And why not? I'm sick of this town. The low pay, the rotten apartment that I live in, and the people here. And come on, aren't you?
Well, I have to admit that things are not exactly going the way I planned it.
Yeah, what sort of plans did you have?
Really want to know?
I wouldn't have asked otherwise.
No, you'll just laugh.
Hey, no judgments here.
I wanted to be an actress. And I was on my way to Hollywood when I got stuck here. That was over 2 years ago.
That's not so strange. I wanted to work on a real NASCAR racing team. I would have, too, had I not stopped in this swamp-infested place.
How long have you been here?
Too long. You don't know how happy I was that you agreed to go out with me 6 months ago.
Well, you were definitely different than anyone else who comes in here.
So why don't we do it?
I told you, I have to work tonight.
No, not that. I mean, why don't we get out of this swamp town?
Larry, I got exactly $3.27 in my bank account. Rent's due next week, and my car needs new tires.
Okay, so we need a bankroll, right?
What? What you planning? Robbing a bank?
Not a half bad idea. I mean, come on, they only have one security guard, and he must have been in the Civil War.
Oh, he's not that old. Besides, he's sweet. Always tips me $5 anytime he comes in. I would never want to hurt him.
I'm not planning on robbing the bank, I promise.
Good. So then, we're back at square one.
Yeah, not necessarily.
What do you have in mind?
I'll see you at midnight.
All right, Larry. I'm here. What's this big plan you have in mind?
I told you. I'm sick of this swamp town. Mosquitoes as big as your hand. Alligators running across the yards.
Ha! Don't forget about the snakes.
Oh, I hate snakes.
Okay, so we both agree that we hate this town. So what you thinking?
What if I told you that I could get us to Hollywood?
I'd ask when you won the lottery.
No, nothing like that. Look, I got some information last week that will get us enough money to do whatever we want to do.
You said you weren't gonna rob no bank.
I told you I'm not robbing the bank. But what if I know where we can lay our hands on over $100,000 in cash? Would that change your mind about leaving?
Now who in the world in this town has that kind of money?
Old Lady Rutledge.
Who is Old Lady Rutledge?
Oh, she's some old woman that lives on the edge of the swamp. Been there forever. I was told she was some sort of voodoo queen in Louisiana. Still helps people with potions and magic spells, if you believe in that crap.
For one, I don't mess with any of that voodoo stuff. And how would anyone like that have that kind of money?
She never trusted banks. I have it on good authority that she sold her house in New Orleans and moved here.
Sure does sound like you want to rob the bank.
No, she doesn't trust banks. Never did from what I've been told. Look, all she has is this tiny shack where she lives with her son.
So, what are you planning on doing?
Well, the money has to be somewhere, doesn't it? Obviously, she has it stashed in the house, or at least somewhere on the property.
Ugh, how can she stand to live next to that swamp?
Well, who cares? Look, her son goes to town every Tuesday. She takes a long walk at the same time every day.
Tomorrow is Tuesday.
Exactly. Look, all we have to do is wait for them to leave, and then with a little luck, we can find the money.
But what if someone sees us break in?
Are you kidding? She lives at the end of Miller Road. There isn't another house within miles. Nothing but swamp. One road in.
I don't know.
Fine. Stay here. Get eaten by the bugs and deal with the dirty looks from the townspeople and the whispers. And let's not forget about the alligators and snakes.
All right. You've convinced me. So when do we do this?
I've been keeping an eye on the place. She usually leaves around 1. Sonny doesn't get home until about 4, and she's usually gone on her walk for about 2 hours.
Larry, are you sure about this?
Dead sure.
The actor Michael J. Fox once said, "Family is not an important thing, it's everything." And it has been my experience that some families are closer than others. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Gloria Steinem once said that happy or unhappy, families are all mysterious.
Why do we have to park so far away?
I didn't want her to see the car, that's why.
And I thought you said that her son always goes to town today.
Okay, so he hasn't left yet. We just have to wait a little longer.
Ow! Damn bugs, I'm getting eaten alive!
Just keep thinking about all that money we're soon going to have.
If they will ever leave.
Now look, don't worry. They're gonna be...
Is that? No. That can't be her son.
That's him, all right.
Ugh. I wouldn't want to run into him in a dark alley. He must be 7 feet tall.
Yeah, with a face that only his mother could love.
Oh, what happened to him?
I think he was born that way.
This is mean, but he's hideous.
Look, he's leaving.
She's leaving too. Now maybe we can just get this over with.
Just give it a little time. Let her get down the road. And then we hit that place. Hard.
Find anything?
Not yet.
Oh my goodness, look at all this junk. Larry, look at this.
Voodoo doll. So what?
You think she really is this high priestess or whatever they call them?
Mama Lo.
What's that?
What you just said. A high priestess.
A simple yes would have sufficed.
You just keep looking. That money has to be here somewhere.
Just face it, Larry. There's nothing here. Just a bunch of old junk.
Fine, just grab what you can. Here. Put whatever you can in this bag.
That won't be much.
Look, will you just do it and hurry up?
Hey, look at this. It looks like solid gold.
Well, then put it in the bag. Oh, wait a minute. What is it?
Some sort of statue, I guess.
Yeah, maybe we can sell it.
What you doing in my house?
Larry, we've got company.
Who you people?
Now, don't get excited. We just had a little car trouble and we were looking for a phone.
You no lie to Mama Lo. Mama Lo know everything.
No, we really did have car problems.
You so pretty, little lady. Why you be with this poor excuse of a man?
Hey, now just a minute.
You best leave before my Sonny gets home.
Just tell us where the money is, and then we'll go.
What money you talking about? Mama Lo had no money.
Oh, you're lying.
Larry! What are you doing with that gun?
Put that away, Sonny boy. It's way too big for a little man like you.
Tell me where the money is, or I swear I'll kill you.
Little man, I'm just an old woman who makes small medicine. I don't have any money.
Quit calling me that! Now, where is it, you old hag?
Larry, please, put the gun down. Let's just get out of here.
Better do what your missus tell you. Sonny be here soon.
One more chance. Where is it?
I tell you, I no have.
Larry, what did you do?
I don't know. The gun just went off. I didn't even know it was loaded. I was just trying to scare her.
Larry, Sonny's pulling up. What are we gonna do?
Come on. We'll go out the back and hide in the swamp. Maybe Sonny knows where the money is. Come on, quick.
Mama, I got your stuff. You home?
Quick, get the door open.
No, I'm trying.
Mama, you home?
There. Come on, run for it.
Hey, who are you?
Run,
Hey, come back here.
Quick, through the swamp. We can double back and get to the car.
Come here.
The gun, use the gun, Larry.
I can't.
Why not? You had no problems killing the old lady.
Because I dropped the gun.
Oh, jeez, he's got it.
Come on, keep running.
Why you running? Come back here.
Come on. Through here. Look, the car.
Hurry, Larry, the ape is right behind us.
Quick, get in. Come on.
What'd I tell you, little man? Gun no hurt, Mama Low.
Larry, look!
No, it can't be.
Let's get out of here.
You can no run from Mama Low.
She's in the middle of the road! Larry!
Whatever else is unsure in this world, a mother's love is not, according to James Joyce. I would like to add that there is no greater magic as well. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Larry and Ella have managed to crawl away from the wreckage of their car. They find themselves running for their lives through the swamp.
Where are we, Larry?
How the hell should I know?
Ouch! I think the mosquitoes are getting bigger.
I don't see Sonny behind us.
Great. I need to sit down.
No, we gotta keep moving.
But you don't even know where we are.
All right. Let's sit for a minute. Maybe I can get my bearings and find a way out of here.
Larry, she was there, right in front of the car.
Yeah, she was dead. Remember? I shot her. I didn't mean to do it, but it happened.
Then how do you explain her being in front of the car? We both saw her.
I don't know.
Working in that diner, I've heard all kinds of stories about these swamps. I never really thought that any of it was true, but now...
Oh, right. So now that old hag is a voodoo witch coming back from the dead? Look, maybe I missed her and she tripped.
I saw the blood. I saw her fall. She was dead.
Okay, then how did we see her in front of the car?
Maybe that voodoo really is real. Maybe she really is a voodoo priestess.
Hey, you two. Mama is looking for you.
Come on, Ella. We gotta keep moving.
I can't go any further.
We don't have a choice. Ella, watch out!
Larry? What is this?
Quit moving!
I'm sinking!
It's quicksand! Hang on!
Larry is pulling me under! Do something!
Here, grab this vine!
I can't reach it!
We'll try again!
Larry! Help me!
Look, the more you struggle, the faster you sink. Now grab the vine.
I've almost got it. Got it!
Okay, now just hold on.
Pull! Hurry! Get me out of here!
You think you gonna get away?
Hey, you two.
Larry, look out! He's coming up behind you, and
what is it?
That old woman is right behind him.
Come on, I got you. Come on.
Come on! We gotta run! Now!
I can't run anymore.
Please, Larry, we've got to!
I'm done.
Took you long enough.
Larry!
How the hell? What are you?
I done tell you, little man. I'm just old woman who make little medicine.
No, you're dead. I saw you.
You don't understand, little man. Okay, Sonny, you take him back to the cabin. I got some nice stew waiting, but it need a little meat.
Come on, you two. Let's go.
Please don't do this.
I'm not going anywhere.
Hey!
Watch out for the gun!
Mama?
You little man, you take my boy. You take my boy.
Larry?
Let's get out of here.
How far have we gone?
I don't know. Good thing we found the keys to Sonny's truck.
So where are we going?
As far away as possible.
What are we gonna use for money?
You managed to find that bag of junk we took, right? Maybe we can sell it for something.
I keep seeing the look on that old woman's face. So full of anger, hate, and sadness.
Oh, Ella, try not to think about it. Look, I'm dead tired. I think I got enough to at least get us a room for the night.
She kept pointing at you, mumbling something weird, like a curse.
She wasn't a witch. I missed her in the cabin, and the gun went off when I made a grab for Sonny. End of story.
Are you so sure?
Not exactly a 5-star hotel, but it'll do.
She cursed us.
What did you say?
She cursed us. She really is a witch.
Come on, Ella. She's a couple of 100 miles behind us, planning a funeral for her deformed son. That is what she is.
But didn't you see it?
See what?
You said you missed her when the gun went off, but did you?
What are you talking about?
I saw it. The bullet went right through her head. I saw it.
No. You're wrong.
When she appeared at the car in the swamp, didn't you see it?
Okay, what do you think you saw?
I saw the hole in the middle of her forehead. You didn't miss.
So how do you explain her coming back?
Voodoo, Larry. She is a witch. And no matter where we go, she's going to find us. Ah, who could that be?
Hey, take it easy. Don't worry. I just ordered us some pizza. Look, some hot food and a good night's rest. That's all you need.
Larry, please don't open the door. Please don't.
Just a sec. Come on, Ella. I'm starving. Hey, sorry, but all I got is a 20 and... No.
Larry?
No.
You take something from me, little man.
It can't be.
Sonny, come here.
Yes, Mama?
The stew almost ready, but it need more meat.
What the hell are you?
You kill my boy. You steal my statue.
But your son isn't dead.
Is you so sure, little girl? Mama low magic very strong.
It hurt real bad, too.
Wait, what are you gonna do?
You take from me, now I'm gonna take from you.
There are many things in this world of ours that go beyond the realm of reasonable explanations. Most of us never face such things, but there are a few who know the terror of the supernatural. I'll be back with a final word. Someone once said, "You will be his first kiss, his first love, his first friend. You are his mother, and he is your whole world, your little boy. While you cannot choose your mother, you can always try to make the best of what you have." Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Mick Davis, and Jonathan Rosignol. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Nothing wrong with this door. It opens just fine. Kind of large for just a closet.
No. There was a room with a window and some sort of bright light.
There isn't one now. Just your ordinary closet.
Then explain what happened to my wife.
Yes, Mr. Lane. What did happen to your wife?
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. Home is where the heart is. Home is where you hang your hat. Home can be the safest or deadliest place on Earth.
Nothing wrong with this door. It opens just fine. Kind of large for just a closet.
No. There was a room with a window and some sort of bright light.
There isn't one now. Just your ordinary closet.
Then explain what happened to my wife.
Yes, Mr. Lane. What did happen to your wife?
Our mystery drama, Closet Horror, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Mark Wheeler, Gemma Mitchell, and Jonathan Rosignol. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Perhaps you will remember the Wizard of Oz and Dorothy, who found out that there is no place like home. It did take her running away to discover that little fact.
The clock, ticking away the seconds. How I want to stop it, just to make time completely halt its maddening journey. I sit here, watching the second hand move around the circle of time. Closer, closer to whatever will happen.
Well, here we are, home sweet home.
Well, I mean, I know it's not the honeymoon cottage you were expecting.
Oh, honey, now stop. At least we have a roof over our heads.
Well, lucky we were able to find this.
And what a price.
And that's what worries me.
What are you looking for?
The reason we got this place at almost half what it should have rented for?
Are you really going to look a gift horse in the mouth? Just be grateful.
Well, there's nothing wrong with the plumbing.
Are you going to try and find trouble, or are you going to help me unpack?
Nope, walls seem to be pretty solid.
Eric!
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. Let me help.
Finally. Now take this box to the kitchen.
Oh, what the devil you got in here? Bowling balls?
Now, what are we going to do with those paintings?
Just leave them there. It's fine.
Eric, we can't. They are awful.
Well, they did come with the place.
But look at them. My 5-year-old nephew could paint better than that.
Well, then just throw them in the closet.
What closet? They are all full.
Well, that one, over there. At least I assume that it's a closet.
Didn't you check?
I haven't had time, dear.
Now, who would lock a closet door?
Well, it beats me. Hold on a second. Let me try one of those keys the realtor left me.
Wonder what's in there.
Nope, not that one. I'm sure that isn't it. No. Nope, none of them work.
Well, that's kind of weird.
Weird or not, this door isn't budging.
Pretty solid door for a closet. Maybe you can get a locksmith out here tomorrow.
Tomorrow is Sunday, dear.
Well, Monday then. And I think some new curtains could do wonders for that front room.
What the hell was that?
I don't know. But it came from inside that closet.
Well, now that's impossible. How could anything get in there when we can't even open the door?
Well, I don't...
Whatever it is, it's locked up tight.
I just hope it doesn't go on all night.
I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing that noise in my head. I finally got up and went to the kitchen to make something to eat. I went to the front room and stood at that closet. The sound was coming from the inside. From the base of the door, there was a strange light, growing brighter. I was more determined to open that door when...
Eric! Wake up!
Huh? What?
It's almost 9:30. Why were you sleeping on the sofa?
Lana, I don't really remember.
Oh, Eric, you weren't walking in your sleep again.
Maybe I was.
I see you got the closet door open.
What? It is open.
How did you do it?
I mean, it's the strangest thing. I thought I heard that noise again. I was standing in front of it ready to force it open when the door opened by itself.
Eric, are you putting me on?
I swear I'm not. But there wasn't a closet in there.
What do you mean?
It was just a room, a full-sized room with a window on the other wall, and there was this bright light, like a spotlight, shining in the middle.
Sounds like one of your nightmares.
It's true. The window, it showed the outside, but the landscape, it was different.
Different? In what way?
Well, I mean, I could see trees, but nothing like I have ever seen. They were just
strange colors, and there was a fog hanging low to the ground.
And then I woke you up. Honey, it was a bad dream. And from the looks of that half-eaten sandwich, I can see why. Really, Eric? Pastrami on rye with mustard, pickles, tomato, and cheese?
I got hungry.
It's okay. At least we can put those god-awful paintings away.
What the hell?
Why did you shut the door?
I didn't. It just closed on its own.
Maybe it hates those paintings too.
Well, very funny.
Eric, quit playing around.
I'm not. It won't open.
New homes do tend to make weird and frightening sounds, and they often happen in the dead of night. I'll return shortly with Act 2. Strange noises in a new house happening late at night are not uncommon. Most people get used to the sounds as they become more frequent. They console themselves by saying, well, it's simply the house settling.
That was a wonderful dinner. Can I help you with the dishes, sweetie?
Oh, let's just leave them for in the morning.
Well, it suits me just fine. So, what would you like to do?
Well, there is a movie on TV that I've been wanting to watch.
Why don't we go out somewhere?
Eric, did you hear that?
Now, don't try to change the subject.
Sounds like something scratching at the door.
If it's Yogi Bear, we don't have any picnic baskets.
Well, I'm going to check.
Turn the porch light on and look out there first. Don't want a real bear getting in here.
Oh, Eric, it's a cat.
Not a wild cat, I hope.
No, it looks domesticated.
Do we really need a cat?
Oh, the poor thing. I'll get it some milk.
Maybe it just belongs to one of the neighbors.
We can't just throw it out.
There. Now are you happy?
Very happy. The thing must have been starving.
Oh, there's no collar either. Well, I can take a picture of it and show it around the neighborhood.
What if it doesn't belong to anyone?
Then I guess you better come up with a name for it.
Oh, thank you, Eric.
Never fails. Just can't sleep.
Eric, what's going on? Are you sleepwalking again?
No, I just can't sleep. And I'm dead tired.
Let's not try another pastrami on rye.
Well, apparently that cat can't sleep either.
Eric, there's that sound again. What is it?
I don't know. Whatever it is, it's definitely coming from that closet.
Look, the cat. It's looking at the closet door.
Whatever it is, the cat does not like it.
Is that what you saw last night?
Yes. You see it too?
There is a room in there. Look! The cat! No, baby. Don't go in there.
Grab her. She's going in there.
Eric, what's that coming out from under the door?
It looks like blood?
And you say your cat walked into that room?
Yes, I mean, look, I know it sounds stupid calling the police over a cat, but it was the blood that disturbed us.
That's why we went to a motel. I wasn't coming back here unless Eric called the police.
Okay, so, where's the blood?
It's right over...
Eric, it's gone.
Detective, I can assure you that...
It's okay. Really.
Well, I wouldn't have called you if I thought...
Like I said, it's okay. You nice folks had a nasty scare, that's all.
We don't usually call the police for every little thing.
Now, miss, just stay calm.
Well, when we saw the blood, I tried to open the door, but it just would not budge.
You mean this door? Doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it now. Just a rather large walk-in closet.
But there was a room in there. I swear it.
No room now. Just a closet. Now, don't you worry about it. I'm sure that you saw something.
I'm sorry, Detective. I wouldn't have called you.
Ah, that's all right. Look, if you have any real trouble, don't hesitate to give us a call.
Yes. No. I understand. Thank you for the information.
Who were you talking to?
That realtor that rented this place.
What did he have to say?
Well, it took some doing, but I finally got some info about other people who have lived here.
What did he say about that closet?
He didn't know about it. He said that there wasn't any closet.
There most certainly is. We both saw it.
There isn't any closet or any room according to him, and no other renter has ever had any problem.
Then how do you explain?
Lana steps slowly away from that door.
Eric?
Quick, over here, run!
I'm being pulled into the room.
Grab my hand!
Eric, help me! Eric, the light
Lana!
is pulling me in. It burns. I'm on fire. Help me!
Strange rooms that appear and disappear. A walk-in closet once there, yet not here. And now? Well, we can only guess at what has happened to Lana. Return with me shortly for Act 3. It is now a little while later since the disappearance of Eric Lane's wife, Lana. We find him sitting in his living room in a state of shock, the same police detective asking some very hard questions.
There is certainly blood at that door now, Mr. Lane.
She was torn apart.
Why, Mr. Lane? Why did you kill her?
That light, it's not... It can't be... It's not real.
And that's a pretty neat trick with this door, too. Can't even budge it open.
It only opens when...
Is your wife inside, Eric? Cut up into little pieces by the looks of it, by all this blood on the floor.
I didn't kill her. Whatever is on the other side of that door... It's not natural.
What did you use? An axe? Knife? And where is the weapon now?
The door. It opened. On its own. It pulled her inside, and then... God, then...
Now look. Mr. Lane. My men have searched this entire place. Your wife isn't anywhere. With all of that blood, she has to be in that closet. Or at least, whatever is left of her.
No! Not again!
What is that?
We have to get out of here! Now!
You are not going anywhere. Now sit down.
You don't understand!
What the hell is that?
Get out of here!
Eric Lane, get back here. What's happening to me? What's happening to me? Oh God, help me! I'm burning! I'm on fire! Help!
The house! It's eating the house! Run! Run!
Sitting here in this motel room, watching the clock tick away the minutes. I sat about a block away from the house, watching people being covered in that light, being ripped apart. They have been hitting out towards the house all night. It won't do any good. More food or for whatever that thing is. And it's getting bigger. I can see that light, that strange light, getting brighter and brighter, coming closer. Wherever it came from, whatever it is, it's growing, consuming everybody. No one is safe because it's growing, eating everybody.
There is nothing left in that small town, only a hole in the middle, where it is said that far down below there is something glowing and waiting. You wait here until I return with a final word. Home is where the heart is. Home is where you hang your hat. Home can be the most evil place on earth. Our cast included Mark Wheeler, Jonathan Rossignol, and Gemma Mitchell. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan. I'm Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy, wrote the bard. People have looked up into the sky since the dawn of man and wondered what could lay beyond the stars.
It's nothing more than a speck. What could they possibly have that we need?
Oh, I don't know. I don't even know why the council is so interested.
Possible invasion?
No, I don't think so. The inhabitants have all but used up its natural resources. According to my calculations, the planet Earth won't be around much longer.
Our mystery drama, The Lost Planet, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, Robert Jackson, Jonathan Rossignol, and Winslow Swan. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. It has been suggested for many generations that we are completely alone in the vast universe. And while we have sent probes to our distant neighbors, no sign of life has ever been discovered. But who is to say that life, perhaps not as we know it, does not exist outside of our small place in the heavens?
Have you heard any more from the council?
Only to continue to monitor the planet Earth. I'm telling you, at times it is depressing.
How so? We always knew that they were a violent race of being.
It's not that. It's the total disregard they have for their own planet or people. It's as if they want to completely destroy what they have.
If the council has its way, they may not have any choice in the matter.
Are you sure this is going to do it?
Believe me, it's the best way. Look, we agreed that something has to be done to wake everyone up.
I know, but I never dreamed that you would come up with this.
Oh, and you think that marching and carrying signs is gonna do anything? Action. That's what we need, and that is what we're going to get.
What time do you got it set for?
11.
And you're positive that no one will be anywhere near the place?
I told you the building will be completely empty. Now help me with these wires and we can...
What the hell was that?
Swan? Did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
What the heck was it?
I have no idea. Well, naturally, we decided to do a complete play live on YouTube, and something has to happen.
So what do we do?
Okay, hang on. All right, it looks like we're back on live. Just pick it up where you left off. Let me give you a music cue. Hang on.
If the council decides to invade, when do you think it will happen?
You know how these things go. There is always someone on board who will disagree, and the whole thing will be tied up in meetings.
Sounds a lot like what Earth people go through.
In some ways, I have found that we are much similar.
It's the only way.
But why, Frank? Why do we have to use her?
Because she is the only one who can get into the building that time of the night.
Yeah, but she's just a kid. What happens when you tell her what she will be carrying?
That's just it. She's not going to know, because I'm not going to tell her.
What?
I'm not going to say a word about what's in the package. And neither are you.
I mean, what if she's late? What if something happens on the way?
What could happen? All she has to do is drive into the city, take the elevator up to the 26th floor, go to room 111 and leave it by the door. What could be simpler?
What I said was, Swan, what the heck is that?
I don't have a clue.
Any chance the channel was hacked?
Yeah, that's very possible. Look, I'm going to call the internet server. Maybe they can figure it out.
Sounds like someone wants to put on their own play, and they're using us to do it.
Okay. It looks like we're back on. Artemis, you need to make the announcement.
What sort of announcement?
Just something. I don't know. I'm going through the script to see where we can pick up from.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having some technical issues that are preventing us from performing our play, The Lost Planet. We hope to bring it to you at a future date. In the meantime, our director and co-producer is signaling that he has some new information.
Thank you, Artemis. Crimson, I've got Louis Sanford from our internet provider on the phone. He's given me some things to try, but I'm going to have to go all the way to the basement. Can you talk to him?
Yes, but hurry. Mr. Sanford?
Hi, Crimson. Wow, I really do love your show. I've watched every episode at least twice now.
Thank you. But any idea what is going on?
Apparently, someone has crossed their internet signal with you guys. I told Swan how to reset the system, and that should do it. But there's one strange thing.
Well, we kind of deal in strange. So, what is it?
Well, this really shouldn't happen. I mean, unless someone has deliberately hijacked your channel, there's no way that I can think of for something like this to go on.
I've been listening to what these two guys are saying. It doesn't sound like a play to me. I mean, not like what we do.
Well, once Swan resets everything, it shouldn't...
But why did you tell her to take my car?
Because I just bought mine, that's why. You think I want a brand new Camaro blown up if she's a little late?
So you do think that something might go wrong? You sadistic son.
Hey, Howard, you are in this just as deep as I am. Don't forget that. It was you who got all the components.
Yes, but you put the darn thing together.
And when it goes off, what do you think they'll find? Absolutely nothing. That's what. There's enough chemicals in that place to level a city block.
What if someone is working late? Did you ever think about that?
Okay, so what? Think of the millions of lives we are saving.
You think it's worth it?
Howard, if you are even entertaining the notion of backing out now...
Maybe I should.
And what are you gonna do?
I could stop her, that's what.
Not in my car.
I'll call her cell phone. I'll tell her.
Put the phone down, Howard.
Swan, we're back on. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that.
We've got to do something.
Any suggestions? I'm all ears.
Maybe somebody out there listening recognized the voices.
Yeah. They could call us, or better yet, the police.
It would be wonderful to know who this girl is carrying a bomb around into the city.
So you just sit right there and behave yourself. Everything is going according to... Hey, what are you staring at?
I don't know. I got a funny feeling that...
Well, come on, spit it out.
I got the weird feeling that someone is, I don't know, listening to us.
Are you nuts? We are out in the middle of nowhere. You honestly think that someone driving Highway 5 is gonna hear us? Come on.
It's just a feeling, that's all. And you can put the gun away. I'm not going to do anything.
Nah, I think I'll hang on to it just a little while longer. Wouldn't want you to get any ideas.
Where do you think she's at now?
Probably getting into the city right about now.
Hope that old 72 Pinto of mine will make it.
Relax, will you? You just had it in the shop the other...
Pinto, 1972. Got it.
How many of those old things do you think would be out on the road?
Not many. At least now we have something to give to the police.
Did you get their names?
I think they said Frank and Howard.
And somewhere off Highway 5?
Hello, police? Yeah, now, I know this is going to sound crazy, but...
We know that they have targeted some sort of chemical place, too. It's on the 26th floor in Suite 1113. Maybe I could do a search on the internet.
Howard, I told you to sit down.
I'm calling it off, Frank. XL Chemicals isn't going up tonight.
Howard, I'm warning you.
Put the gun down, Frank. You're not going to shoot me.
Are you sure about that?
Swan, XL Chemical. It's in the Franklin building on 9th Street.
Yes, the Franklin building. Look for a 72 Pinto. Yeah, no, I'm not making that up. Look, but you gotta hurry. There isn't much time. No, don't come here. Look, I'm telling you, someone is trying to blow up XL Chemicals.
Swan, I just remembered.
Crimson? What is it?
We are in the Franklin building.
Oh my God. Quick! What time is it?
You think she made it?
Oh, I'm sure that she did.
Our cast included William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Jonathan Rosignol, Robert Jackson, and Carter Shera. Our story, Interference, was edited by Crimson McKenzie and written and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
General, what is going on?
We got to the town, but there wasn't anyone there.
What do you mean?
Just that. We looked everywhere. Not one single person could be found, that is, until...
General, what happened?
We were attacked. They literally came out of nowhere. I barely made it out.
And the others?
They were ripped to shreds.
They aren't going down.
I swear I hit one in the head. Oh God! Oh God! They're ripping him apart!
Save the ammo. We may need it for later.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Nothing burns like the cold, wrote George R.R. Martin. The biting winds of winter are simply a prelude to spring. But in some parts of the world, winter is the only season.
General, what is going on?
We got to the town, but there wasn't anyone there.
What do you mean?
Just that. We looked everywhere. Not one single person could be found, that is, until...
General, what happened?
We were attacked. They literally came out of nowhere. I barely made it out.
And the others?
They were ripped to shreds.
They aren't going down.
I swear I hit one in the head. Oh God. Oh, God. They're ripping him apart.
Save the ammo. We may need it for later.
Our mystery drama, Icy Taste of Death, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Raven Adams, Dave Arkhipov, Crimson McKenzie, Carter Sheriff, and William Stafford. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. What fire could ever equal the sunshine of a winter's day? Asked Henry Thoreau. The cold air, turning the cheeks a ruddy red and bringing a tear to the eyes, can only mean that spring is not far behind.
Lieutenant John Adam McCreary, Station 19, located in Antarctica, leaving this tape hidden somewhere in the hopes that it will be found. The whole thing started about a month ago when I landed here to replace the radio operator whose tour of duty was up. I can't remember his name. It doesn't matter. I don't think anything matters anymore. Except maybe blowing this place off the face of the earth. General Anderson, Lieutenant McCreary, reporting for...
Never mind the formalities. We aren't that kind of a base.
Oh, here are my orders, sir.
And drop that sir nonsense. It's either Hank or General, one or the other.
Yes, sir. I mean, yes, General.
The only reason you are here is because my radio operator decided not to re-enlist. Of course, I don't blame him. Stuck out here in the middle of a winter wasteland.
Sir? I mean, General, what exactly am I doing here?
Well, officially, you're to keep in touch with our nearest outpost, relay messages from headquarters. Unofficially, you've been banished here.
I don't understand.
We have all been banished here. For some reason or other, we've been placed here in this dung heap of a supposed weather station.
You have the option to be transferred, don't you?
Transferred? Sure. You can file the paperwork and hope it gets somewhere where it's supposed to go. Good luck with that.
No, you paint a rosy picture, General.
You can take the room at the end of the hall. Just store your gear and meet me in the radio room. Well, this is it. Oh, I brought you some coffee.
Thank you. It's been a while since I've worked with analog equipment.
We were supposed to be fitted with the latest in digital. That was 2 years ago.
Maybe they couldn't find the right address?
You're going to do just fine, son.
How many do we have on base?
12. 13 now that you're here.
Great. Banished and unlucky.
You'll meet everyone at Chow. Like I said, it's an informal group. We don't go by the book, you understand.
Yeah, I'm beginning to see that.
There's a small town about 10 miles due east, if you fancy a meal or a movie.
What exactly are we doing way up here?
Don't you know? We're keeping an eye on the glaciers.
What for, though?
Beats the hell out of me, McCreary. But if you ever find out, please let me know.
You must be the new guy.
Lieutenant McCreary. And you are?
Captain Veronica Dawson. But just call me Ronnie. Everyone else does.
Must be difficult.
What?
I mean, you are the only female on base.
I will have you know I am the top science officer in the entire U.S. Army, Lieutenant, and that my being a woman has nothing to do with...
That isn't what I meant. And if you are such a hotshot scientist, why were you banished?
I wasn't banished. I requested this post.
Okay. Let's just start over. I'm John, but everyone calls me Mac.
Hello, Mac. I'm Ronnie.
Now that we have properly introduced ourselves, what does bring you to the coldest part of the planet?
I was assigned to keep tabs on the glacier. How big, how deep it goes, etc.
I thought that some think tank took care of that.
Normally, it is left up to some private organizations. But something happened about 6 months ago, and the whole thing was dumped on us.
Well, what happened?
As you know, the glaciers have been shrinking due to the climate change. But this one? Well, it seems to have been getting, quite larger.
Could that mean just another change in the weather patterns up here?
No. There's something else happening. I've been taking readings every day, and what I have found is... frightening.
It's just a big block of frozen ice, isn't it?
Normally, but the samples that I've been studying, there's something going on that I cannot explain.
Well, since I'm not a scientist, can you break it down to my level?
Well, the molecular structure of ice is pretty consistent. However, there's something changing in our glacier.
At ease. Don't even know why I bother anymore.
What is it, General?
Thought you might want a break. Everyone's headed for the town tonight.
I would, but I have a lot of work to catch up on.
Mac, you interested?
First day here. I'm still trying to figure out this antique that you call a radio.
Well, if you need anything, try not to need anything. I should be back before anyone else. Even generals need a little break.
Have fun.
Don't say that too loud. There are worse places they could banish me.
Hey, want some coffee?
Oh, you read my mind. Thank you.
Anything in here ready to explode?
Only if the water turns into nitro.
I can leave if you're too busy.
Pull up a chair. I could use the company.
Thank you. So, tell me more about this change in the molecular structure.
I'm not sure that I can. There's something that is making the glacier, well, toxic in some way.
As in, poisonous?
No, not enough to kill you, I don't think. But certainly not good for you.
Are you in the habit of drinking glacier water?
Oh, not me personally. But the town does use it as their water supply. Not to mention the tourists that come up here.
What? Was Disney World full up?
I don't know. What the hell is that?
Just a phone call.
Phone call?
I was able to hook up an alarm whenever someone was trying to get us on the radio. I don't want to spend all of my time in the radio room.
Station 19! Come in! Station 19! Mac, where the hell are you?
Station 19. Go ahead.
Thank you, Lord. I'm heading in. Get ready to lock the place down.
I don't understand, General. What do you mean, lock down?
Is Ronnie with you?
I'm here, General.
We got a code red on our hands. Get Mac up to speed and lock that place down. Now! I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Out.
What the hell is going on?
Yeah, go to the south end and make sure that all the doors and windows are sealed.
Ronnie, what's happening?
I don't know. I've got to break out the weapons. Mac, it's a code red.
I don't even know what that means.
It means that they were attacked in town and could possibly mean... Oh, God. We are at war.
War. An ugly word that brings up images of death and destruction. The possibilities of the beginning of a war are endless. But in the middle of the Antarctic? I'll be back with Act 2. H.G. Wells was quoted as saying, "If we don't end war, war will end us."
Did you get the station secure?
Yes, sir.
The weapons are in the chow hall.
Oh, good. I suggest we get there now. Mac, I need you to get a message through.
What happened, sir?
I don't think you're going to believe me.
So, what's going on, General?
Were you able to get a signal?
I set up an automatic message. The alarm will go off if we get someone.
What alarm?
His first act is radio operator. Believe me, you will know when you hear it.
General, what is going on?
We got to the town, but there wasn't anyone there.
What do you mean?
Just that. We looked everywhere. Not one single person could be found, that is, until...
General, what happened?
We were attacked. They literally came out of nowhere. I barely made it out.
And the others?
They were ripped to shreds.
What? Who attacked you?
The people from the town.
But you just said...
I said we couldn't find anybody. But they came running out of everywhere. With any weapon they could find. We didn't have a chance.
What could have made them do that?
Something else that was even more bizarre. They were all naked.
It is 40 below zero out there.
I know that. I'm telling you what I saw with my own eyes. Not one person had any clothing on. What the hell is that?
Max radio. Come on.
Station 19, go ahead.
I want inside.
Identify yourself.
I need to come inside. Open the door.
Give me that mic. Who the hell is this? Identify yourself.
Open the door. It's very cold out here. I need to come in.
Identify. This is Station 19. Identify.
Ronnie, did you recognize the voice?
No. Could it be one of the attackers?
I don't want to find out.
Let's get to the observation room.
How many do you think are out there?
If I had to guess, a couple of hundred.
But they're just standing there. Not moving, not doing anything.
And all of them not wearing any clothes? What does that mean?
I don't know. Have you been able to get anyone on the radio?
No, sir. Not even the closest station. I even tried the Russian outpost.
We have got to get in touch with somebody. Anybody. I have to report this thing.
I can see the eyes rolling now. A bunch of nudists attacking outpost.
It's not funny, Captain.
Look! They're starting to move away.
Maybe it's over?
I don't think so. Look, they're burying themselves in the snow.
What the hell for?
Oh my god. In the distance.
That looks like it is. Corporal Adams.
He looks bad.
Grab the rifles. Shoot anything that moves towards him. We're gonna give him every chance we can to get in.
Oh, jeez, it's cold.
Make every shot count.
They're attacking him.
Let him have it.
I swear I hit one in the head. Oh, God. Oh, God. They're ripping him apart.
They aren't going down.
Save the ammo. We may need it for later.
I shot them right in the head. I know I did.
Ronnie, what do you think is going on?
It's been playing around in the back of my mind. It's incredible, but it's the only thing that makes sense.
Mind catching me up to speed?
I told you, I was assigned here to keep an eye on the glacier. What I didn't tell you was that a rather large meteor hit that glacier about 6 months ago.
I'm sorry, Mac. It was a need-to-know order.
And I didn't need to know. That explains the change in the molecular structure.
Not only that, but it may explain all of those things out there.
How so, Ronnie?
The water. Whatever changed on the glacier changed the water as well.
Then why didn't it affect us?
We have our own water supply that's flown in.
And that didn't strike you as odd?
At the time, no, it didn't.
It still doesn't explain the fact that we shot them. Some in the face. And they didn't fall.
Or why they're completely nude.
Never mind that. How do we get out of here?
I've been thinking about that. We could use one of the snowplows.
Yeah, only one problem. The plows are on the other side of the fence.
Right in the middle of that army.
An army that we can't even kill.
It doesn't make any sense. The cold should have stopped them.
Unless
what? Well, say it, man.
Unless they're already dead.
George Santayana once said that only the dead have seen the end of war. But what if the dead continue to fight? We'll continue shortly with Act 3. Edgar Allan Poe once said that the boundaries between life and death are both shadowy and vague. Who is to say where one ends and the other begins?
Want some coffee?
Sure, thank you.
What are they doing?
Just standing there, watching, waiting.
If I could get my hands on just one of them, I might be able to find out how to destroy them.
Oh, well, if that's all you need, I'll just stroll on out there and invite one of them in.
That's not what I meant. I just keep seeing some of the people that I knew. Like that one, over there on the right. That's Jameson. He runs the movie theater. The woman to his left? That's Anisha. Probably one of the best cooks anywhere.
Do you think it was the meteor that caused all of this?
It wasn't a meteor.
General? What are you talking about?
Another need to know.
Well, then, I think it is time that we need to know.
It wasn't supposed to happen this way.
What wasn't supposed to happen?
It's a biological weapon. It was being tested. Is being tested. It's why I was sent here.
Oh. Why am I not surprised?
And you knew this? What the hell were you thinking?
Yeah, who says the ones in charge actually think?
That's enough.
Wow. So everyone here was expendable?
This is war, Captain.
But we are not at war.
But we could be.
What exactly was this weapon?
From what I was told, it contaminates the water. Those who drink become perfect killing machines.
You mean zombies?
Not in the sense that you mean. They don't eat the living, only kill them.
And the clothes?
See for yourself. Imagine a soldier who can withstand any type of weather or climate. It can take a bullet to the head, not even flinch. A perfect killing machine.
And that is your reason for killing 10 of your own men?
It had to be done. Is it getting hot in here?
Ugh. The hell with you, General. We need to get out of here as fast as possible.
I said that was enough. I'm putting you on report, mister.
Report? Report? To who? To whom? Everyone is dead.
I need to contact headquarters. McCreary, get me HQ now.
Ronnie, what's going on?
I'm not sure. General? Are you okay?
I feel so hot. Feels like I'm burning up.
General, did you drink anything when you went to the town? General, answer me.
So hot.
General, answer me now.
Oh, yes, a double whiskey on the rocks. Is it getting hotter in here?
Oh no.
What's wrong with having whiskey?
The ice. Nothing wrong with the damn whiskey, but the ice. Made from the water.
I wasn't thinking about... Damn it. Why is it so hot in here?
Ronnie, what is going on?
We need to get him someplace and lock him up.
Get on that radio now, mister, or you'll be scrubbing toilets in Guam. So hot.
Quick, get out of here. Lock the door.
I'm burning up. Good Lord, I'm on fire.
Did you see his eyes?
Oh, wow. Yes, I did.
He's dead, isn't he?
I believe so. Oh, crap.
What is it?
I forgot. That room has a door on the other side. We didn't block it.
What does that mean?
He can open one of the outside doors.
Ronnie? Are we safe in here?
The lab is the most secure area on the whole base.
Is there anything in here we could use as a weapon?
No.
Oh. 2 bullets left.
I know.
I don't think
I don't think I can do it either.
Okay. So, what are we going to do?
I don't know. It's just so stupid.
Want a cup of coffee?
Sure. Why not?
I'd offer you a cigarette, but I don't smoke.
Neither do I. Would be a great time to start.
Nah. I hear those things will kill you.
I think bullets are more fatal.
Now, ladies and gentlemen of the Arctic Bottled Water Company, I would like for you to taste the most purest water in the world. Millions of years in the making.
Where did this come from?
Our company just acquired an old weather station in the Antarctic, from the Army of all places. There's a glacier out there, and we are, well, in a sense, mining it for the water.
Fascinating. I understand that there is, or was, a settlement near the glacier.
Oh, yes, there used to be. When we went in, there wasn't anyone there.
And this is part of the first shipment?
That's right, the very first shipment. Delicious, isn't it?
How soon does it go on the market?
1 million bottles were distributed just last week, and sales have been phenomenal. Well, there is one little hitch.
Now, don't tell me that.
Oh, no, nothing to be concerned about. We just haven't been able to communicate with anyone from the base.
Weather problems or just bad equipment?
Well, probably a little bit of both. I'm sure that everything will be. Is it getting hot in here?
Blow, blow, thou winter wind. Thou art not so unkind as man's ingratitude. Thy tooth is not so keen, because thou art not seen, although thy breath be rude. A little Shakespeare, as we bring down our curtain and leave the ending, as we often do, up to you. I'll be back shortly. Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me, wrote Emily Dickinson. A condition that each of us must face in his or her own way. Our tale tonight suggests another, perhaps much worse, fate. Our cast included Raven Adams, Dave Arkhipov, Crimson McKenzie, William Stafford, Carter Sheriff, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
You played a very good game tonight, Robert. I do believe that it is the best I've ever seen.
Thank you, Miss Collins.
Yes, a very good game.
Miss Collins, what are you doing?
What does it look like I'm doing, Robert?
Please, Miss Collins.
Call me Erica.
Miss Collins, you're my teacher.
What does that have to do with anything? I want you here. And now.
Please, Miss Collins.
I want your body. And your soul.
This is Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to Nightmare. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. I have studied many subjects during my lifetime. I have perused numerous books about a variety of different things. One such subject that I find the most fascinating is the occult. So many of our religions have their own set of rules and restrictions that most people, depending on their faith, choose to follow.
You played a very good game tonight, Robert. I do believe that it is the best I've ever seen.
Thank you, Miss Collins.
Yes, a very good game.
Miss Collins, what are you doing?
What does it look like I'm doing, Robert?
Please, Miss Collins.
Call me Erica.
Miss Collins, you're my teacher.
What does that have to do with anything? I want you here. And now...
Please, Miss Collins.
I want your body and your soul.
Our mystery drama, The Devil's Handbook, was adapted from a story by Crimson Mackenzie and written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan. Our stars include Crimson Mackenzie, Gemma Mitchell, Mick Davis, Mark Wheeler, Jonathan Rosignol, Carter Sheriff. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Milton College is one of those small campuses that teach what some would call off-handed subjects. While not as large as Yale or Harvard, it has produced some of the finest minds in the land. Right now, Professor Erica Collins is hurrying to her small class of bright-eyed students. She is young, idealistic, and teaches for the sheer joy of it. She is the idol of her students, both male and female, a petite blonde and blue-eyed star of the academic world.
Class. Please settle down so that we can begin. Now then, we shall continue our discussion on the Egyptian religions prior to the rise of Christianity. Before we begin, I have something very special to show to you. I have here a most wonderful find. Professor Knox has been leading an archaeological dig and came across this last year. He was kind enough to let me borrow it.
Looks like those pages are ready to fall apart.
You're right, Robert. They are very old, about 7,000 or 8,000 years old.
But what are they, Miss Collins?
I have what Professor Knox believes are the missing pieces of the papyrus ripped from the scroll from the Book of Dead that was discovered some 30 years ago. He has only been able to translate a small portion of it, but he thinks that he is on the right track.
I thought that was a myth.
There are many truths that lie in ancient myths. Truths of humanity, spirituality, and things beyond. Perhaps there is a sensual side to death, according to the Book of the Dead. Now, I want you all to come up here and take a look at these. Fascinating, don't you think?
What does it say?
Well, according to Professor Knox, these pages were translated about Hathor, Ra's feminine counterpart, who had a vengeful aspect that protected him from his enemies. Today so happens to be the 20th, a day of commemorating this particular deity.
Maybe we could use that to bring some life into the football team.
Oh, don't worry, Robert. As the star quarterback, I'm sure that you will be fine. Anyway, Hathor could cross the mortal boundaries. She wasn't all bad. She did love music, dance, love, and sexuality, along with a maternal side. I'm sure that if you wanted to protect a football team, she would be more than willing. More temples were dedicated to her than any other goddess. She is a sky deity. She was the mother of the gods Horus and Ra. She was considered the mother to the pharaohs, although she did have a vengeful side and protected the gods from their enemies. She was depicted as a woman wearing what appeared to be a sun disk, which often resembled a halo and horns. It is quite remarkable that the ancient Egyptians would have something like this.
So what can be done with this parchment?
Well, Betty, we use it as an attempt to finalize the pieces of the puzzle about that culture. Now, there are so many unanswered questions that I find exciting. Okay, if you've all had a good look, I'm going to put them back in the notebook. I promised the professor that I would be most careful with them. Ow! 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 Darn it!
Miss Collins, are you okay?
Yes, Robert. I'm fine. Stupid notebook bit me. Not a mortal wound, just a little blood. I will be okay.
Miss Collins! Miss Collins!
Good afternoon, Dean Higgins.
Miss Collins, we missed you at the faculty meeting.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry, but I had a student that needed my full attention, and I just couldn't make it.
In the future, Miss Collins, please regulate your time so that you can attend. Now, here are the notes from the meeting. If you have any questions, feel free to come to my office tomorrow morning.
Old man Higgins getting you down?
Oh, Bob, you startled me.
Why didn't you just tell him that you were meeting me for dinner?
Teachers are not supposed to be dating each other. You know that.
Hey, what he doesn't know.
Could get us both fired. We have to be more careful.
Even though I want to put my hands all over you right now?
Shh! Someone could hear you.
Want to go to the broom closet for several minutes of heavy breathing?
No! I have to get this back to Professor Knox. But I will see you later tonight, won't I?
Oh, you know that you will. Hey, what happened to your finger?
Oh, that. The stupid notebook bit me. It pinched my finger. Nothing too serious. Don't worry about it.
You should really be more careful.
I know, but I mean, a few drops of blood is not going to kill me. No. Don't. I won't.
Erica,
Stop
Erica,
it!
wake up! Wake up!
What? Oh, wow. That was the worst nightmare.
It's okay. It was just a dream.
But it seems so real.
Are you okay?
I'm not quite sure. Well, it's almost 6 anyway. I'll get the coffee. You need to get dressed and get back to your own home.
Oh, why don't we just stay here the entire day?
Oh, a nice thought, my love, but hardly conducive for the student body. Dean Higgins? Are you here?
Come in, Miss Collins.
I'm sorry that I didn't see you this morning, but...
Do you wish to sever your relationship with this university?
Well, no, but I...
Then when I say morning, I mean morning. It is now after 6 o'clock, and I'm ready to go home.
Are you sure that you want to go home, Roger?
Kindly address me as Dean Higgins, if you please, Miss Collins.
Oh, hush, hush. Why must we be so formal? Why don't I get a little more comfortable?
Miss Collins! Please!
Don't tell me that you don't want this. I want you.
Please, Miss Collins. I'm a married man.
What's that got to do with anything? It's simply a natural human thing. Here, let me help you with your shirt.
I think you would better leave. Now.
Oh, I don't think so. This is a lovely letter opener. Did your wife give it to you?
Now, please, Miss Collins.
Call me Hathor, and let me at that big, delicious heart of yours.
Miss Collins?
I know there's a good piece in there somewhere.
Are those horns growing out of your head? No. For God's sake, stop!
Tell me you like it! Tell me you like it! Tell me you like it!
It appears that there is a lot more going on at the university than simple studying. I don't recall college being this deadly, but then I never studied ancient religions. I'll return shortly with Act 2. Erica Collins, a professor of ancient religions, accidentally punctured her finger on the rings of a binder that held an ancient parchment. They are believed to be part of a missing section from the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Presently, she is still sleeping when the hard knocking on her door arouses her.
Erica? Erica! Are you in there?
Oh, my head. Bob?
Let me in, Erica!
Hang on.
Erica, it's urgent!
Give me a damn minute, will ya? What?
And a good afternoon to you, too.
What do you want, Bob?
Well, I'd like to come in.
Please, Bob, I'm exhausted.
I was worried about you. When you didn't show up for your classes, I tried to call, but there was no answer.
Okay, so I took a personal day, so sue me. Oh.
Hey, what's gotten into you?
Nothing. I just don't feel well.
Well, okay. I don't suppose that you've heard the news then.
Please, Bob, I just want to go back to bed.
Dean Higgins is dead.
What? What are you talking about?
Last night, he was murdered. Right in his office.
But I just saw him last night and he was fine.
Well, apparently someone killed him. They didn't just kill him.
What do you mean?
I just came from the police station. I was talking with a Detective Murdoch. He told me that whoever killed the dean had to have had incredible strength.
What? Oh my God, Bob, what did they do?
Well, for one, they ripped out all of his organs. The top of his head was torn away. His brain was missing.
Oh, dear God. I think I'm gonna be...
All right, come on. Let me help.
Does his wife know?
No, she doesn't know anything, only that he's dead. I thought it best that she didn't hear the gruesome details.
Do they have any idea who did it?
Not a clue. I'm sure that this Detective Murdoch will want to talk to you, since you seem to be the last person to have seen the dean alive.
Miss Collins, what are you doing in the locker room?
I just wanted to congratulate you on such a remarkable win.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, but I still need to go grab a shower.
Don't you like me?
Of course I do, Miss Collins.
Then call me Erica.
Hey, what is this?
This is me taking my clothes off so that I can have a shower. Don't want to get blood all over them, do you?
Miss Collins, now wait a minute.
Don't you want this body? I want your body. All of it.
Hey!
In your soul.
Get off me! What are you... Stop! Ah!
Come in.
Professor Danvers, what are you doing in the dean's office?
Detective, I was appointed until a replacement could be named. What can I do for you, Detective Murdoch?
Do you know a Robert Griffin?
Well, of course, everyone knows Robert. He's the star quarterback of the football team.
Not anymore.
What are you talking about?
He was found this morning in the gym locker room showers. Dead.
What?
What about Betty Yarbrough?
Betty Yarbrough? Yeah, she's in one of my classes. You don't mean...
Also found this morning at her parents' home. Her parents are somewhere in England. We are trying to get a hold of them.
What the hell is going on?
That's what I want to know. Both students had the same thing happen to them that happened to your dean. All of their vital organs were missing, including their brains.
Jeez. So what you were saying is that we have a psychopath on campus.
I talked to the medical examiner. He is supposed to be calling me back. Excuse me. This is him. Hello? Yes, Daniel. What did you find out? What? What? That's impossible. You're kidding. Okay. I'll talk to you later.
What did he say?
On all of the bodies, there was a carving, post-mortem. He just sent me a picture of it. Can you identify it?
Well, it looks Egyptian.
But that's not why he called.
Okay, why did he call?
The bodies of Dean Higgins, Robert Griffin, and Betty Yarbrough are all missing.
I don't mind telling you that now I am a little on edge. How can 3 bodies simply disappear from the morgue? As Murdoch ponders that question, you ponder on joining me for Act 3 shortly. A series of strange and frightening events are happening at the campus of Milton College. 2 students and the dean are dead, and now their bodies are missing. It is quite a perplexing problem that faces Detective Murdoch as he interviews the assistant medical examiner.
Are you trying to tell me?
I saw it. I swear to you, I saw it happen.
Dr. Stanley, and I am using that term very loosely. You will please explain to me again exactly what you saw.
I knew no one would believe me, but I did see it.
Just tell me again. What happened?
I was in the morgue, going over paperwork when I heard something in the storage room. We had 7 bodies waiting for autopsy in there. I saw that one, Dean Higgins, and the 2 students from yesterday walk in and...
Go on.
They opened each locker, and the bodies just got up and walked out of here.
You do know how crazy that sounds.
I know. Believe me, I know.
What the hell is going on?
Bob? Are you in here?
Close the door, Erica.
What are you doing with the lights off?
I'm just thinking.
About us?
I don't know. Is there an us?
Of course there is, my love. Wanna get naughty?
Erica, haven't you been paying attention to what's going on?
That shouldn't stop us from having a little fun.
Fun? Fun? I just got off the phone with Detective Murdoch. 4 more students were found dead. You know, come to think of it, those 4, plus Robert and Betty, they were all in your class, weren't they?
What does that have to do?
Oh, I don't know. It's just, it's all so macabre.
Why don't you let me take your mind off everything? Here, I'll pour us some wine.
I hope you lock the door.
Oh, you wicked professor.
You know, this is a side of you I've never seen.
Maybe it's just the new me. I tell you what, I have a special class tonight. Why don't you and that detective friend of yours stop by?
Well, I didn't know you were teaching a night class.
Oh, just a one-time thing. Those papers from Professor Knox gives a wonderful ritual that's supposed to be done at midnight. I thought it might be fun for my students.
Okay, Professor, I'm here. What now?
Well, this is Erica Collins' classroom. She said that she was doing something special tonight.
Do you know that it is almost midnight? I got an assistant medical examiner who is currently under observation. I got a killer who has quite the palate, and 10 missing corpses. Mind telling me what I am doing here?
Look, I'm not sure what I'm doing here. Come on. Erica? Why is it so dark in here? What's that scale doing over there?
Ah, Professor Danvers and Detective Murdoch. I'm so glad you could make it. It's almost time. Let's open the blinds and let more light in from the moon.
What's going on, Erica?
Something wonderful that required your presence.
Jesus.
What is it?
Her class. It's the missing corpses. That's impossible.
Satos, Domine Quinto, Exolte Satos.
What the hell is going on?
Satos, Domine.
It's some kind of ritual. I can't decipher the words.
Look, the corpses. They are
Domine
moving.
Quinto, Exolte Satos!
Come on, I think we better get out of here.
No, gentlemen. It's almost midnight. Don't worry. I have summoned Anubis, who has sought favor in you to help charter you in the afterlife.
The hell is she talking about?
If I remember correctly, I think Anubis is the Egyptian god who helps the helpless and guides lost souls to their death.
I hope that your hearts are not heavy.
What does that
mean? Anubis, the jackal god, watches over the dead and weighs their hearts to see how good the person was in this life.
It is a new world that is upon us, and the wicked must be punished.
Professor Danvers and Detective Murdoch stand frozen in fear as the students begin to walk toward them. Erica stands at the head of the room, smiling at her accomplishment. I'll be back shortly with a final word. I don't think that I could add much to the story that you have just heard. I can quote from author Muada Ashby from his Egyptian Book of the Dead. Never forget, the words are not the reality. Only reality is reality. Picture symbols are the idea. Words are confusion. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Jonathan Rosignol, Mick Davis, Mark Wheeler, Carter Sheriff, Gemma Mitchell. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
We aren't sure when it happened. Oh, there have always been stories of the forest, mostly to scare young children into behaving.
But now, it seems those stories are quite accurate, don't you think?
I'm trying my best to keep this town from not going completely mental. As far as anyone knows, there is a wild animal creating havoc in the forest.
I think that's a bit of an understatement.
Why do you say that?
3 people mutilated beyond recognition is a bit more than just havoc.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. The author Stephen King once said, "Monsters are real, and ghosts are real. They live inside us, and sometimes they win."
We aren't sure when it happened. Oh, there have always been stories of the forest, mostly to scare young children into behaving.
But now, it seems those stories are quite accurate, don't you think?
I'm trying my best to keep this town from not going completely mental. As far as anyone knows, there is a wild animal creating havoc in the forest.
I think that's a bit of an understatement.
Why do you say that?
3 people mutilated beyond recognition is a bit more than just havoc.
Our mystery drama, Hunter, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include William Stafford, Robert Jackson, Raven Adams, Peter Lugmeyer, and Annie Mick. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Monsters. From biblical times to today, they have plagued mere mortals. From creatures that haunt our dreams to the real monsters that hide in the darkness. They are always around us.
What do you want me to do?
Your job!
I'm doing my job.
Then you need to do it better.
Mayor, if you want someone else to be sheriff, I'll be happy to give you the badge.
Now, don't be like that. Of course I want you as the sheriff. I just want whatever is out in those woods caught.
You didn't see the last victim. That was by no means an animal.
Are you saying it was someone from this town?
They would have to be awfully strong. The man's head was ripped from his body. Not cut, but literally torn off.
Is that even possible?
Not according to the ME.
So, what are you planning to do?
I've called more deputies from Clark County. They should be here tonight. We are going to cover the woods.
I wouldn't advise that.
Excuse me? This is a private conversation.
Forgive me, gentlemen. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. My ears are finely tuned to pick out conversations.
Just who are you?
Forgive me again. Let's start over. I'm Christopher Barnes, and I believe that you are in need of my services.
Exactly. What services are you referring to?
I understand that you have a slight problem in the forest near this quaint town. I assure you that I can solve it for you.
I've got plenty of detectives and deputies. We don't need an amateur on the case. No offense.
Oh, none taken. I can understand your skepticism.
Sheriff, maybe we should hear Mr. Barnes out.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I not only claim that I will solve your problem, but I will eliminate it as well.
It wasn't like anything I have ever seen before. I've been a doctor for over 30 years, and a coroner for the past 10. These murders go way beyond the ordinary.
How so?
Certain parts of the body were missing.
What about the wounds?
I'm not sure that I understand the question.
Did it appear that the bodies had been partially eaten?
Now, how did you know that?
Because I've seen this before.
Sheriff, you have got to do something about this!
And what do you expect me to do? We had the woods surrounded, and not only did that girl get into the woods, she was torn apart.
I told you that I could help.
Perhaps we should hear him out.
At a very early age, we are all introduced to monsters. From the fairy tales that are handed down from generation to generation, to the real monsters that roam the night, we all have the delicious fear of something unseen. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. One of the first rules of a horror movie is to never, ever walk in the woods alone. There is not only the real threats of wild animals, but the possibility of a very real monster.
Where the hell are you? I know that you're out here somewhere.
Looking for me?
Oh, jeez. You scared the hell out of me.
Well, isn't that what I'm supposed to do?
Scare, yes. Kill? No.
What are you talking about? I haven't killed anyone.
How long have you been out here?
Actually, I just got here. Why do you ask?
Because I want you to be extremely careful on this one.
Did you talk to the mayor already?
Now, why do you think that I've been here for a week? Of course I did.
And he bought it?
Don't they always? Now, I haven't been able to get a description of this so-called monster that everyone is talking about.
Wait, why did you ask me how long I've been here?
Because someone is really killing people.
Well, that's why we came here, isn't it?
No, you don't get it. There really is some sort of madman going around and cutting people up.
And you don't think that I can handle that?
Oh, I know that you can handle it. I just don't want to lose my partner.
After we do this job, do you think that we could take a break?
I suppose so. I have a feeling that this one is going to be a lot harder than we figured.
What do you mean?
Well, the sheriff isn't on board with the idea of me trying to get rid of their monster.
Any suggestions?
Actually, I do have one.
Over here.
What can I do for you, Sheriff?
I don't want this to get back to the mayor, but, well, I saw something last night.
Really?
Right outside my window.
Can you describe it?
It was like, well, nothing that I've ever seen before.
Try to tell me what it looked like.
It was about 7 feet tall, with extended arms, hairy, and claws. It was hunched over, and its eyes were large, round, with small pinholes. There wasn't a nose, only a large mouth with rows of fangs.
Oh, that is quite frightening. What was it doing?
Just standing there, watching me, through the bedroom window. I've never even had a nightmare like what I saw.
Did you feel threatened in any way?
No. I grabbed my gun and I was getting ready to shoot when it ran away.
Thank you, Sheriff. At least now someone has seen it. Sheila, where are you?
Right here, Chris. What's up?
I thought I told you no kills.
Chris, I haven't killed anyone.
Then how do you explain the body that was found dismembered on the town square?
All I did was appear at the sheriff's window, just as you told me to do.
Then what? Get hungry and had to have a little bite?
No! I came back here to our camp.
Sheila, when I met you 3 years ago, you were getting ready to eat me.
Okay, I know. But I didn't, did I?
Thankfully, I was able to talk you out of it.
Hey, Chris, I would never eat you. Okay, so occasionally I have to have the random victim. But if you recall, I did that before we even heard about this place.
I know. Look, Sheila, we have a great little scam going. With you being a shapeshifter and me being a great salesman, we have managed to make a lot of money.
Are you thinking of retiring?
As long as you don't start killing everyone in sight.
I swear, I did not kill anyone here.
Then you know what that means.
Yes, there may be an actual monster in these woods.
Personally, I believe that monsters do exist, not just in the minds of people, but in the darkest recesses of our small, tiny planet. They simply choose to stay in the darkness, at least sometimes. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The code that was created to regulate monsters in film, radio, and television was that the villain, or monster, had to have their comeuppance in the end. Amazingly, they always seemed to come back.
So, what is your plan?
I have all the implements to take care of your monster.
So I see. Silver bullets, crosses, wooden stakes, holy water. You seem to have all the bases covered.
Mm-hmm. And a few that are not covered in the general books of monsters.
I'm a little worried that you're taking so much of this on your own. Are you sure that you don't want the sheriff to come with you?
The sheriff has already had one scare. I'm not sure how he would react.
Why don't you wait until daylight?
You mean go searching for its lair? But haven't you tried that already?
Yes, and without any success.
Don't worry. I'll be careful. Sheila, are you out here?
Yes.
Sheila, where are you?
Over here.
Oh, God. Sheila, what happened?
Monster. I was transforming when it attacked me. I tried to...
Don't talk. You're going to be okay. Can you transform back into a human?
No. Too much damage. I haven't fed enough. I'm sorry, Chris.
No. I'll get you someone. We can leave as soon as...
Too late. Just find it. Kill it. Please.
Sheila? Sheila? No. You did this. You killed her. I'll kill you.
No, you won't. This has been quite a hunting ground for me.
Mayor? You are the monster?
Oh, yes. And now that you know,
I must take care of you.
Wait.
What for?
I have a proposition for you.
Really?
We've got the remains. Doesn't exactly look like what I saw, though.
I don't think that you will have any trouble in the woods, Sheriff.
Maybe not, but now I have another problem.
What's that?
Seems the mayor went out for a walk last night and disappeared. No one has seen him.
I wish I could help you, Sheriff. I only deal in monsters. I understand that over in Macon County, about 200 miles away from here, they have a problem.
Well, good luck to you.
Oh, Sheriff. Luck has nothing to do with it.
Nietzsche said that whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process they do not become a monster. In our little play, you decide who the real monster is. I'll be back shortly. While I do believe in the existence of monsters, I only hunt them on film and in the dark recesses of my own imagination while listening to our plays. At least there, I can control them. Our cast included Robert Jackson, William Stafford, Raven Adams, Peter Lugmeyer, and Annie Mick. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Hey, what's this?
Give it back, Brian!
Looks like... Ah, yeah, a diary.
I said to give it back!
Let's see. Oh, I watched him as he tried to swim. It was so funny to see the look on his face. I laughed and laughed. I thought he would never go under.
I'm warning you, Brian.
Oh, Jesus. You really killed him.
Give it now!
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. I have always found diaries and journals to be fascinating. The day-to-day activities of the writer is usually very private, their thoughts and feelings penned for future reference.
Hey, what's this?
Give it back, Brian!
Looks like... Ah, yeah, a diary.
I said to give it back!
Let's see. Oh, I watched him as he tried to swim. It was so funny to see the look on his face. I laughed and laughed. I thought he would never go under.
I'm warning you, Brian. Give it now!
Our mystery drama, Dear Diary, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Crimson McKenzie, Dave Arkhipov, Robert Jackson, Raven Adams, and Gemma Mitchell. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. For some people, it is easier to write down their thoughts and feelings. While many will use a daily diary, others use a journal and simply pen something when the mood strikes.
Dear Diary, you're not what I was expecting to get for my birthday. I don't know why Dad gave me this useless thing. I don't like to write anyway. But I suppose I could start. Who knows? Perhaps one day it will be found and my thoughts will save mankind from some horrible thing. Okay, so here it goes. Today was my birthday, and this diary was a present from my dad. He always, and I mean always, knows exactly what not to get me. Last year it was some sort of a doll. I mean, at my age.
Think of it as a collector's item.
But, Daddy, don't you think that I'm too old for dolls?
Oh, Lisa, you'll never be too old for me. You'll always be my little girl.
His little girl. Like, he never wants me to grow up. I mean, I already know what he does for a living, if you can call it that.
Lisa, please understand I have to go away on business.
So who's the target this time?
I prefer to call them clients.
Oh, right. I'm sure after you kill them, they feel much better.
Now look, young lady, I won't have you talking that way. My job has kept a roof over your head, food in your stomach, and enough clothes to open your own store.
But you're never home. You're always flying off somewhere, and I hardly ever see you.
I'm truly and deeply sorry that you feel that way. Look, when I get back tomorrow, we will go to that new restaurant that you've been hounding me about.
Really, Daddy? You promise?
I promise.
But Daddy didn't keep his promise. I remember when his boss, Mr. Sloan, came to tell me what happened.
Hello, Lisa.
Do I know you?
No, we have never been formally introduced. I worked with your father. I'm Mr. Sloan.
Won't you come in?
I'm afraid that I have some rather bad news.
Where's my father?
Maybe you should sit down.
I don't want to sit down. Tell me where my father is.
He's gone, Lisa. He was killed while on assignment. I'm sorry.
Were you with him?
As a matter of fact, I was. How much do you know about what your father did?
I knew everything.
Do you know if he kept any records? Papers? Files?
What if I did? I wouldn't tell you.
That would be a mistake, young lady.
Don't you dare call me that. Only Daddy calls me that.
Your daddy is dead. Do you understand? I'm here to collect anything that might be damaging to the organization.
Well, isn't that just too bad?
It will be for you if you don't tell me where your father kept his files.
Fine. His office is through that door.
This door here?
Yeah, that's the one.
I can't see anything. Where's the light switch?
Just right inside on the left.
I can't feel.
Maybe I should have told him. Maybe I shouldn't have sent him to the cellar door. Maybe I should have warned him that Daddy had taken the stairs out the week before. He was going to build new ones, but his job kept him from doing that. I heard Mr. Sloan fall the whole 10 feet down. And the snap of his neck when he hit the concrete floor. It made such a wonderful sound.
I find that writing my thoughts down is quite therapeutic. It seems to calm the ideas that tend to run through the mind. A sort of self-exorcism. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Journals and diaries are kept by many famous people. Charles Darwin, Anne Frank, and even Mark Twain kept notes that have been published. Then there are the others, the more disturbing ones like Jeffrey Dahmer, H.H. Holmes, and even Jack the Ripper.
Dear Diary, some men came today looking for Mr. Sloan. Naturally, they couldn't find him. No one will ever find him. We have a very large furnace in the basement. Cutting up the body was easier than I thought. The toughest part were the legs. The bone was so hard to cut through. I threw all those pieces into the furnace, but I saved the head for last. I let the fire burn down to the embers before I placed Mr. Sloane's head in. He died with his eyes wide open. I looked into them as the fire burned them away.
Hey, Lisa.
Hello, Brian.
I heard about your dad. I'm really sorry.
It's okay. You want to come in?
I suppose so.
So, is that the only reason that you came over?
I guess. I just came to see how you were doing, and if you needed anything.
I'm very capable of taking care of myself.
I just remember how close you were to your dad.
Now, how would you know how close we were? When was the last time you even said hello to me?
Look, Lisa, I was just trying to be nice.
Don't you remember how to have fun?
Yes, I remember how to have fun.
Brian, I'm sorry. I was only kidding. Look, I just made some cookies and I have some lemonade. Want some?
I suppose so.
I'll be right back.
Man, what a weirdo. No wonder she doesn't have a boyfriend. Hey, what's this? Looks like a diary. Dear Diary. Wow, that's original. I thought he would never go under. Wait. What? After I bashed his head in with the oar, he fell in. And I thought that would be it. Instead, he tried to climb back into the canoe. He almost tipped it over. I had to bash him again. I watched his eyes roll back into his head before he finally went down. I saw the small bubbles rise up until there was no more. I saved the piece of skull that was stuck to the oar. I filed it into a lovely piece for my bracelet.
Where did you get that?
What? Oh, this. I found it just lying here on the table.
That's mine. You have no right to.
Lisa, what is this?
It's private.
What are these initials on top of the page?
Brian, I really liked you. Just give it back and forget you ever saw it.
JB? Hey, you don't mean little Jackie from...
Brian, you really shouldn't have read my personal journal.
I saw the news, Lisa. They fished him out of Moon Lake last week. Lisa, you didn't really...
His eyes looked so funny.
Lisa?
After I hit him the second time, I saw how his skull just collapsed. Blood was pouring out of his ears and mouth. He looked so funny.
Oh, Jesus. Really killed him.
You really shouldn't have read my diary, Brian. Dear Diary, all right, I know I shouldn't have done it. I could have just told Brian that it was just a story I was working on, but he made me so mad. The blood drained from his face. I simply walked over to the front door, locked it, turned and faced him. He wasn't sure what to do. He knew what to do when I jabbed the knife into his stomach, twisting it over and over again. Just like Daddy taught me.
Elisa Bustamante was only 15 years old when she murdered her 9-year-old neighbor because, in her own words, she thought it would be amazing. She took the time to document in her diary her emotions prior to and after the killing, calling it, quote, pretty enjoyable. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Many people keep a journal of their daily activities. I knew one lady who wrote down every meal that she had each day, but I have never known someone who kept a diary of murder.
Dear Diary, summer is finally here. I thought that I might have to take a class during the summer, but the teachers saw things my way. I knew she wasn't dead yet by the way her brain pumped outside of her skull. I took care of it. And saved the pieces of her skull. They were such a nice addition to my bracelet. Yes?
I assume that you are Lisa?
Yes, you assume correctly, Miss.
Masterson. Miss Brooke Masterson.
What can I do for you, Miss Masterson?
Perhaps we can go in and discuss the situation.
And what situation might that be?
I believe it would be very prudent on your part to invite me inside.
And why should I do that?
Does the name Mr. Sloan mean anything to you? You have a very nice house, Lisa.
How do you know Mr. Sloan?
Yes, a very nice home. Quite cozy, I would say.
How do you know Sloan?
I know that he came to this house. I know that he spoke to you. And I know that he never came back. As a matter of fact, no one has seen him or heard from him since he came here.
You're right, Miss Masterson.
Oh, you may call me Brooke.
Very well, Brooke. Mr. Sloan worked with my daddy. He did come here to tell me what happened. What happened to him?
A very convincing performance, Lisa. But it won't work on me.
What are you talking about?
Mr. Sloan is my employee. He was sent here for a specific reason. I can assure you that it was not to give you the news about your father.
So if you were his employer, then you also knew my dad.
I knew of him, yes. His instructions were always clear through me. I never had the pleasure of actually meeting him.
You missed out, Brooke. He was a very kind-hearted man, despite his occupation.
I'm sure that he was. Now, why don't we stop whatever this is and give me the files that your father kept on our organization?
I don't know what you were talking about.
Why, of course you do. Don't you think that we have been keeping a watch on this house? Some very interesting things have come to our attention.
Like what things?
People coming over, but never leaving.
Perhaps they went out the back door. I don't know.
A very nice try, young lady. But it doesn't work. Now, why don't we get this over with? I promise you that if you give up the files now, your death will be quick and painless.
Dear Diary, I've never been so close to being actually scared. She was cold, heartless, and I knew that I was going to die. So I started to cry. It actually worked. She tried to comfort me. I told her that I would give her the files if she would agree to have some cookies and tea with me. I told her there were almond cookies. I didn't take any, naturally. The arsenic worked very quickly. Her head made the largest pendant on my bracelet. Dear New Diary, in honor of my father, I decided to buy a new journal. After I disposed of Miss Masterson, I left the house. In flames, of course. I think that everyone thinks I died in the fire. Daddy left me plenty of money to live off of, and this new town is so nice. So, a new year begins. Happy sweet 16 to me.
Lisa closes her new diary and smiles. She sits and ponders who her next victim will be. I'll be back shortly. The youngest serial killer on record was caught in 2007. He was only 8 years old when he murdered his sister, cousin, and a neighbor's child. He was sent to a home until his 18th birthday. No one knows what became of him after he was released. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Dave Arkhipov, Robert Jackson, Raven Adams, and Gemma Mitchell. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Did you get the autopsy finished, Doc?
Yes, and it's very troubling.
In what way?
The body was found in an alleyway, but the internal organs were found 6 feet away, completely drained of blood.
I know, Doc. So, what could have done something like that?
That is what's concerning me, because the organs, every single one of them, came out of the body, through the mouth. I don't have a clue as to what could have possibly done that.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. I have often wondered why the world of horror is so popular. Perhaps we like the stories of the weird and the supernatural so that we can cope with the real horrors that are in the world today.
The autopsy finished, Doc?
Yes, and it's very troubling.
In what way?
The body was found in an alleyway, but the internal organs were found 6 feet away, completely drained of blood.
I know, Doc. So, what could have done something like that?
That is what's concerning me, because the organs, every single one of them, came out of the body, through the mouth. I don't have a clue as to what could have possibly done that.
Our mystery drama, It's Creeping Closer, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Raven Adams, Annie Mick, Robert Jackson, Mick Davis, Gemma Mitchell, Peter Lugmeyer, and William Stafford. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The author T. Joseph Browder once said, "I don't fear the things that go bump in the night. It's the ones that scream that bother me."
Tell me I'm fired. Hell, I helped build that company. You can't fire me. I fire you. I was the best. Don't you understand that? The best! Yeah. Hey, what's that? Ugh. It looks like a pool of greasy slime. Hey, it's moving. Crawling. Oh, wait a minute. I'm drunk, but I'm not that drunk. Crawling? How the hell can slime crawl? Yeah. Well, the hell with you, slime. And the hell with... Tripped over my own 2 left feet. Oh well. Guess I'll get myself up and... Hey! Slime is getting closer. I gotta get out. Hey! Oh, Jesus, it's covering me. Cold. Slimy. Get off of me. I can't move. It's holding me down. Can't move. Covering my legs. It's covering my face. Going on. What are you? Get off of me.
What have you got for me, Doc?
It's really weird, Paul. In all of my years as a doctor, I have never seen anything like this.
Just give me the particulars, okay?
Male, unidentified, dead. Enough for you?
Yeah, very fine. You got a name? What he was doing there in this alley at this time of night?
Educated guess? I would say he was one of our resident homeless.
Great, so no identification. I run his fingerprints. Maybe he's in the system.
I would, but there is only one problem.
How difficult could it be to get fingerprints off a corpse?
In this case, extremely.
How so?
Because he's been turned inside out.
Are you serious?
Come over here and see for yourself.
Oh, Jesus!
You see? The skin is on the inside, but the raw flesh is on the outside. Bones broken and laying around him.
Where? Where are his organs?
Over there, about 6 feet from the victim.
Any idea what may have happened?
Isn't that your department?
Would you care to explain to me what happened?
We're still running the data.
Don't give me that crap. What went wrong?
Oh, the test was very successful. It was the unexpected results that we were not prepared for.
The board is gonna have a field day with this.
We already have people on it, sir.
I sure as hell hope so. The last thing we need is a very public incident.
In all fairness, I did try to warn you of the consequences.
Look, Drake, don't hand me that. You are as much to blame as I am.
Yes, Dr. Conyers, but who will fall the hardest? You or me?
Just find this, whatever the hell it is, and do it quietly and quickly.
Paul, you got a minute?
Only if you got that autopsy report ready for me.
I have it, just haven't filed it yet.
So what's the holdup?
I wanted you to see it before anyone else.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I didn't think you would believe it.
It's bad enough the poor slob was turned inside out, but this?
His vital organs were literally sucked out of his mouth before being turned inside out.
What could have possibly done something like that?
I don't know, and that is what scares me.
Arnold Parsons. Anything on him?
I checked for you. Minor offenses for vagrancy, but nothing serious. He was just your run-of-the-mill drunk.
There is nothing run-of-the-mill about this. Detective Mason. What? Where? Okay, I'll be right there.
What is it?
Come on, Doc. You're gonna be needed.
What's going on?
We got another one, just 2 blocks away. Female, they think.
They think? Don't they know?
No, just like our Arnold Parsons, she was turned inside out. And her organs were laying 6 feet away.
Of ghosts and ghoulies and long-legged beasties and things that go bump in the night, Lord protect us. But what of a creature that turns its victims inside out? I'll return shortly with Act 2. Nightmares come in many shapes and sizes. With a little effort, they can actually be controlled, unless they happen in the real world.
5 more victims, and absolutely no clue as to how any of them died.
All the reports are the same. Every ounce of blood was drained. Their vital organs laying 6 feet from the bodies.
And all of them turned inside out. How could something like that happen?
I think I can answer that for you.
What? Who are you?
Dr. Anthony Drake. I work at Laser Solutions. I'm a scientist.
I've heard of your firm. You deal in laser technology for the government.
Well, that's part of it, yes. We also do research.
So, what do you know about these, deaths?
I'm afraid that you're not going to believe me.
Why don't you try me? At this point, I would believe little green men from Mars.
You're not too far off, Detective.
You have got to be kidding me.
Just hear me out. We have been doing experiments with lasers for a very long time. About a week ago, we were able to calculate a way to open up another dimension.
But that is theoretically impossible.
But we've managed to do it.
So, what does that have to do with our population being turned inside out?
I believe that when we opened that, well, call it a portal, something came through into our dimension. Something deadly.
Are you okay, Mr. Stewart?
Yes, I'm perfectly fine. Thank you, Inga.
Let me at least walk you to the bus stop.
I would be honored if you would. It's not every day that I am in the company of a beautiful young woman.
No trouble at all. You know, you did quite well with your first dialysis treatment.
At least it'll keep me alive for a while. Stupid kidneys.
Are you on the list for a transplant?
Yes, but it may take a while, according to the doctors.
I'm sure they will find one quickly for you.
Say, what is that?
What? Where? In the alley?
I don't know what's becoming of this city.
What do you see?
Don't you see it? Over there, near the dumpster.
Oh, that. Looks like someone spilled a lot of oil.
I hate having to go through the alley to get to the bus stop, but it is a rather convenient shortcut.
Let's just walk around it.
Now that's funny.
What is?
I could have sworn that it was moving.
Now, who ever heard of a moving oil spill?
I suppose you're right. Be careful, you wouldn't want to slip in that stuff.
Don't worry.
Hey, it is moving towards us.
Let's just walk a little faster. Hey!
Inga, what is it? Come over here.
I can't. This stuff, it's holding me. I can't move. Mr. Stewart, help me.
Reach out your hand.
It's cold. Slimy.
Oh, God.
Mr. Stewart.
It's covering you.
Help me. It's all over me. It's covering
Inga!
my face.
I understand that we have another victim.
Yeah, only this time, we got a witness.
Someone survived?
Mr. Tom Stewart said that he saw this oil spill cover a nurse from the dialysis center. He watched her internal organs come out of her mouth, and then she was turned inside out.
Where is he now?
Right now, at the ER, being treated for shock.
I wonder why it didn't attack him.
No, but it did.
But he survived?
According to Mr. Stewart, this oil reached out towards him, but just stopped. It just slithered away.
That doesn't make any sense.
This thing has killed everyone else, drained them of their blood, and then moved on. But not Mr. Stewart?
Wait, you said that all of the victims were drained of their blood?
The pile of internal organs was completely empty of any blood.
Maybe that's it.
Wanna let me in on it?
You said that this nurse worked at a dialysis center. Perhaps Mr. Stewart was getting treated.
I think I see what you mean. The blood was tainted in some way?
Right. Whatever this thing is, it didn't want Mr. Stewart's blood.
But how would it know?
That, I don't know. Maybe it could smell it and decided that it would not be wise to partake.
Now you are giving it intelligence?
Why not? We don't know what sort of creatures were in that other dimension or what they are capable of.
We know this one is capable of killing. Now, any idea of how to stop it or even find it?
There was one other thing that has me very troubled that Mr. Stewart said in his statement.
What was that, Doc?
As the thing was sliding away, it seemed that it was, and these are his words, splitting apart.
Then we may have an even bigger problem. If what you say is true, that means the creature is...
beginning to multiply.
The three look at each other, horror beginning to etch itself into their faces. They realize the implication of the eyewitness and shudder. I'll be back with Act 3. A deadly creature has been forced into our world from another dimension. It feeds on the blood of humans, with frightening results.
So, any ideas as to how we're going to stop it?
Is there any way to open this portal again, Dr. Drake?
I believe so.
What are you thinking, Doc?
If we could lure this thing back to the laboratory, open the portal, perhaps it will simply go home.
Yes, in theory anyway.
I thought I would find you here, Drake.
And just who the hell are you?
I'm Dr. Drake's former employer.
This is Dr. Adam Cochran. He's the head of the project.
Do you realize that you are not only in breach of contract, but you could be arrested for treason?
Whoa, hang on.
And I assume that you are in charge here?
You assume correctly.
Then you will pardon us.
Now, hang on, sport. No one is going anywhere.
We have government contracts, detective. And Dr. Drake here is in serious breach of such arrangements. He had no business coming to you.
Listen, you pompous jerk. I warned you what could happen. But did you listen? No. Now we have a real problem.
I believe that Dr. Conyers told you to handle it. And quietly.
And how was I supposed to do that?
Why don't we all just calm down? Now, Dr. Drake, do you think that we can lure this creature back to the lab?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, but first we have to find it. And what do we use for bait?
What the devil are you all babbling about?
It's quite simple, Cochran. We're going to send this thing back to where it came from.
But you can't do that. We have to study it. Find out if it has intelligence that could help.
Oh, it has intelligence. It knows who to eat and who not to eat.
Oh, this is completely absurd.
Would you like to see the victims whose organs were pulled out of their mouths and then turned inside out?
What?
Now, I suggest you find a solution and quit being part of the problem.
I didn't realize... I didn't know that...
Yes, well, now you know.
Yeah. What? Okay, don't do anything. And I mean anything. Just keep an eye on it. We're coming down now.
What is it, Paul?
Our visitor was spotted a block up from here in an alley.
What is it doing?
Well, just laying there, according to the officer on scene.
Dr. Drake, can the laser be moved and set up in that alley?
Yes, it's pretty simple and lightweight.
Then we can't move that from the lab. The government will have our heads.
It's either that or we somehow get that thing to your precious lab. Would you like to be the bait?
Dr. Drake, would you like some help in moving the laser?
Make sure everyone stays back. We don't know what this thing will do.
What is it doing now?
Just sitting there in the middle of the alley. It hasn't moved an inch.
Wait, look.
It's... Oh, no. It's starting to divide. It's splitting in two.
Drake, whatever you are going to do it now.
No, we have to know more about it.
Dear Lord, it's covering him.
Cochran, get out of there.
We can learn about...
Drake, do it. What the hell is that?
The other dimension! Look! It's heading towards the portal!
Is that it?
I think so.
Where is Cochran?
Over there. What's left of him?
And how are you going to write this report?
What report?
What do you mean, what report?
Nothing happened, Doc.
It most certainly did. I was there.
Not according to the men who just left here. You know, the ones in the black suits with the shiny badges.
What did they say?
Well, you're going to have to amend your autopsy reports. All those victims, they died of heart failure.
Why am I not surprised?
Yeah, at least it's over.
Are you so sure, Paul?
What do you mean?
Our only witness, Mr. Stewart, remember?
Yeah? What about him?
Well, you saw it. That slime pool splitting into half. How do you know that there isn't another one out there? In some dark alley. Waiting.
A little something to ponder over as you lay safely in your bed tonight. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Nightmares come, whimpering at your door, scratching to be let inside. But soon the sun begins to rise, and the nightmare quietly goes away. Or does it? Our cast included Raven Adams, Annie Mick, Robert Jackson, Nick Davis, Gemma Mitchell, Peter Lugmeyer. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
I'm gonna kill you, Ruth. I swear I am going to.
Oh, don't you be absurd, Rupert. You simply don't have it in you.
I'm not talking about using a gun or a knife. Nothing so simple as that. But you can be sure that I'm going to get you.
Rupert, I really think you meant that.
Believe me, Ruth. I mean it.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. With over 7 billion people on our tiny planet, it is amazing to me that every once in a while, 2 complete strangers' lives will intersect.
I'm gonna kill you, Ruth. I swear I am going to.
Oh, don't you be absurd, Rupert. You simply don't have it in you.
I'm not talking about using a gun or a knife. Nothing so simple as that. But you can be sure that I'm going to get you.
Rupert, I really think you meant that.
Believe me, Ruth. I mean it.
Our mystery drama, I'm Gonna Kill You, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Robert Jackson, Crimson McKenzie, Annie Mick, Dave Arkhipov, and Winslow Swan. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Some people believe that this life is simply an illusion, that we are all in a perpetual dream world. Our story tonight involves 2 separate men, but who are both living the same nightmare.
Did you pick up the dry cleaning?
Yes, dear.
And you made the appointment with the doctor?
Yes, dear.
I certainly hope so. That snoring's driving me crazy.
Yes, dear.
Oh, and did you pick up the mail?
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't get a chance.
Didn't get a chance? Huh. Really, Rupert? That's no excuse. With all the time you got in the day?
I simply forgot.
Forgot? You forgot. Did you hear that, world? My husband, the editor of a major magazine, he forgot.
I'm sorry, dear.
Oh, and now you sorry. Huh. That doesn't get the dang mail here now, does it?
I can pick it up tomorrow, okay?
You are so dang useless.
Did you pick up the dry cleaning?
Yes, dear.
You know that your uniforms are in it.
Yes, dear.
You have a clean uniform?
Yes, dear.
Don't forget we're having dinner with Captain Williams tonight.
I haven't forgotten.
And don't tell any of your war stories. I'm sure the captain of the police isn't interested.
Edith, I've only been at the precinct for 6 months.
Charlie, it doesn't hurt to be polite with your superior officer. Oh, and I need a loaf of bread on your way home tonight.
Would it make your cooking taste any better?
What did you say?
Oh, I said that I will be happy to pick that up for you.
Sometimes I wonder why I even married you.
So do I.
Morning, Sarge.
Lionel, how are things?
Yeah, it's pretty quiet. 4 drunks in the tank, 1 guy going to court, and of course the usual assortment of weirdos that have been walking in.
Thanks a lot, officer.
Hey, no problem. Sarge, you don't look so good. Maybe you should consider taking the day off.
And spend it with my wife? I'd rather deal with the lowlifes.
Oh, that bad?
Oh, no, not really. You married?
Me? No, I'm a confirmed bachelor.
Well, marriage isn't for everybody.
I take it that your home life isn't exactly harmonious.
After 15 years, is anything, whatever that word is that you used?
It means happy. Well, I got to get on duty. I'll see you later.
Precinct Sergeant Greenling. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. Yes, dear, I made sure of it. No, I won't be able to get to it until... Yes, dear. Yes, dear. All right, see you tonight, dear. Oh, why did I ever marry her?
Ruth, I'm home! Ruth?
I hear you. You don't gotta shout.
How was your day, dear?
Oh, like you'd even remotely be interested.
Oh, on the contrary, I am most interested in your day.
Rupert, what's gotten into you?
What are you talking about?
Well, you seem so dang happy.
Oh, no, dear.
The way you carrying on, it sounds like you in love.
Only with you, light of my life.
Well, get yourself ready for dinner.
And what culinary delight have you whipped up for us tonight?
Meatloaf.
Oh, joy.
If you don't like it, you can eat out.
Oh, no, sweetheart. I will manage to choke it down.
How dare you?
Well, if you don't like what I'm saying, why don't we get a divorce?
Divorce? There ain't no way that I'll divorce you. And if you so much as attempt to leave me for some floozy, I'll make your life a living hell.
Too late. I'm already living that. But there is another way out.
Really? Oh, please, enlighten me.
I am going to kill you, Ruth.
You are what you do, not what you say you will do, said Carl Jung. People say a lot of things during the course of a day. Most of these musings don't really mean anything, but sometimes... I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Someone once said to live life to the fullest because it only happens once. And in that short space of time, some do exactly that. And then there are the others.
Here's your coffee. I got that special creamer you like so well.
Very nice, Ruth.
Thank you, Rupert.
But, you know I'm still going to kill you.
How can you say such a thing?
Oh, it's very easy to do. Anyone can do it. You just have to know how.
Now you just stop that, will you? You have absolutely no intention...
Oh, I have every intention of doing it to you, Ruth. Would you like to know how?
It ain't funny no more.
It can happen almost anywhere. You could be crossing the street and BAM! You're hit by a bus.
Now please, Rupert, you just stop doing this.
Or you could take a nasty fall down the stairs. We do live on the 13th floor.
Now you just stop it right now.
Or maybe, just maybe, you step onto the elevator, but the elevator isn't there, and down you fall. Boom!
I'm gonna call the police.
You could just go with me to an attorney and we could...
Never!
Well then, you leave me no choice. It's been nice knowing you, Ruth, but... time to die.
Hey, Sarge, you got a minute?
Sure, Leo. What's going on? Massacre at the Millwinds tea rooms?
What? Oh, a joke. No. I got a lady out here with the screwiest story.
So why are you bringing her to me?
Because you got to hear it from her to believe it. I mean, I suppose we got a crime, but...
But you want me to evaluate the validity of her testimony?
Could not have articulated it better myself.
You know, officer, since I met you, I've had to start keeping a dictionary in the desk drawer.
It always pays to increase your knowledge of words.
What's the woman's name?
Mrs. Ruth Irving.
Oh, okay, send her in.
Right this way, Mrs. Irving.
Thank you so much, officer.
Leo, close the door on your way out.
Sure thing, Sarge.
All right. Now, what can the police do for you?
I want you to arrest my husband.
You wish to lodge a formal complaint?
No, you just go arrest him.
Well, what would the charge be?
He wants to kill me.
Has he threatened you in any way?
Oh, just every day for the past 2 weeks. He looks at me right in the eye and he says, "Ruth, I'm gonna kill you."
Has he made any attempt to do it?
Do we seriously gotta wait until then? He says he doesn't have to do anything.
I don't understand.
For the last 2 weeks, he's been telling me that every day, every chance he gets.
In front of witnesses?
Well, no, he's much too dang clever for that. He calls me from work and says, "Ruth, it's not much longer. I'm gonna kill you."
Excuse me. 12th Precinct, Sergeant Greenling.
I thought I told you to specifically take the garbage to the curb this morning before you left.
Hello, dear.
I had to drag 2 large bags down to the curb by myself.
Yes, dear.
One of them broke open all over the driveway.
Yes, dear.
And you don't even care.
Yes, dear.
What did you say?
No, dear.
The reason I called was to remind you that the oil needs to be changed in the car today.
I will handle it, dear.
And don't take it to the last place. I mean, really. $60? Highway robbery.
Yes, dear. Listen, I have someone in the office, so...
You take the car over to 9th Street. They won't rip you off.
Yes, dear.
And you will have to get something for dinner tonight. I'm going to my meeting.
Yes, dear.
Your wife?
Yes, ma'am. That was my wife.
Oh, she must be a lovely woman. Now, how long y'all been married?
15 years.
Oh, I'm sure she cares for you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Now, about your husband.
Well, he just keeps saying he's gonna kill me, and that it could happen any time.
Unfortunately, ma'am, there really isn't anything I can do.
But isn't that considered threats?
Yes, ma'am, but it wasn't said in front of any witness. We just have your word for it.
I knew you wouldn't do anything.
No, I didn't say that. If you'd like, I could call him and maybe, I don't know, have a little chat.
Dang it. Would you do that for me?
Certainly. Be happy to.
Oh, well, now that's wonderful. I feel like the whole weight of the world's just been lifted off my shoulders.
Do you feel safe going home?
Well, he said he wasn't going to do nothing, but he just keeps telling me, "I'm going to kill you, Ruth," over and over and over every day.
Well, it might be better if you spent a couple of days in a motel. Mind if I ask why he wants to kill you?
Well, for the most stupid reason in the world. I won't divorce him.
If you don't mind me saying, is that the only reason?
Well, he complains about my cooking, my looks, my weight. You know, all those stupid things.
Oh, I see. So why won't you give him a divorce?
You should know why. Till death do us part. I take my vows very seriously.
Yes, but sometimes...
For better or worse. Remember?
Yes, I remember. Okay, I'll talk to him.
Thank you so much. I won't forget this.
Hey, Frank, another beer.
Is this stool taken?
No, go ahead.
Thank you. Frank? Martini.
You come in here often?
Only when I could get away with it.
Married, huh?
Is it that obvious?
No judgment here. I'm in the same situation.
Let me ask you, does your wife get upset if you stop off for a drink?
Oh, I'm sure I will never hear the end of it tonight.
Me too, brother. It's just one little drink. I've had a hard day too.
But don't tell him that.
And the constant nagging.
Do this, do that.
Makes you wonder why you ever said, I do.
Well, it's okay, because I have a nice little system worked out.
Divorce is so ugly and expensive.
Nope, not divorce. Call it the power of suggestion.
What do you mean?
Oh, I've just started a little campaign against her, and it is definitely working.
What sort of campaign?
Oh, it's really very easy. Even you could do it.
So if it's so easy, why doesn't everyone know about it?
Because not everyone is capable of handling it. Now, take you for instance. I'm sure that at one time you loved your wife.
I wouldn't have married her otherwise.
Exactly. But is she the same girl you married? Or has she changed?
Well, we all change, don't we?
You know what I mean. She doesn't look the same, doesn't cook the same way anymore, always nagging, always negative about everything you do.
You just described my life.
There, you see? So why don't you do something about it?
Like divorce?
There are, shall we say, alternatives.
For instance?
You could dispose of her.
Oscar Wilde once said that to live is the rarest thing in the world. Most people simply exist. Charlie ponders what Rupert has told him, not with the ears of a police sergeant, but with the mind of a tired husband. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly. Two different men, strangers until a chance meeting in a bar, that have both similar lives. The difference is that Rupert has found a way to change his circumstance.
And how many of those have you had?
Oh, lay off me tonight, Edith.
I can smell it on your breath. Did you drive home like that?
I had one. Count them. One lousy beer. It's been a rough day.
Rough day? You wouldn't know a rough day if it came in and bit you on the ass.
Edith, I have just about had enough of your constant nagging. Now shut up.
How dare you?
Edith, I want a divorce.
Ha ha! Forget it. It's never going to happen.
Afraid of what the church may think?
That has nothing to do with it. Like it or not, you are stuck with me until death do us part.
What did you just say?
Oh, you heard me all right.
Oh my God.
Charlie, where are you going?
I've got to go and I've just got to go somewhere.
Don't you walk out on me.
Edith, please. I need to go and possibly prevent
Prevent what exactly?
a murder.
That's the craziest thing I've ever heard, Sarge.
Just keep your eye on the road.
Are you really sure about this?
I'm not sure of anything at this point.
How do you know that this guy in the bar is really her husband?
I don't. It's just a hunch, that's all.
Well, there have been some pretty famous crimes that were solved just because of a hunch.
There, turn in here.
You want me to come in with you?
No, stay with the car. If anything happens, I'll call you.
Yeah, you're the boss.
Mrs. Irving? Mrs. Irving, are you home? Mrs. Irving?
What in the heck's all this? Oh, Sergeant, what's going on?
Is your husband home?
No, but when he does get home, he's gonna be in big trouble.
Where do you think he is?
Probably out drinking. Again.
I think it would be wise for you to come with me.
Why? The heck's the matter now?
Let's just say I'm playing a hunch.
Let me get my coat.
I'll meet you at the elevator. Where is that elevator?
Sergeant, would you mind telling me why it is so urgent that I leave my home?
I think I met your husband today, and I think he is going to try to kill you.
What? No. Just this morning he said... He said...
What did he say, Mrs. Irving?
He said that today... Oh, God. Today was the day that...
It's going to be okay. We're going to go down to the precinct, and I'm having your husband picked up.
Thank you, Sergeant. I've been going out my mind all day just thinking about it. You know, I walked into the store on the corner this morning and was almost hit by a dang bus.
Where is that elevator?
A little bit before you even arrived. I was going to walk down to my friend's apartment and I tripped on the dang stairs.
Don't you worry, Mrs. Irving. Everything is going to be just fine.
I'm so thankful that...
Oh my God.
You okay, Sergeant?
Not really. What did you find out?
It was a simple glitch in the computer system. The indicator light said the elevator was there, but the car itself, it was still down in the basement.
And Mrs. Irving fell 13 floors.
Her husband is waiting for you.
Good. Where is he?
In his apartment.
Oh, it's you. I didn't know that you were with the police.
How did you do it, Mr. Irving?
Do what?
Your wife already told me the whole story. How you've been telling her that you were going to kill her for weeks now.
And you can prove that.
No, Mr. Irving, I can't prove anything, but as far as the police are concerned, this was simply accidental death.
It really is an easy system. I was talking to a lady about it just yesterday. She seemed very interested. Said her husband would be a perfect candidate for my campaign. I believe that she's going to try it. Okay. can't wait to hear the results.
I can't hold you on anything, Mr. Irving, but I promise you, one little piece of evidence, and I'll see you behind bars.
Good luck, Sergeant.
It's about time.
Please, Edith, not tonight. It's been a very trying day.
I hope you're not too tired to listen to what I have to say.
Yes, dear, I'm all ears.
I've been doing some figuring. Divorce is out of the question. We agree on that.
Yes, dear.
So that only leaves one other alternative.
Wait, you didn't happen to talk with anyone recently, did you?
I talked to a lot of people. You know that. But I did meet a rather interesting man who had a marvelous system.
Oh, Edith, please don't say it.
He said it was foolproof and that anyone could do it.
Edith, I'm begging you, don't say it.
Charlie, I am going to kill you.
And as our curtain closes, we ask a rather simple question. Are you happy with your partner? For better or worse? In sickness and in health? Till death do you part? I'll be back shortly with a final word. In the words of James Dean, dream as if you will live forever. Live as if you will die today. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Robert Jackson, Annie Mick, Dave Archibald, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
So, what are you doing?
Oh, that is so original. Next, you're gonna ask me, what am I wearing?
No, I don't really care about that.
Then, why did you call?
I want something from you.
My firstborn child? All my money? And what could you possibly want from little old me?
Your blood pouring from your body.
This is Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. Technology can be a wonderful thing in the right hands. The telephone has now become a handheld computer capable of not only making calls, but a plethora of applications to make our lives easier.
So, what are you doing?
Oh, that is so original. Next, you're gonna ask me, what am I wearing?
No, I don't really care about that.
Then, why did you call?
I want something from you.
My firstborn child? All my money? And, what could you possibly want from little old me?
Your blood pouring from your body.
Our mystery drama, Neffertiti, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Crimson McKenzie and Mick Davis. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Since Alexander Graham Bell first uttered the words, "Watson, come here, I need you," his invention has gone through many changes over the last 100 years. Most people now have a phone everywhere they go. The need for being in constant communication has never been greater.
Oh, Natalie, thank goodness you're here. I'm going out of my mind.
What's going on, Miss Brent?
Please, come in. Oh, where's your cat?
She is waiting patiently for me out in the car. She gets a little nervous if there's too much going on.
Well, there is certainly a lot going on right now. Come in.
So what's up? Why are you so upset, Miss Brent?
Oh, it's so stupid. I've lost the car keys.
Oh, I'm sure you've only misplaced them.
Nat, I can't thank you enough for house sitting this weekend. You don't know how badly I need to get away.
Well, you won't be doing that until we find the keys, so come on.
Is that
Neffertiti? Now, how did you get in here?
I never saw her came in. I thought you said that she was in the car.
That was where she was supposed to be. That girl.
Well, first things first, if she could help us find my keys, I can get this vacation started.
Why don't you look upstairs and Neffertiti and I will look around down here.
If you find them, shout!
Now, Neffertiti, don't you give me that look. You know I can never stay mad at you. All right. Yes, I love you too. Now help me find her keys. Of course I don't know where she may have laid them, silly. Okay, now, if we were a set of car keys, where would we be? Do you think? Well, let's go have a look. Okay, so we're in the kitchen, and where could they be? That's the fridge, you silly kitty. You can't be hungry now. I gave you food at home. We can eat dinner in a little while. Neffertiti, will you quit playing around and help me find her keys? Fine, I'll open the refrigerator and you can pick out your favorite snack and, oh my. Oh, you. I should have known. Oh, Mrs. Brent.
I can't understand what could have happened to.
Looking for these.
Thank goodness. Where in this house did you find them?
Actually, Neffertiti found them.
They were in the fridge, of all places.
I must have laid them in there when I was making some lunch. I'm so silly sometimes.
Oh, don't feel that way. I spent half an hour looking for my phone when I was holding it.
Better check the freezer. I may have my phone in there.
Yes, Neffertiti. Kate is very grateful.
You bet I am. And of course, you know where I keep the treats.
She says thank you.
You are most welcome, Neffertiti.
Yes, you're a very good girl. I'm so sorry for ever doubting you.
How long have you had her?
Oh, more like how long has she had me? I think it's been about 2 years now.
She really loves you. I'm so amazed every time I see you with her. She is so well behaved.
Well, I was at a pretty low point back then, and nothing seemed to be going right. One night, I heard her on my doorstep. Poor baby, she was starving to death.
And a true friendship was born.
She's my protector and my best friend.
Well, Neffertiti, you are welcome into my home anytime. And thank you so much, Natalie, for house sitting for me this weekend. I know it was short notice, but...
Oh, but nothing. You just go and have a good time. I really think that you could use it.
You don't know the half of it. Thank you again.
Okay, now, have you got everything?
I think so. Let me see. I packed the car last night, so everything is in there. My purse, wallet, and now where are the keys?
Nefertiti knows.
I swear, I'm losing my mind. Naturally, I put them on the counter and then forget. Thank you again, Neffertiti.
Now get out of here, Miss Brent.
I'm going. I left the number of the hotel on the fridge if you need anything.
I'm sure that we will be fine. Go have a good time. Now, my most gorgeous friend, what shall we do with ourselves? I really should be practicing tonight, but... Now settle down. It's probably just Miss Brent. Perhaps she forgot her driver's license. Hello, Brent residence.
Are you alone?
May I ask who's calling?
Are you alone now?
Well, who wants to know? Would you consider a cat as a companion tonight?
Then there is no one else in the house but you.
I do declare. Yes, just little old me in this awfully big house with my pussycat.
That is all I wanted to know.
Well, that was strange.
Animals seem to have a sense of danger whenever it approaches. There have been many documented cases of animals warning people of something dire. However, it is up to us to recognize the warning. I'll be back with Act 2 shortly. The author Terry Pratchett said, "In ancient times, cats were worshipped as gods. They have not forgotten this."
Yes, baby. I know, Neffertiti. I'm not getting anything done. I deserve a break as well.
Okay. I promise to go over those spells later. No, really, I will. Aw, you know me so well. Drake Residence.
Are you alone?
I have already told you. No, I am not alone.
Who's there with you?
Why do you even care?
Because, Natalie, I am very interested in you.
How do you know my name?
I know a lot about you, Natalie.
Well, since you know my name, am I allowed the same privilege?
Not just yet.
Quiet, Neffertiti.
Who are you talking to?
No one. Nothing you should be concerned about.
Everything you do concerns me.
Where are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I know, Neffertiti, I know. So what do you think I should do? You're absolutely right. I think that is exactly what we shall do.
Twelfth Precinct, Sergeant Wilkins.
Hi, this is Natalie Porter.
Yes, Miss Porter, what can I do for you?
Well, I'm not so sure. You see, I've been getting some rather strange phone calls tonight.
I see. Do you recognize the voice?
No, I've never heard it before.
Oh, was it a man or a woman?
Oh, definitely a man.
What is he saying? I mean, is it something obscene?
No, nothing like that, but he just... Well, he scared me. That's all.
Did he threaten you in some way?
Not exactly. What really got me is that, well, he knows my name.
Well, could he be a friend maybe? Perhaps someone playing a joke?
None of my friends would ever do anything like that.
Unfortunately, there isn't a lot we can do about it. All I can tell you to do is just hang up on him if he calls again. And most of the time, these phone calls don't really amount to anything.
It was just quite scary.
To be honest, I don't think he's going to call again. I can alert the phone company, and we can try to get a trace if he stays on long enough.
Thank you, Sergeant Wilkins. I greatly appreciate it.
Oh, that's all right, ma'am. You feel free to call me again if something happens.
Oh, I most definitely will. Thank you so much. Drake Residence.
Who were you talking to?
I told you already. My cat.
No. Who were you on the phone with?
How do you know I was on the phone?
Was it the police?
Just who are you?
Don't worry, Natalie. You'll find out very soon.
What do you want?
Do you really want to know?
Why are you doing this?
I want to wear your intestines as a necklace.
Natalie stares at the phone with a look of horror. She pulls her feline friend closer to her. We shall pull into Act 3 shortly. Albert Schweitzer once said, "There are two means of refuge from the miseries of life: music and cats."
know, Neffertiti. I know. He must be insane. I just wonder how he knows about me. Now, I'm getting a little tired of this. Who the hell are you, and how do you know me?
I've known you for a long time. I know where you go, who you see, and what you do.
And you think that is supposed to scare me?
You mean you're not scared of me?
Why should I be? You're just a sicko voice on the phone.
Oh, I'm much more than just a voice.
What do you mean?
I'm a lot closer than you think.
Where are you?
Right behind you.
Where are you? Show yourself.
Hello, Natalie.
You? You are the voice on the phone?
Why are you laughing?
Oh, you poor fool. You have no idea who or what I am.
You are a young woman, all alone, in an empty house. Nothing to protect you except a stupid cat.
I know, Neffertiti. He really has no clue.
Doesn't this knife scare you?
It would be very wise on your part to put the knife down and quietly skulk away to whatever rock you crawled out of.
First, I'm gonna slice your stomach wide open, letting your blood spill all over me.
My, what a visual. Have you ever thought about writing a book? Oh, wait. That would mean you would have to have the ability to write and read, which I highly doubt.
Then, I'm gonna remove your stomach and slice it open to see what you've been eating.
Okay, Neffertiti. You know I could easily handle this toad. But I suppose perhaps you do know best.
Why are you talking to that stupid animal?
You poor, unsuspecting fool. You should have never, ever called an animal stupid. Now you've upset her.
Then I will slice her open first and make you watch.
If you really knew who I was, then you would have known what I am. Neffertiti is not only my familiar, but my protector. All witches have one, and you just pissed mine off. He's all yours, my Neffertiti.
What? What the? Oh my God! The cat! It's growing! Getting bigger! No! Stay away! Stay away!
Now, Neffertiti, make sure you clean all of that up. Wouldn't want Miss Straight to come home to a mess, would we? Wonder who that could be. May I help you?
Miss Porter?
Yes.
I'm Sergeant Wilkins from the 12th Precinct. We spoke earlier tonight on the phone.
Oh, yes. Is everything okay?
Well, I was just about to ask you the same question.
Aw, everything's fine here.
After I spoke to you, I decided to do a little checking. It seems that you're not the only one that was being threatened. As a matter of fact, we have 2 unsolved murders that we believe were committed by the same perpetrator.
Really? Well,
I never got any more calls, if that's what you wanted to know.
Well, that's good. I just thought I would stop by on my way home and make sure.
Thank you, Sergeant. It is most appreciated. Oh, look. Neffertiti thanks you, too.
And I see I've interrupted your dinner. I'm very sorry about that.
Oh, that's just her little bone treat she likes to chew on. I thought I would give her a treat after everything we've been through tonight.
That's a beautiful cat. I have 3 myself.
Aw, they're great companions and protectors.
I'm sorry. Did you say protectors?
Yes, I did.
Natalie smiles as she closes the door. She puts Neffertiti down so that the cat can enjoy its meal. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Jean Cocteau once said, "I love cats because I enjoy my home, and little by little they become its visible soul." Our cast included Mick Davis, Crimson McKenzie, Madeline Lane, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Howdy. Hope you boys are doing okay today. What with the sun being so dang hot and all. Headed out over the desert?
Just headed up to,
Keith, I'm sure this old man isn't interested.
Oh, I wasn't trying to pry. Sometimes I guess I get overly curious. You know, I'm the last gas station before the next town. A couple hours away.
Yeah, that's what I figured. And hey, after you put the gas in, how about emptying the cash drawer for me?
You sure you want me to do that?
Believe me, old man, I'm very sure.
This is Artemis Black, inviting you to join me for another journey into the world of your terrifying imagination through the doorway to nightmare. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. If you have ever been on vacation, I'm sure that you have seen them. The small, out-of-the-way gas station that, well, doesn't quite belong where it is. Of course, you are extremely grateful that it is there when you notice that you are almost out of gas.
Howdy. Hope you boys are doing okay today. What with the sun being so dang hot and all. Headed out over the desert?
Just headed up to,
Keith, I'm sure this old man isn't interested.
Oh, I wasn't trying to pry. Sometimes I guess I get overly curious. You know, I'm the last gas station before the next town. A couple hours away.
Yeah, that's what I figured. And hey, After you put the gas in, how about emptying the cash drawer for me?
You sure you want me to do that?
Believe me, old man, I'm very sure.
Our mystery drama, The Last Chance Gas and Snake Emporium, was adapted from the short story and written by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include William Stafford, Raven Adams, Jonathan Rossignol, and Crimson McKenzie. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. There are many places along the highways of this country that hold unusual and sometimes exotic attractions. From the world's largest ball of string to museums dedicated to serial killers. They are not usually advertised, mostly a solitary sign along the highway with an exit number. But within them, you can find the rarest and sometimes strangest of artifacts.
Give me another beer.
Don't have any more.
What do you mean we don't have any more?
Just what I said, Billy. We don't have any more. You drank the last one about an hour ago.
Damn.
I told you we should have stopped and grabbed some.
Oh, sure. Stopped and been recognized, or have some cop decide to start asking questions.
Yeah, I said I was sorry.
If it wasn't for you, we could have stayed in Vegas. But no. What did you have to go and do?
Well, I was bored.
So you were bored. So what? You had TV.
I got tired of soap operas and talk shows.
So what did you do? You just had to pick up that girl, didn't you?
Hey, she was fun, you know? Don't you remember fun?
Yeah, I remember the fun look on her face when you were done. Look, Keith, don't you get it? We just got away from the state prison, and I don't particularly want to go back. So far, you put us right on the fast track.
I said I was sorry.
Doesn't do us a whole lot of good. Now we got a body in the trunk that you, and I do mean you, are going to have to dig a hole for.
No, she's a nobody. We could have dumped her in the alley.
For someone who used to watch all that CSI crap on TV, you sure didn't learn a thing.
What do you mean?
You left so much DNA on her, I'm surprised you don't wear a neon sign on your back that says arrest me.
Hey, I was more careful than...
Careful? Pulling her intestines out and wrapping them around her neck is careful? Jeez.
You should have seen the look in her eyes when I...
Spare me. All I want to do is get rid of her and get as far away from here as possible.
Do you think that there is any possible way you could help me?
Hey, your kill, your hole.
Thanks. A lot.
If you had been smart, you would have done what I told you to do and stayed put.
You think this is deep enough?
About 2 feet?
Yeah, I think so.
Then push her in. Make sure you fill the entire hole up.
Don't I always?
Isn't that how they caught you in the first place? I mean, killers are pretty stupid now.
What do you mean?
Shallow graves, really?
No, I don't have time to...
You got time now, don't you? Now hurry up. Let's get out of here. We're gonna need some gas pretty soon.
I haven't seen any place since leaving the county line.
Well, it's either we find gas or we start walking.
Oh, hey, did you see that?
What?
That sign back there. I think there's a gas station just up ahead.
Great. Now you got any money?
No, now, you know better than that.
Well, maybe the owner will be a reasonable person.
to the Last Chance Gas and Snake Emporium.
Hello yourself. Think we can get some gas?
That's what I'm here for. You boys headed out towards the desert?
Well, actually, we were...
Going camping. Thought it might be nice to get away.
You can certainly do that out here. Okay, there you go.
Hey, do you really have the world's largest snake skin?
Sure do. 118 foot long. Found it out back one day and put it in. Of course, I got some live ones too.
Well, I'd like to see.
Keith, we got things to do, remember?
Well, I guess 30 will cover the gas. Want me to check the oil?
Nah, that's okay. You can just hand me everything out of the register.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, I think you heard me.
Son, you really want to do that?
Yes, Dad. I really want to.
Why don't you boys just go on your way? Don't worry about the gas. Consider it my going away present to you.
Can you believe this old guy, Keith?
Sure is a comedian.
I'm warning you, son.
Get me the money. Now.
You really don't?
Damn!
Hurry up, grab the cash, Keith. Let's get out of here.
You would think that this would be the end of our story. But remember, you entered the doorway where nothing is ever as it seems. Stick around for Act 2. Billy and Keith, two escaped convicts who are currently on the run across the Nevada desert. They believe that they now have nothing to fear.
You haven't said anything since we did the old man. What's up?
I was just thinking about that girl.
What about her?
She was kind of nice. That's all.
Hey, it's okay. I'm sure there are plenty other victims we can pick up for you.
Yeah, I suppose. Hey, what do you think that old man meant?
About what?
I mean, he wasn't scared or anything when you were pointing that gun.
Yeah, I noticed that. He just stood there looking at me. Gave me the creeps.
Yeah, me too. How much further to the next town?
I don't know. A couple hours, I guess.
Whoa, stop!
What the hell?
Turn around. Go back.
What's eating you, man?
Just turn around and go back a little.
Why?
I thought I saw something.
Out here in the middle of nowhere?
Will you please just go back a little?
What do you think you saw?
I'm not sure. Wait, stop the car.
What the hell are you looking at?
See for yourself.
What is so important that hole?
The sign. Right there. Last Chance Gas and Snake Emporium.
Okay, so it's another sign. Big deal.
No, Billy. That's the same sign we passed before we got there.
Oh, sure. Like the old guy would only put up one sign? Come on, get in the car. Come on, Keith. It was just a stupid sign on the other side of...
Then how do you explain that?
Can't be. It just can't be.
Howdy. Welcome to the Last Chance Gas and Snake Emporium. I'm Eli, the sole owner of this place. Well, you boys look like you've seen a ghost.
No. No. We just been driving a long time.
Billy, it's him.
Shut up, Keith.
Want me to fill her up?
Yeah. We're trying to get to the next town before it gets dark.
Really? Thought you two were going camping in the desert.
Hold it right there. Now what the hell is going on?
Easy, Keith. We don't want to scare the old guy.
I would do what your friend says, Keith. It wouldn't be a good idea. Didn't work out too well the last time.
What's going on, Billy?
I don't know.
Now just hold on, Keith. Billy's trying to work it all out. Ain't you, Billy?
What are you?
Oh, I'm sure you boys will figure it out. Now, why don't we just call it a day? Gas happens to be free today.
Screw you!
Give me the gun, Keith. There. That will do it. Let's torch this place and get the hell out of here.
What do you think he meant?
Who? That old guy?
He said that it wasn't too late. What do you think he meant by that?
Who the hell knows? Besides, 2 old guys and 2 fires in one day makes a guy hungry, you know?
What do you mean, 2?
Think about it. We just passed 2. Count them. 2 different gas stations.
But it was the same old guy.
No. We only thought it was the same guy. Deserts play funny tricks on the mind.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I guess you're right. Jesus! Billy! What's going on?
Look. Don't you see it?
No.
Last Chance Gas and Snake Emporium. Just like the last sign?
Let's get away, Billy. Turn around. Go the other way. Just fast.
Billy and Keith see the sign, appearing to grow larger and larger before their very eyes. Turning the car around, they drive in the other direction. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The desert of our western states can be a place of wonderment and beauty. For some, such as Billy and Keith, it can be a place of sheer terror.
Can't you go any faster?
I've got it to the floor now.
What's going on, Billy?
I don't know. Just hang on. We're going to be as far away.
Stop!
No. That's impossible.
Last Chance Gas and Snake Emporium. Don't you see it? Don't you see the sign?
It can't be.
We can't get away, Billy. It's like the thing is following us. It's our last chance to get gas and see some snakes. Kill the old man and blow up the place.
Shut up and pull yourself together. We just got turned around on the road, that's all.
Please, let me go. It was all Billy's idea. I'll go back to prison. I'll be good. Just let me go. Hey, watch it.
Get in the car, or the next one goes in your head.
We can't get away from it, Billy. Don't you see that?
Just get in the car. I'm gonna show you it's just another gas station, nothing more.
Howdy. Filler up for you. I don't think you're going to need this anymore, Billy.
Wait, I didn't mean...
I shot you. I shot you.
You know, I gave you boys 3 chances. I thought that maybe you just might do the right thing for once in your damn miserable life. Yes, I can be wrong sometimes.
Billy, what is going on?
I suppose I should have seen you both for what you are.
What's happening?
Just a couple of rats. Just a couple of low-down, thieving, murdering desert rats. Howdy, Sheriff.
Well, hey there, Eli. How you been doing?
Oh, about the same. How's little Maggie?
Just got the results back from the doctor.
Good news?
Not a trace of that cancer no more. She's actually playing outside.
Oh, that's great to hear.
You know, it's funny. Ever since she rode along with me that day and you gave her that hug, she's been so much better. And now that cancer's gone. Completely gone.
Well, it wasn't anything I did. Glad you didn't object to an old man giving your daughter a hug.
You, I can trust.
Is that the only reason you stopped by, Sheriff?
Well, no, not really. Have you seen these two by any chance?
Can't say that I have. Who are they?
Billy Wheeler and Keith Turner. Escaped from prison last week.
Look kind of mean, don't they?
Well, both convicted of murder. And probably stuff we don't even know about.
Well, if I see them, I'll call you.
Please do, Eli. And I just wouldn't want anything to happen to you.
Now hush up, you two. Dang desert rats.
Ooh, I take it you're feeding that ugly big snake from the desert?
Call it a peace offering. I give it some food, and it leaves me alone.
You ever seen it?
No, ma'am. Don't care to. I got the skin, and that's as close as I want to get.
Ooh, kind of big rats you got there.
Desert rats. Comes around here sometimes so I can catch 'em for food. Yep. Just dirty, stinking, thieving, murdering desert rats.
Eli picks up the cage and glares at the 2 rats who cower in fear. He smiles at the sheriff before heading toward the back of the Last Chance Gas and Snake Emporium. I'll be back with a final word. Along the highways of our great nation, there are many interesting and amusing sights to see. Museums, attractions, roadside stores, and somewhere, towards the desert, is an old man waiting patiently for someone to get a last chance. Our cast included William Stafford, Raven Adams, Jonathan Rossignol, and Crimson McKenzie. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
This is considered a rescue mission. Top priority. Something's happened and we have been ordered to find out what. This is Dr. Julia Wells. She's the one that is officially in charge.
Yesterday, we received a message. It was short, and we haven't been able to contact them. The message simply read, "We are all dying."
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another terrifying adventure into the world of your own imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. Space, the final frontier, a phrase that launched a television series into cult status. We have become stagnant in the exploration of our own universe, and yet there are still those who look to the skies for answers and come up with more questions.
This is considered a rescue mission. Top priority. Something's happened and we have been ordered to find out what. This is Dr. Julia Wells. She's the one that is officially in charge.
Yesterday, we received a message. It was short, and we haven't been able to contact them. The message simply read, "We are all dying."
Our mystery drama, Mars Rising, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our cast includes William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The writer H.G. Wells once said, "Life, forever dying to be born afresh, forever young and eager, will presently stand upon this earth as upon a footstool, and stretch out its realm amidst the stars."
Well, Doctor, welcome to Jump Point 3. Did you have a good flight?
I'll let you know when my stomach catches up.
First time into space?
No, I've traveled before. I'm just not that wild about it.
It does take some getting used to. Everyone is in the conference room, but will you please explain to me what is so urgent?
It has to do with our Mars base. You know we began to colonize the Red Planet a year ago. Now, something has happened. something dreadful.
All right, everyone, let's settle down. This is Dr. Julia Wells from Mission Control.
Thank you, Captain Herbert. As you all know, we have a base on Mars, the first base that's been established last year. Since that time, we've been sending supplies and equipment through Jump Point 3.
Yes, but we were told to stop the other day. What happened?
Oh, this is Lieutenant Reynolds, one of our flight engineers.
Mission Control received a message 3 days ago. It was short and cryptic.
Stay away. Something is happening to all of us. We are all dying.
We don't quite know what they meant. Our first hypothesis is that they have been attacked by...
Little green men? Ah, come on. We've explored practically the entire planet. There isn't anything there.
That's where you are wrong, Lieutenant. Certain minerals and ores have been harvested that are vital. We also know that other countries have been catching up to us.
Do you think that someone has attacked the base?
Until we get there, we cannot be sure of anything. What's our ETA, Captain?
About 6 hours.
Awesome.
Well, the first flight to Mars took almost 2 years. With the new fuel system from Earth, it only takes about 6 months.
Which is why we made the jump points.
Right, Jump Point 3 is the closest.
All the systems are go, Captain.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Why didn't we bring anyone else along?
I can answer that. The administration does not want an incident if it turns out to be military. So it's just you, the captain, and me.
And what do we do when we get there? And it does turn out to be an army. Throw stones at them?
Hey, it worked for Daniel.
Ha ha.
We observe and report. That's all.
Yeah, sounds like government work to me.
Just keep your eyes open and the engine running in case we have to make a quick exit.
Such a desolate planet.
Ever been here?
No. I was scheduled to be on the first mission, but I caught the flu and had to be replaced.
Shame. So this is your first time?
Yes, and I must say I'm not looking forward to it.
Why do you say that?
We still don't know a tenth about Mars that we should. And now, something bad has happened and we don't even know what that is.
The astrophysicist Stephen Hawking thought that the human race could not survive without spreading out into space. The question remains, what will we find there? I'll return shortly with Act 2. Mars, the red planet. It has been a fascination for us for a very long time. At only 40 million miles away, it has been the subject of more fiction than any other planet in our solar system.
There it is, Captain. Alpha 1, dead ahead. I'll begin initial scans.
Let's just circle around first.
That's what I had in mind. Anything on radar?
All quiet, Captain. Nothing to report.
That's strange.
What is?
The base was set up for mining purposes as well as research. There should be transports flying around. Lieutenant, are you positive there is nothing on the radar?
We'll see for yourself. Screen is blank.
Did I hear some rumors that the Chinese were experimenting with some sort of cloaking device?
That was proved to be false.
Oh, well, that's good to know.
Still, nothing on the radar?
Not a single blip.
All right. I'm satisfied that no one is lurking about. Reynolds, start your approach.
Keep your suits on. If the oxygen regulator isn't working, we will not be able to stay long.
And what exactly are we looking for?
At this point, I don't know.
After you, Dr. Wells.
Age before beauty, Captain.
According to the instruments, oxygen is at optimum level.
Great. Gives us more time to find out what actually happened.
Let's check the computer logs, see what the last entry is.
How many people were supposed to be here?
75 in total, including engineers and the scientists.
Alright, so where is everybody? I mean, shouldn't have someone been manning this station?
The only thing in here is red dust all over the floor.
Look, here's the last entry.
Started a week ago. Symptoms came on quick. 40 dead in the first week. Last transmission.
What the hell happened here?
What the hell was that?
Hey, you okay?
I thought I saw something moving in the next room.
Maybe it's a survivor.
I don't think so.
More red dust. It's everywhere.
Maybe housekeeping quit.
Let's get a sample of it. Perhaps it will tell us something.
Julia, are you okay?
No. I have the feeling that... Well, I don't know. Something is watching us. Or waiting.
Nothing is on the radar.
That doesn't mean anything. I'm just thinking, what if there is life on Mars?
It isn't showing itself.
Maybe it is. Look, just because we can't see something doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. We know atoms exist, but you can't see them with your eyes, now can you?
So you're saying that life here is invisible? Pretty far-fetched.
Is it? 75 people are gone. Where did they go?
Julia Wells looks around at the empty room that had once been a medical unit. She gathers some of the dust for study, and a cold chill runs up her spine. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The author Isaac Asimov once said, all of a sudden, space isn't friendly. All of a sudden, it's a place where people can die. Many more people are going to die.
Docking at jump point 3.
You okay, Reynolds?
Yeah, just a tickle in my throat.
I want to get these samples to the lab as soon as possible.
Tickle in your throat too, Doc?
Sort of. I don't seem to be able to smell anything.
It's all this manufactured air that we're breathing.
Let's finish docking and get to the lab.
Sorry. I ran the samples through the computer.
What did you find?
Human DNA. What we thought was just dust was human.
You mean that's what happened to Alpha 1? And everyone just turned to dust?
The evidence says so.
Julia, you don't look so well.
Well, you look like death warmed over.
Doc, help me.
Reynolds?
He's
from the eyes.
Help! Help! Me!
Reynolds!
Oh boy. Look. He's melting. The skin is melting off of him.
His bones. They're cracking. Turning to
red dust. How many are on jump 3?
including us, 17.
Minus Reynolds.
And 3 others. I found them. Or what's left of them.
We can't let this get back to Earth.
Julia. Your eyes. They're bleeding.
You've got to send Earth a message. Stay away. Stay away.
Julia. Julia! From jump point 3, priority message. Stay away. We are all dying.
In the story written by H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds, the invading Martians are destroyed by a virus. Could the Martians have learned something from us in order to protect their home? I'll be back shortly with a final word. To look to the heavens and see what lies beyond is the dreamer's way. To explore the outer reaches of our galaxy may perhaps be possible one day, but what we discover, who is to say? Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, William Stafford, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
What does this guy want from us?
You weren't speeding, were you?
Of course not. This makes the second time down the same road that we have been stopped.
Are you sure it's the same cop?
You know that it is.
Well, then let's give him a traffic stop that he will never forget.
This is Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us to the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. Judge not, lest ye be judged. Rather a potent statement from a rather well-known book. And yet, all of us, at one time or another, do make a judgment.
What does this guy want from us?
You weren't speeding, were you?
Of course not. This makes the second time down this same road that we have been stopped.
Are you sure it's the same cop?
You know that it is.
Well, then let's give him a traffic stop that he will never forget.
Our mystery drama, Small Town Cop, Big Time Trouble, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Someone once said that the police officer may drive a black and white car, but what goes on in their job is a lot of gray. I would agree with that statement. However, our story focuses on a rather unscrupulous officer who follows his own law.
It's such a beautiful part of the country. Don't you think so, Neil?
I still don't understand why we had to come way out here.
Because, sweetie, that is what we were told to do.
Ariel, do you ever wonder where our...
Now just stop right there. Neil, don't even go there. Just be grateful that we are allowed to do what we do.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Still, sometimes I get the feeling that...
Now listen here, Neil. We have it a lot better than some of the others. I mean, look around you. You know, we could have ended up in Chicago, Atlanta, or worse, California.
Oh, please. I would rather not think about it. I guess you are right. This really is beautiful country.
Oh, Neil, you're not speeding, are you?
I'm doing exactly the speed limit.
I really wanted to get to our next assignment early.
Then please don't do anything stupid when I stop.
Me? Do anything stupid? I would never dream of it.
Oh no, not little old Ariel. Good afternoon, officer. Is there anything wrong?
Shut the car off, sir. Where are you folks headed to?
Well,
Just out and about. Is there anything wrong?
Frankly, yes, there is.
Officer Loera, I'm sure that I was following all traffic laws.
Do you have a valid state license?
Well, of course I do. It's just not in this state.
We just arrived yesterday.
Planning on living here?
That all depends. Are all the people here as friendly as you?
I'll be right back.
Butthole? What the hell was that about?
Please, Ariel, let's just not start anything that might...
Ooh, I am beyond ready to start something. Who the heck does he think he is?
It's probably nothing. Maybe one of the lights on the back are out and he's just being courteous.
Well, he's acting like we were Bonnie and Clyde.
Sir, would you step out of the vehicle?
Don't you dare, Neil.
Sir, are you going to comply?
Please, Ariel, let me handle this. Look, exactly why were we pulled over?
Sir, if you just step out of your car, we can have you on your way.
Neil, I swear if you...
Okay, so now will you tell me why I was pulled over?
Turn around, put your hands behind your back. Now!
Hell no. Neil, what the heck is going on?
Hey, whoa, officer. Just calm down.
I said turn around and put your hands behind your back. Do it now.
I'm doing it.
Neil, you know good and well that I...
Look, just do what he says, Ariel.
That's right, Ariel. Just keep your mouth shut.
Beg your flippin' pardon?
Sir, I'm sure that whatever the problem is, we can work this out.
I don't like you. I don't like your car. I don't like the way you're dressed. I don't like your looks. Now shut up.
Look at me. I'm actually shaking.
Yeah, well, you weren't the one in handcuffs. I was gonna have a heart attack.
What did he even say to you?
He told me that it would be in our best interest to keep driving and get out of his county.
Seriously? The nerve of that douche. Why did he even stop us?
You know, he never did tell me.
Neil, you know that I have great respect for law enforcement. I mean, I would have to, right?
Yeah, I know. However, there are some who take it just a little too far.
That badge does not mean that you're bulletproof and a bully. One day, Officer Loera may find that out.
Oh, for crying out loud. Now what?
Oh my God! This is getting ridiculous!
Out of the car! Out of the car now!
What is this guy's problem?
Richard Daley once said, "The police are not here to create disorder. They are here to preserve it." I'll be back shortly with Act 2. David Mamet once said, "Policemen so cherish their status as keepers of the peace and protectors of the public that they have occasionally been known to beat to death those citizens or groups who question that status."
Come on, Ariel. You haven't had a word since...
You mean since we were handcuffed? Since we had a gun? A gun with real bullets pointed at us. Since we were told, mind you, to be out of the county before sunrise? What is this? The Old West?
Look, I grant you that he was a bit overzealous.
Overly zealous. He was downright... Well, I promised I wouldn't use my words anymore.
Now what are you doing?
What I do best. Research. Oh my... Well, isn't that interesting?
Did you find something?
Something? Oh, I found out a lot of somethings.
Oh, come on, don't keep me in suspense. Give already.
No. Who do you think has been suspended 5 times in the last 2 years for conduct unbecoming of an officer? I'll give you one guess.
Barney Fife?
Absolutely right. First time. Oh, and who do you think has been investigated for questionable officer-related shootings?
You have got to be kidding.
Oh my... The last time was only 3 months ago. 16-year-old kid shot dead during a routine traffic stop? What?
Maybe that's why we are here.
Now, Neil, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Well, now what are you doing?
Checking our database.
Yeah, well, don't be surprised if they don't have anything. You know how backed up they've been.
Nothing. Zip. Nada.
I told you.
Oh, hell no. Not again.
Now, calm down. Maybe it's not the same officer.
Seriously, you know it's the same guy.
Unfortunately, I'm afraid that you were right.
Sir, would you mind stepping out of the car?
No, sir. Not this time.
Are you refusing to comply with an officer?
No. He's refusing to comply with a complete
What my compatriot is trying to say is that unless you can give me a lawful reason to step out of my vehicle, I am going to remain here.
Do you know why I stopped you?
Because you're completely full of sh...
No, sir, I have no idea why you pulled us over.
Step out of the car, or I swear I will make you step out.
Are you kidding me? Again?
Officer Loera, you really should put that gun back in the holster, and let's talk about this calmly.
Show me your hands! Show me your hands!
I wouldn't pull that trigger. Officer Francis Loera.
How do you know my name?
I'm only giving you fair warning. Put the gun away.
Gun! You have a gun!
Mary Frances Berry once said, "When you have police officers who abuse citizens, you erode public confidence in law enforcement. That makes the job of good police officers unsafe." I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Albert Einstein once said, "Every kind of peaceful cooperation among men is primarily based on mutual trust, and only secondarily on institutions, such as courts of justice and police."
Dispatch. Need medical and supervisors on scene. Mile marker 13 on Judges Road. 1071. Officer involved. 2 suspects shot. Officers need assistance. Oh, there we go. Nice unmarked and unregistered 38 pistol. Right there on the seat. Good thing I'm such a good shot.
Are you? Really?
What the? Don't move. Keep your hands where I can see them.
Haven't we already done that?
I shot you both. I shot both of you.
Yes, you did, Officer Francis Loera.
I really cannot stand to be shot. Hurts like, well, you know.
I know. Ugh. Stings a little bit, doesn't it?
Don't move. Stay right where you are. Dispatch. Officer needs assistance now.
Look, Neil. He thinks that help is actually coming.
Don't you just love this part?
Oh, you mean when they get that doe-eyed deer look and have no idea what's about to happen? Yes.
I'm warning you. Do not move.
Why don't you tell him, Ariel?
Oh, goody. This is my favorite part.
What the hell are you talking about?
Officer, and I use that term loosely. Francis Loera. Born October 13th, 1987. Always wanted to be a cop, just like his dad. Just couldn't be.
You know, the only difference was that George Loera was actually a good cop.
Decorated 3 times for bravery? Most impressive.
Shot in the line of duty when Francis here was only 11 years old. So sad.
Maybe that is why Sir Francis has done such horrible things.
I'm a good cop.
No, you were a good cop. You had the potential to be just as great as your father, if not better.
Hey, do you think it was that really bad guy? Oh, what was his name?
Randall Parks.
Yeah, that's him. Maybe it was what happened to him that made Officer Francis Loera the way he is.
He was guilty, damn it. We had all the evidence against him.
Yeah? And what happened?
That stupid DA dropped the ball. That's what happened. The man walked, and he was laughing at me right there in open court.
And that really pissed you off, didn't it?
I swear I took an oath to myself that I would never, ever let that happen again.
And then there was Billy Marston, right?
Now you can't blame me for that one. He went for a gun.
Please, you cannot lie to us.
Okay, what about Mrs. Johnson?
I haven't forgotten about Emily Johnson.
No, she was a drug dealer.
She was 73 years old, who took medication.
Yes, and she had just filled her prescription.
And we know what happened.
Who are you?
Oh, please, Neil. I want to so bad.
Ariel, are you sure? You know how much it drains you afterward.
Oh, this? No. I'll have plenty of time to rest before our next assignment. I can't wait to taste his soul.
Lady, I swear, if you try anything...
Oh, you mean something like this?
What the hell?
Well, at least you got that part right.
She's turning into a... Oh my God!
God? You're praying now? You have no idea.
What's happening?
And I quote, "Judge not,
lest ye be judged."
Francis Allen Loera, it is time for you
to be judged.
I'm full.
You and me both.
You have to admit, he had a rather good taste.
Neil and Ariel smile at each other before leaving the remains of their victim on the road. The reports on Officer Loera stated that he had died in the line of duty. I'll be back shortly with a final word. The police officer puts on a uniform and badge every day that he is on duty, never knowing if he will return home to take them off again. Our story only focused on one rather dubious character. On the whole, the police are a necessary evil. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, William Stafford, and Winslow Swan. The story was written and directed by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The Butler.